Okay, just getting a few things ready here. Gonna have to go over to YouTube. Oh, should comb my beard too. Go over to YouTube and see what. Yeah, there we go. Okay, everything seems to be working okay. Go back to the StreamYard area. And hello. Go your own way, man. Go your own way. All your sins are forgiven. I swear they are. Let me get in the center there. It's all about you. And it's New Year's coming up. So I guess we'll talk about New Year's stuff, the way MGTOW is, the way we'd like to be. I think we got to go strong this next year. I think it's really important that MGTOW goes strong this coming up year. And we turn it up on loud. I've been trying to get back into this thing, help out what I can, and do my thing. I've been in a lot of pain lately, so doing something like this takes a lot of my effort and everything. But this coming up New Year, we want to howdy Whiskey, howdy Joey, howdy Hank, howdy everybody that's going to come in. It's 2000. It's going to be 2000. Having a small drink. Hope you're all having one yourself, and delicious. Made some coffee, fixed a bunch of things around the house. I was fixing everything. It seems like everything broke today. My freezer broke, so I fixed that. My guitar broke the other day, so I got the parts today in the mail, and I fixed that. Beautiful sound now, too. If you got a guitar, man, the best thing you can do is change that output jack. That output jack is junk. You change it, man, crystal clear sound just like that. And get yourself one of those good gold plated output jacks and everything. Then my plumbing broke the other day. Imagine this: I'm sitting there washing dishes, and the garbage disposal just falls off. So I had to order parts for that. So that's what I did most of the day today. And I went for a bike ride. It's 30 degrees out there. It was quite cold. I did my MGTOW bike ride. Try to lose some of this fat, turn it to muscle, and do some MGTOW things. I wanted to do a podcast. I wanted to do an all-day podcast, but I didn't think I had it in me. I had a headache. I was feeling bad. My knee was swollen. I went and I pedaled it off. My new motto is pedal the pain away. So that's what I do. I pedal the pain away now, and grip my teeth, and I do it like a freaking MGTOW when I take it. And that's the way I do it. But this coming year is important. I left the link in a couple of Whiskey's chat, and I don't know how you do it, how you get in here, and if you can get in here, and what I just left a link for this out there. Anybody wants to come in and talk, I'd appreciate the companionship and company on this New Year's Eve day. And it is New Year's Eve, and it's getting close. And we're going to talk a little bit about MGTOW. We're going to talk about what we've seen in the last year here in MGTOW, and the quality of MGTOW, and everybody's fighting with everybody. And this year is important, and I think we have to reach out this year, and that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to reach out and do my part. And PUA's got to stop fighting with MGTOW. It's an important part of the MGTOW sign. Like I said, the MGTOW sign has four sides. It's MRA, it's PUA, it's MGTOW, and it's TFL Incel. And it's got four sides, and that's just the way it is. And that all falls under the MGTOW sign. And as long as we're working together as MGTOWs, and we all have MGTOW in us, there's one common that's in PUA, MRA, Incel, TFL, and purist MGTOWs, is we all got the MGTOW in us. We all know what's right and wrong. We all know this thing's going way out of control. We seemed to lose ground last year. We've been losing ground for a number of years now, and it doesn't seem like anything's changing. And I always used to complain, 30 years of MRA, and we got nowhere. Now I can see 10, 12, 15 years of MGTOW, and we're getting that same nowhere. And why are we getting that same nowhere? Because men are men, and we're going to start arguing between us. And until we pull together as a corporation, a company, a group, nothing's going to get done. Because until we have the might of MGTOW PUA or going Galt, and incel, whatever, we ain't going to do it. We need all men to pull together this coming up year, and we're going to have to start reaching out. And that'll be, that'll be each and every one of us, producers, if we can get it together long enough to reach out to some of our brothers, no matter what their ideologies are. We need to reach out, and we need to come to an understanding in this new year that we, the manosphere, have to work together. Because this thing is getting way bad. This thing is getting way bad, and unless the manosphere works together and gets some general ideas about the direction we're going, it ain't going to work. It ain't going to work, and we're going to be in the same mode. And I think that's the plan of our dissenters. That's the plan of the other side. That's the plan of the blue pill. Get us to argue, get us to fight, get us to be just like those feminists when they're arguing and fighting with the rad femmes and the old femmes and the TFL femmes and the incel femmes and all those girls. But separate and divide is always a good policy in those things. I've been drinking some ginger ale and vodka on this New Year's Eve day. I hope you got something, a nice hot coffee or something. I was going to go get some coffee here pretty soon. And I fixed my coffee pot today. I woke up this morning and my coffee pot, my espresso maker, was not working. They're easy to fix. Espresso makers are really easy. So I fixed 4 things today. Now I'm going to try to fix MGTOW. Because that's what a maintenance man does. That's what an electrician does. That's what most of us guys do. We fix things. We make things right. And divide and conquer. Yes, Leah, that's what they're going to do to us. And I look around MGTOW and I see how they employed that. I see how they got everybody arguing over these last year, the 2 years, the 3 years. And they even did that to our group. I see there was people that came in and they got us all arguing, and they like the drama because them blue pill bitches like the drama. And that's all they are, is the blue pill bitches. And them boys and those sissies and those simps, they like drama, and they will make drama where they go. You guys know who I'm talking about, the whole Eli Femme Club and the Gemma Femme Club and the Charles Femme Club and all those Joe Buddy and those blue pill guys that want to hijack MGTOW. They want to do bad things in here, and we can no longer let them. We have to get our might on, and we have to stop this, and we have to stop what's going on with YouTube, and we have to stop the censorship, and we have to cut through that stuff. There's a lot of ideas in here, but it'll take a uniform and it'll take a uniform MGTOW, and it'll take a uniform manosphere to do that. Put principles before personalities. That's what we got to do in these next years. Principles before personalities. And let me go back over here and close some of these windows out. Okay, there we go. I got to get some of the windows before I close, because otherwise it's going to start going all crazy and everything. So hello, men. Hello, MGTOWs. Oh, there's whiskey. Let's see. Do I have to add whiskey to this? Let's click on him. And we'll add 2 people here. Invite guests, see how they have blah, blah, up to 5 guests, close tip. Okay. There we go. I don't know what's happening here. So let's hit this live button. Okay. Add to the stream. There we go.
Hey, Trev.
I gotta wait. Hey, Whiskey, how you doing? This is the first time I ever added someone to one of these screens. So it was like, how do I do this?
Yeah, it's pretty easy
It's
once you
pretty
get the hang
easy.
of it. Yeah, pretty user friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, so Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Whiskey. How was your day today? How did you just relax, take it easy, and those things?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I just was just briefly chatting with Monk Music. About an hour and a half ago, they celebrated midnight, the New Year there. So I was chatting with him for a bit, and then I was chatting with Shingles. Oh, there's Shingles right now. He's here in the chat right now.
Oh, he's in the shed. I just was going to send him the enter. I just sent him the link on the Hangout guide. We're going to lose Hangouts pretty soon here, so we got to get ready.
Yeah, January or February or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not gonna let us go on, are they? Yeah.
We're
So
gonna have to get each other's email addresses and all that before that happens. If a
yeah,
content creator or somebody that comes by often doesn't already have their email on their
yeah,
channel's homepage in the about section or whatever, then it's probably good to add it there.
yeah. It's nice to have an area in the background. Hangouts was so convenient because they had an area in the background where we can chat as we were talking to kind of put ideas in and kind of keep it. But if we don't have that, then it's kind of a pain, or else we're gonna have to either find a place where we can do that, the
Hmm.
group can chat, or we can figure out another way where we can use something to chat with in the background, because that leads to ideas. Talking leads to ideas, and that's the way we do these things. But I don't know.
Well, that's sort of what I was digging about this StreamYard thing is you can have hangouts or chats where you're online or you're offline. And there's also a private chat section. So
Is there a private chat section?
yeah, it's where let me
Invite
see.
staff, cam mute.
It's above the comments section on the StreamYard page where everybody's comments come up. You
Oh,
can
there it
toggle
is.
between comments and chat, private chat, and all that.
Okay, I didn't see that. It's all the way over on the left hand side or right hand side.
Yeah, so if you wanted to just send links or just private messages between everybody that's just on the stream,
Hmm.
and nobody else would see it.
Oh,
So,
cool, cool. So
yeah,
you do have a private chat. It's nice to just be able to chat and have those conveniences. Kind of where we at. We're getting stuck. Stuff like that. You know,
yeah, exactly.
especially when you have a panel.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but what I was talking about is MGTOW needs to go heavy this next year. What do you think about that? We need to turn it up. We need to turn it on loud.
Well, and that's something that you and I have talked about in the past before, and that's something that Monk Music and I were actually talking about earlier tonight too. Is that this divide and conquer stuff is
Yeah,
starting to seep its way into all of us around here. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with each of us having our own little subgroups, right?
yeah,
Like there's certain fellows that get along really well with others. So, they may have private hangouts or private chats and get together, but there's nothing wrong with that. But overall, we need to try to, like you said, really kind of focus our efforts and really ramp things up
ramp
because
things up.
there's
Yeah,
so even compared to just 5 years ago when I first came on the scene, there's so many more uh, channels out there that seem to be delivering the wrong idea about the philosophy. They've never had the right idea, or they're doing
yeah.
it on purpose, or they're just doing it for clicks and views and subs, and they're
Hmm.
they're not really thinking about any kind of constructive content that's going to help men to move forward. I mean, I understand it's important to every once in a while talk about female nature and the wrongs that we've all been done to us in our past by women, but you can't constantly beat that dead horse, women this, women that, because it doesn't when it's all said and done, it's like, yeah, okay, we get it. So now what? For me as a man, now what do I do to move forward? So
Right.
I find it frustrating when there's channels out there that put out a lot of content and all they do is get all the guys worked up. They get everybody fomenting into a big, all riled up, and then they're on. They have a 2-hour live stream and then go, okay, guys, see you tomorrow. And there's no resolution. There's no
resolution.
there's no there's no remedies suggested. There's no problem solving aspects or plans suggested. It's just everybody gets all worked up in a frenzy, and then that's it. And it's repeat.
Yeah, we need someone to grab the reins and move this thing forward. And sometimes when it's like on a work site, the electrician shows up, the plumber shows up, the riggers show up, the welders show up, and everybody's standing there. And then no one's really the boss at that point. No one's really the leader, nobody. But there's that one guy, maybe the boiler guy or something, and the building needs to be built. And he just says, okay, guys, this is what we got to do first. And it's like those geese, the geese fly in a triangle.
Yeah.
You know how that happens? It's a lot like MGTOW should be. They fly around in circles, and then nobody knows where they're going. They're flying in circles because that's what people do, and geese do it too. They fly in circles, and then one goose says, I know which way to go, and he gets up in front. Mm-hmm. And then that goose, he'll fly for a little bit, and then another goose will come up and go, I know which way to go, and he'll take the lead. And then they'll start switching off. If you ever watch them fly by, watch how they switch off. And
the leader will switch off after a while. Yeah.
And the leader will switch off and they switch on. And that gives the group kind of, okay, all of a sudden knows where to go. And that's what is with MGTOW. But that one guy has to take, he's got to be, he's got to go, I know which way to go.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the guys will step up. And I think that's what it is with MGTOW too. One guy's got to get loud enough, verbal enough. He's got to get strong enough. He's got to get direction oriented enough with a goal that we start going forward again on this thing.
Yeah. Let's face it. Let's be honest. We're all men here. So we're never going to agree 100% on every single little thing, on every conversation, every stream, and every chat. But if we can just agree to disagree on, the little things that ultimately in the end of the day don't really add up or amount to much.
Right.
And just kind of set that aside and really focus on all the things that are truly important, the things that are more of a priority for all of us. Because even though all of us may disagree about little things here or there, ultimately, for the most part, the majority of us have the same sort of idea or philosophy. So it's just a matter of kind of coming together and hammering out those small kinks. Yeah,
the PUAs and the MGTOWs and the going galts. And like I said, there's 4 sides to this sign and the MRs. We all got a general idea where we need to go. And it's those little things we start arguing about that, the MGTOW philosophy, or, I'm not a MGTOW, or I'm not a PUA, or I'm not a monk. And that's the stuff we really got to work hard on this year. And a little group dynamics, a little group exercise or something. You ever do a group team exercises?
Yeah, once in a while, I used to do that at work and stuff like that when I worked for big companies that used to have a lot of rah-rah sis boom ba type staff meeting sessions where they would have different sort of, different kind of problem solving, sort of like workout type of things and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Practice, we're all pretty smart guys. We all know that this thing has gone too far, and it's time to put it to an. We got to put all this drama to bed, and I think we all know where that drama comes from too. It's those orbiting blue pillars that we just got to start saying F off, F off, get out of here, stop tagging MGTOW. Because they're giving us a bad name too.
Yeah, and there's always going to be a few bad apples that try to spoil the whole bunch, and so it's kind of up to us to try to. We'll never be able to separate the wheat from the chaff, if you will, but at least if we could sort of,
we gotta a couple of us just gotta start saying that's not a MGTOW. You're not a MGTOW. Yeah, and the rest of them usually will follow. And it's pretty much, I think there's a group of men that goes and watches every video that comes out. And Nightwing used to do that, but he's not around much anymore. And I can't remember the one guy's name. He does it, and he'll pretty much, be on every video and go, hey, maybe you're not MGTOW and you just don't know it. Like that coach guy. What's the new coach we see?
Oh, I'm not even sure. I don't even pay attention to those
Oh, the
coaches.
coach.
They drive me nuts.
Yeah, he's at the top of Coach Bulldog mindset. I mean, some of us just got to say, hey, dude, you're not a MGTOW, please.
The thing that always bugged me about these life coach guys and them dipping their toe into the whole MGTOW thing is if your life is so successful,
Yeah,
then how the hell are you on? How the hell do you have some crappy little channel out here in YouTube of all places,
right.
trying to drum up support and trying to drum up business and trying to drum up people onto your side of your way of thinking?
Yeah, why come at the MGTOW? We're not bothering anybody. We have a different flag, but it is that the only
One
thing
would
it could possibly be is that it bothers them, that they want to change.
one would assume that if they're have a really successful life and they've got this life coach thing to try to inform others on how to do that, they wouldn't be distracted by what other groups are doing. They would just be focused on them and their
Yeah,
success of their life, which would lean very closely to the MGTOW philosophy. But instead, they don't do that.
they don't do that.
No, they've just it takes one to poison the well, and then the rest of us can't drink out of that friggin' well. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I looked down. Did you look down the today's videos today, and then probably Sixburg videos? Like these guys are so confused, and it says no one's reached out to them and said and told them, this is what MGTOW is and everything. They're flip flopping between MGTOW and some other orbiting philosophy that the intersection of circles, those Venn circles, and and a lot of different philosophies will intersect. If you put it on, they'll intersect in some areas. Everything's intersectional. But it's when they start going off the board or off the field, which I call it. If it's like playing baseball on a football field. It doesn't work. And I think we just got together. I'm going to try this year. Like I said, my health was waning this year. My knee was hurting. Everything was hurting this year. And I've been off of work, and then I've been internalizing that. And it's been a rough year for me, but I didn't whine or complain about it. I just hopped on the bike. And
Yeah, well, and I was listening in before I jumped in, and Jesus, sounds like you had a hell of a crappy
oh,
end to your 2019, but maybe that'll be a brighter things to come for 2020, man. Your disposal, your coffee maker,
my coffee maker
your
busted.
guitar, like, man, what didn't break? It's like
Yeah.
everything expired on the same day or something.
Yeah, it's like 2 days ago. My guitar, I don't know if you know toner pegs in the back,
Yeah.
and they both bent forward, and it's because I put thicker strings on, and they both.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, why did I do that? And I could see my mistakes in a lot of things. I know that my freezer was going to defrost today, and then I was going to have to I was going to have to reset it, and then reset the program in the back, and I knew it was going to do it. And then I was like, man, I just fell behind on that. And the garbage disposal, it's been, bad for years. And I probably should have took that out years ago. And it's just little things, they all caught up to me today. And I sprung a leak in this. I had to tear this wall right over here out because of my shower. And then it's like things that I've been procrastinating on. And, with my knee, it's like I tried to do plumbing with your knee, and you can't kneel. And you can't, do that things. And but I did it, and it's starting to get better. And my new motto is just pedal the pain away, just pedal it away, and let it go, and then just move forward. That's get a goal and do these things. So I ordered all the parts, and all the parts came at once today.
Which, I mean, I guess in some sense is a good thing, because then you don't have to constantly be checking and waiting for that one last straggler part. But at the same time, it's when you've already got 5 other projects that have jumped up and bit you in the ass all at the same time, you don't need that 6th one, right?
Yeah, I don't need nothing else to break for a while. It's kind of a good day. It was cold out there. It dipped for some reason today. I don't know. We had a northern push, and that's what happens. It dipped and it snowed last night. And I went for my bike ride. You can see how rosy I am now.
Right. So you got cold and snow last night, eh? Oh.
Yeah. And, but I still went for the ride and pedaled up to the store, pedaled to the grocery store to get myself some. I forgot what I bought. I ate. I bought some chicken.
Nice. Can't go wrong with chicken.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have chicken for a while because they come in such big packs, and I freeze them in 2-piece bags.
Right.
So you make way. I get a big pack, and then I get the family price. Instead of having to pay like $3.29 for a pound. You know, but I went and did that. But it's hard to fit it on the back of the bike. You have this big pack of 10 pounds of chicken, and then a couple cans and everything else, and you got 30 pounds on the back of your bike, and you're like, ugh.
Yeah. Would you have one of those little luggage things over the back tire of your bike kind of thing?
Yeah, I put a new rack on there, and it looks
rack.
it looks kind of stupid because mine's the new bike's it's an MTB bike, but I bottomed out the fork, so I figured I would just use it until I get my new mountain bike.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's been working pretty good. I put a nice 50-pound rack on the back of there.
Oh, that holds quite a bit of weight. That's all right.
Oh yeah. It busted once, and then I was like, I had to maintenance it already once. But little things I do. I love my bicycling now at MTB too. I've been highly into my new philosophy. Just find that courage again. Find that courage to move forward again, and the mountain biking helps me with that.
I do the same thing when I go to do like a big grocery shop, or I actually go to the big grocery store. But my bike doesn't have I should get one of those racks because I don't have one. So what I do is I just have my backpack, and I just stuff everything into my backpack, and then I ride home with that on it.
Okay.
But then you're limited to how much you can buy though, right? Like just whatever fits in my backpack is all I can. It's not the weight, it's the size of the backpack. You can only fit so much in there, right?
Yeah, and I see a lot of guys, they bungee the old milk crates on the back of it.
Yeah.
And then I could probably do that, bungee
That works
that.
pretty good.
You always have to get a box and put everything inside of a box so it doesn't slide around, and have some. I use paracord to tie it on. And it works out pretty good, and gets my exercise too. Nothing's close here, and we're in a food desert and a grocery store desert. I have to pedal quite a ways to get to a grocery store. It's not like there's anything close, and everything's closed down. And but it gets me out, and there's a few unique stores I like to pedal up to.
That's like my little community here too. There used to be a big grocery store chain in this community, but they moved out of here. So now I've got to go over to the next one. So it's about it's not that far. It's about a 15-20 minute bike ride.
Yeah, that's not bad. 15.
Which isn't too bad. And again, that's just for my, once every 2 weeks, my major grocery shop where I run out of the big stuff. Otherwise, I do have a little food store here in my community, and I can just go there to grab, milk and bread and eggs and smoke, whatever I run out of,
Yeah, we got the little grocery, the convenience and stuff like that. They're always cool, and some of them are really unique. We got the Hispanic store where they have all the Hispanic stuff, and it's like, man, I want to go in there and get some of that stuff sometimes. So I have unique things to eat, and it's always good to find out those little the private owned stores, instead of take the Uber up to Walmart.
Yeah, that's right. And we have a couple of those too, though. Actually, we have like a Korean specialty grocery type store. There's what else is there? There's a Greek grocery store where they import a bunch of Greek and Mediterranean stuff.
Olives.
Yeah, they get the olives. You get all the different feta cheese.
Yeah,
and,
nice.
The different cured meats and stuff, and like Greek tomatoes and
prosciutto.
So it's really good.
Yeah.
But and it's like you said, for something that's a little different as a nice little treat, just to keep your menu or your diet at home, kind of exciting and different and new and always changing.
Oh yeah.
But those little places sometimes are kind of expensive compared to the big
Yeah,
big
compared
stores.
to, with the Walmart that has the common brands and easy, and the we have Giant Eagle, but I have to pedal to the next town over to get to a Giant Eagle. And they have everything, but it's like, it's generic. It's the Applebee's of grocery stores.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
But
Walmart brought us. They
it
just
seems to me that it's at least around here in the last few years, it's done a flip flop. The big box stores would come in and drive out all the mom and pop businesses,
yeah.
but now it's funny because it seems like people in the community, they're not really supporting a lot of the big box
Okay,
stores,
that's
so
good.
they end up closing up shop and leaving, and then it leaves a void, and then a few months later a couple of little independent stores kind of crop back up again.
Yeah, yeah, that's what
So
you like.
that's what happened here. But the problem was that there was a kind of that couple of months there where it was kind of like you said, a dead zone where there was neither. The little independents hadn't moved back in yet, but the big store was already gone.
Yeah, it's nice. I remember living in Cleveland for years and years, and I lived in the south side of the Cleveland, in Cleveland, and man, you didn't have to walk far for anything. It was like you had your neighborhood, and that's that next to a Kmart and a couple pizza places, and there was a couple Asian markets, and there was a couple grocery stores and a couple, of other things, and that was nice. But now I don't have it out here. That was the biggest change I had to get used to. I remember, man, I am putting on so much miles on my car. When I used to drive, I don't drive much anymore. Hmm. But
Driving's too expensive now.
yeah, that puts on, yeah, I'm ecologically sound now, I think, and you burn gas, and it costs money to burn gas, and that's where I was spending most of my money. Those little trips here, little trip here, little trip here, little trip here. Before you look, you put 10 more bucks in your gas tank, and you start figuring out what you pay a year. I said, okay, with the car payments and the car payments, insurance, gas, and maintenance and everything, I could pretty much take 60, 70 Uber car drives for that price and never even scratch the surface of that cost.
Sure, not to mention all the unexpected stuff that you don't always think about when you're driving. Like,
Tires,
you don't always go
tickets,
to a place that has parking. So sometimes you got to pay for parking. You got to
pay for
feed the
parking.
parking meter or whatever. Or you're driving along and everything's fine. You got a tank full of gas. Your tires are full of air. Everything's working. But then all of a sudden, your fuel pump just breaks down, or your
Mhm.
timing chain, or your transmission, or whatever. And, that can set you back a lot of time and a lot of money where, like, for example, with you with your bike, well, if your chain breaks off your bike, or if you bought them out on your forks, you could replace the parts yourself. It only takes a couple of bucks, and it only takes an hour or two at the most. Right?
Yeah, the lithium batteries have gone down in price now. You can get a lithium battery, 36 volts I see one. I got one. I'm going to order a backup one for 114 bucks. And
That's not bad.
that's not bad. That's 2 years of traveling. The electric motors rarely break. You know how an electric motor is. If you don't get 5, 6, 7 years out of it, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just the little things. And I mean, there's nothing. I keep insurance, and it's 17 bucks a month on bike insurance, and that's in case I get hit too. But man, that leaves you a lot of money for little. I got a camera on there. I got a good light. I got some nice things on there, and it makes it more comfortable. A bigger seat. I bought the expensive seat.
Well, I mean, you're a bigger guy, right?
Oh yeah,
So, sometimes the stuff that comes stock on a bike, even if it's a good quality, rugged bike, it may not do well when you're what, 6'4" and what, 250 or whatever. It's different than me. I'm a 5'8", a buck 50 soaking wet. So for me, it's not such a big deal. But if you're a big guy and you ride your bike a lot and you ride it long distances like you do, then you need a comfy seat.
yeah. You need
That's the bottom
some
line.
fat tires and fat boy tires, I call them. And they're good tires. I put good tires on, and they're 230s. They hold my weight, and And the other one, that's the problem I had with the other one. I kept smashing the back tire on it to the first bike I bought, the electric bike, which I'm selling now. I'm gonna invest that into the mountain bike that I
Was
want
that
to.
the one that you filmed your footage on? You'd
Right.
taken a few videos on the bike paths and over those wooden bridges and stuff like that? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. That
Yeah.
bike got me over 3,000 miles on that bike
Wow, that's not
during the
bad
summer.
because you
Yeah.
didn't even have it for that long. So you really put it through the paces.
Oh, I put it through. I was going close to 20 miles a day. And before I hurt my knee, I was like planning on taking that big trip.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the bike I wanted to do it on. But then I
Right.
realized that the 20-inch tires on that bike was just not going to hold me.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that because I sent you a link for that guy that made like a little trailer to go on the back of his bike
Yeah,
that cost him about 30, no, $50, and it only
50
weighed
bucks.
30 pounds or something.
Yeah.
So he said he didn't even really notice the weight on the back of that thing, and it was big enough for him to sleep in and stuff.
That's nice. I was looking at those links, the little campers. That'd be nice. Get you off the ground when you're, camping
Mm-hmm.
in the woods and everything. And I still want to do that next year. And I want to do sort of a MGTOW adventure and, film it and,
Mm-hmm.
show, here I'm in these woods by the lake, or here I picked this lake or this area to stop in. And I want to do a long one, and before I get too old and I can't do it. I think I would regret that in my life if I, being a MGTOW, there's things you want to do.
Yeah.
And before I get too old and I can't do it, I want to do that long bike trip. Ever since I was a kid, I always dreamed of that. When I lived on the east side of Cleveland, I always dreamed about driving out to Sandusky on a bike. But no one, my parents wouldn't let me do it.
When I was a teenager, a buddy of mine that we both went to high school together, we had known each other since we were 12 years old. And we were both really into biking a lot. So we
Yeah.
used to take a lot of bike trips, just like overnight
Yeah.
trips from the little town we went to school and grew up in out to like some provincial park that was it would take all day to get there. So then you'd camp overnight and then just come back the next day kind of thing.
Yeah.
We used to do that quite often in the summers, like 3 or 4 trips each summer.
Yeah.
Of course, we were kids, and so out of high school, you've got the whole summer if you don't have to work full time or whatever. But
Yeah.
yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it was a great way to kind of see sort of your immediate area, but maybe places that you wouldn't necessarily go, even if you drive. Because
Yeah.
I find that when I was still driving a lot, you just kind of go from point A to point B and back again. Whereas
Yeah.
if you're on your bike, you can kind of take these leisurely little tangents off of the main drag and kind of take your time and see things that maybe you wouldn't necessarily pull over and stop to see if you're in your vehicle, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Here in Ohio, we got some beautiful sub highways where they're just, they're 30, 45 miles an hour or something, and they have little bike paths on them. And it gets you off of the main roads and puts you on these little, they go forever. And I want to do a couple of those. And that's where you see the real, what your state really looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I want to do some of those. And there's some interesting sites along the way, but I've been kind of charting. There's like, it's abandoned school that's haunted. And then there's this other place, Gore, it's called Gore. If you can look it up, Gore Orphanage
Okay.
that burnt down, and it's supposed to be haunted. I wanted to stay there for a night, stuff like that.
Yeah, I find that kind of stuff cool, actually,
Yeah.
too. See, here in Alberta, there's a lot of ghost towns that were started because of old coal mines
Mhm.
in the mid to late 1800s. And then they would shut down the mines. So, you'd have a town of maybe 200 or 300 people, and everybody would just up and move because everybody pretty much worked at the mine, or any of the related businesses were, relied on the miners that lived in that town, right? So when the mine shut down, everybody leaves. So there's these towns that are kind of still around with these old shut down mines kind of dotted all over southern and central Alberta.
Yeah.
Or even little farming communities that just dried
Right.
up. So you have, a cluster of 10 or 12 old buildings from the
Oh,
1850s or
that's so
something. And
cool.
it's just these little ghost towns in the middle of nowhere.
You guys got a lake up above you that I would just really love to go to next year. It used to be it's a pretty big lake. It's almost the size of Lake Erie. I can't remember the name of it offhand. Um,
We have a few pretty big lakes that are a couple hundred miles north of where I am. There's Pigeon Lake,
There's
Gull
Pigeon.
Lake, Pine Lake, and Sylvan Lake. But then in northern Alberta, there's Lake Athabasca. That's that huge lake.
Yeah, there was one up there. I can't remember what you call it. There's a mining community that used to be, but it's abandoned next to it. Old something lake, and then there's a river that's the same name, and then a smaller lake
Oh,
next.
Old Man. Yeah, the Old Man Lake, Old Man River. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And then there's I can see on the Google map that there's a there's an old mining community right there. They're operating on on half half or quarter, whatever they're operating on now. So I'd like to do that if I can find a way to move my bike. If I could do something and I'm out there and I go, okay, I can if I can get my bike on a Greyhound and just shoot somewhere and
Mhm.
then start bicycling again.
You could do that. The cargo compartments that are underneath those
Yeah,
Greyhound buses, they're really big.
yeah, they are really big, and that I had the foldable bike. If I could, man, if I could just get those tires strong enough, I would rather ride the little one than the big one actually because it's lighter, it's aluminum, it's lightweight, and it's a very fun bike. It's fun as F to ride, and doing that one, I notice I can do more mileage on that little one than I can my big one, simply because I pedal more on it, and
And it's a little bit lighter, maybe as well,
lighter.
right?
Yeah, it's lighter and everything, and but I have to put fat tires on it, and that's gonna set me back 3, 4, 500 bucks on it.
Right. You know what I was looking at to do this summer, but I just didn't get a chance to do it. So I'm going to have to try to get my ass in gear to try to do it next summer. Was when you see people riding their bikes and they pull those, they're like a little trailer, but it's
Yeah,
just got a canvas top and they put their little kids in it.
yeah,
And they can usually fit like two little kids, like, size of toddlers, sort of. I was thinking of buying one of those little trailers because
right.
if you just reinforce the flooring on it, you could actually
Yeah,
use that as a little like a little carrying trailer to carry your gear and tow it on your bicycle. But
okay.
also then you could use it as a little tent and you could just pull
Yeah.
over somewhere and sleep in it. At
No,
least for a small guy like me,
yeah.
I could, right?
A small tent would cost you a little bit of money. I think I just paid $36 for mine. And those things, if you had like what they are selling at DIY and some products now is the graphite rods, the carbon graphite rods.
Okay.
And I was thinking, man, those carbon graphite rods, as hard as they are and stuff, you might be able to just build yourself a little flip out bed for, 15, $20 and learn how to mold the carbon graphite. And it'll be 2, 3 pounds.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah. Now they do sell the aluminum rods too, but then you got to buy, it still starts gathering weight.
Yeah, yeah. See, and the thing with me is, again, because I'm not a really big guy. I mean, I'm in pretty good shape, so I'm pretty strong for a
Yeah.
guy my size. But when you only weigh 150 pounds, you don't want to pull a 200-pound trailer, like a trailer
Yeah.
with 200 pounds worth of gear in it, right? So if I could get that down to 100 pounds, that would be, my food, my water,
Food.
maybe a tent, a little cooking stove or something, maybe, and all my supplies, a couple of days worth of clothing, and my fishing rod, and good to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking, I was building before that you take some, instead of, lugging water with you, we might better filter your own water.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have a little bag that I take with me if I leave the house to go anywhere. I mean, if I just go to the corner store, I don't take it
Yeah.
with me. But
Yeah.
if I'm going to run errands somewhere, or go to the bank, or if I'm going to on my big grocery trip, I always throw it in my backpack. It's just I call it my get home bag, a little survival bag that
Yeah.
has, a little fire making kit, a little fishing kit.
That's what I got, a little fishing rod, a little fishing kit. And
Yeah, it's basically a little bug out bag, but it's to help me get home to where my bug out bag is.
yeah.
And in there, I have a life straw
Okay.
that
Yeah.
so that if I need to stop and get some water just to make it from wherever I am back home again, then
Yeah.
at least I can do it, right?
What I was figuring, if I got the little 12-volt pumps that I, used to use for my carpet cleaning business, and some of them are very light, they're very small, and a filter like you put on your faucet, and that's very light. I worked on doing the little things. Plus, I have the electric right on the bike. I have 36 volts.
Yeah, that's pretty good to assist with your pedaling and that sort of thing, isn't it? Like it's pretty powerful,
Oh
isn't
yeah,
it?
it's powerful. Yeah, I learned a lot this year about it too. I had to learn about it and learn what they were and everything. And I learned that the 250-watt motors that are a lot less light and everything don't lack any power. And the little 250-watt is just as powerful as the 500, the big 500-watt or the 1,000 watts. And people often mistake their wattage on those things. That just means you're burning more watts. If you want to
Okay.
go farther, and I got the 3 assist modes on the,
Okay.
which is a geared motor, and the geared motor works much nicer at 250 watts. I can go from light assist and pedal forever, and get maybe 30, 40 miles a day, or I can put it on medium assist or high assist, or if I need to just go, I just put it down and it full throttle.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah,
You know what? One time I was looking at one of those little electric scooters because I'm not sure about the rest of Canada, but I know here in Alberta, if it's the engine size is 50 cc or less, you don't need registration, insurance, you don't need a driver's license, no nothing. You could just charge up the battery on it and go, and they can
yeah.
usually go for a couple hundred kilometers, a few hundred miles on a battery. But there was 2 models that I was interested in because it's when I was working at the big grocery store, Safeway, and
Okay.
one of the I was out having a smoke break, and one of my customers pulled up on this scooter thing, and he was a pretty big guy, about your size.
Hmm.
And I knew this customer really well, so I kind of joked with him, and I said, "Man, it's those little things are pretty powerful because you're a pretty big guy, to be able to haul you around at a good clip." And he said, "In the city for him, it's perfect. He can get up to 80 kilometers per hour, which is about close to 40, around 40 miles an hour,
Yeah.
close to 40, 35 mile per hour maybe."
Yeah.
But he said because he's big, he had to buy the one that has the heavy duty frame on it. But he said for a guy your size, you buy the one with the lightweight frame, and it'll go faster. It'll go 100 kilometers per hour, which means I could take it on the highway. It'll go up to 55 or 60 miles per hour.
Wow, 55. That's
So that's not bad. So I was looking at this thing, 49 cc engine, electric motor. It can go 55 miles per hour with a guy my size on it. You're not paying for gas. You're not paying for insurance, registration, nothing.
yeah.
All you need is your learner's permit. You don't even need your driver's license.
Yeah, Riff just gave me a $10 donation. He says it's for Trav's guitar fund. Riff talked me through I freaked out when my Towner thing busted. I was like, oh no, now I don't have a guitar. I'm so screwed here. And I called.
Oh, that was nice. Oh, Riff's a good guy. Yeah. Traveler Cave gave you a 5.
Yeah.
I think that's British pounds there. I think 5 pounds.
So Riff talked me through that, and that's the beauty of MGTOW, there, isn't it? I called Riff and I said, Riff, have you ever had this happen? And he was like, no, but just we talked about all the options, and then as I was doing it, I lucked out because I got where it had snapped off. I just wiggled it a little, and there was this little tab where I just kind of needled it out, and bought the new parts and everything. So
that's the beauty about a lot of MGTOW too, is they actually enjoy sharing their knowledge or sharing, a little tidbit of information that's something from their specialty or something that's from their passion or their hobby,
Yeah.
And do it proudly and happily, yeah, sure, however I can help you out, I'll try to do my damnedest,
Yeah, and I learned a lot too while I was doing this. And I told Riff that I rewarded myself with a gold-plated output jack.
Yeah,
and I put that.
It does improve the sound, actually.
Oh my God, Whiskey! The sound is like 10 times. It's like I put a $200 upgrade on it.
Yeah. I noticed that because I, as you know, I collect vinyl records. I've got hundreds and hundreds of vinyl records, and mostly blues, classic rock, and jazz. And so, of course, I've got a fairly decent stereo system and turntable. I mean, it's not super expensive, top of the line or anything, but it's pretty good. But a couple of years ago, I swapped out all the wires for the gold plated, and man, it was like I bought a new stereo system.
Yeah, I was like so shocked. I was like, wow, I got echo back in it now, and I can hear my echo. when I tap, and it's like bump, 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 bump. And I was like, oh, that is so cool. That hasn't happened since I don't ever remember it happened. And it's real clean now. And I was like so shocked. I was like, because it is an old guitar.
Mhm.
I was like, oh, geez, I didn't want to have my buddy from across the street came over and he was looking at it and he was like, that's a cheap one.
Yeah, but if it does the trick, if it works, then why not?
But I love it.
I mean, the little acoustic 6-string guitar I have, and I can't even play very well at all. I'm terrible. But I mean, that was just like I don't know, a $200 cheap guitar, a Kona or something that I bought at Sears years ago, back when Sears was still around up here. They're not even around up here anymore.
Yeah. Now the
But
neighbor.
it does the trick, so why not?
Yeah.
But you probably had problems when you swapped out your strings because, again, you're a big guy, you got big hands, big fingers, so you need the thicker gauge string, right?
Yeah, I needed a heavier gauge string. You would think it would be the opposite if you wanted to play faster, but for my fat fingers, I needed something heavier. And I got my fingers cut off at the tips.
Yeah.
I could never feel the light strings.
Yeah, your sensitivity is lost a bit on your tips of your fingers, right?
So I went with the fat ones, and they broke those toner rods.
You could still play wicked fast with really heavy gauge strings. Look at Stevie Ray Vaughan. He played with
huge strings.
They were like airplane cables or something. I don't know what the hell those were, but he could play faster than most, and really skilled too. So
Yeah, and his bends and his pull-offs and stuff were so. God, I did I ever tell you a story about me and Stevie Ray Vaughan?
No.
Went to a Cleveland concert, and one of his last concerts before he had the plane crash, and I decided to get a little drunk and high that day, and I noticed that I had this black shirt on with a little Mickey Mouse here.
Okay.
It was an old Disney shirt that I had bought like 40 years ago, 30 years ago or something, and it looked just like the security shirt.
Okay.
So at that time I was pretty slim and healthy, and I was like, I just started walking like I was a security guy, and I walked down into the security area, and then I walked down, and then before I knew it, I was standing. I put my arms and I folded them like this.
Yeah.
I just stood there, and I was standing 15 feet away from Stevie Ray Vaughan while he was playing.
That's fantastic.
My brother, I looked down into the pit there, and I looked, and my brother was like, yeah. So I thought that was the greatest thing that ever happened to me, and I could actually see from that distance what he was doing, and it was just so amazing. Being a guitarist, you appreciate what he was doing.
Yeah, you could sort of see the little fine details.
So it was like, wow. I just keep pose, stay in frame, Joe. Don't let anybody know you don't belong here.
Yeah, don't draw it too much undue attention to yourself.
Yeah, just fold your arms. Fold your arms and try to show the muscles, and they'll think you're one of them.
Yeah, if you look the part, then people will probably be like, yeah, okay, I'm not going to mess with that guy.
Oh, man, I was high as fuck, too.
Maybe that's why you had balls of steel to even try it.
Yeah. But that was a great concert. That was Jeff Beck, Stevie Ray Vaughan, and someone else. I think it was Jake Giles.
Yeah, I like Jake Giles band. They're pretty good.
Giles, yeah. Jake Giles was
Jake Giles and Peter Wolf and all those guys. They were a great band.
Yeah, that was a great band. That was a great concert. It was a small venue too, and it was like just to get in was kind of expensive because it wasn't a major hall. It was like it was 30,000, 20,000. I think it was a 22,000 hall.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's like the last couple of times I saw Buddy Guy play. He didn't play at a big, huge auditorium or even a big concert hall. He played at one of the big casinos that's over in Calgary.
Okay.
So the room that he played held 2,000 people or
that's nice,
something like that. So my buddy and I who went, we had front row center, so we were about 6 feet away from Buddy Guy, and the stage isn't really high up. The stage is only about 3 feet high. So I mean, it's you're like right there. You could basically give him a high five after his guitar solo kind of thing.
Yeah, like Buddy Guy noticed me.
Yeah. Well, he did throw me a guitar pick and I caught it, so that was cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. But I mean, he's just a a cool guy to watch live anyways, because he's one of the kind of old school blues guys that's still around, and he's still young enough to be touring and playing. Well,
Yeah.
he's 83, but he's still healthy enough and active enough where he can still tour and play and stuff. So that's a great show.
Yeah, that's.
But when you're close enough, like you said, to notice the little subtle things that they do when they're playing,
Yeah.
it's just immerses you and gets you that much more into the music or the art form. And you appreciate the artistry of that musician a lot more, you know?
Oh yeah, you know the greatest thing I ever seen. You know the orchestra pits.
Yep.
We got up and it was in the Playhouse in Cleveland, and they have an orchestra pit there, and we were watching Young Frankenstein to play.
Yep.
And it was some really groovy. They were playing this really groovy sort of Hungarian sort of music overtones in an orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
And me and my buddy had seats, and he was a musician for soundboard. He was a good soundboard musician. He did a lot of the big stars and everything. And we kind of moved over, and we were looking over and it was right there and everything. And it was amazing. Those guys, you know, those professional musicians of that quality. It was just amazing to watch, and it was so cool. And he just watched them, and they were doing this really tricky upbeat stuff. It was like me and my buddy were just smiling, like wow, I want to be that guy. I want to aspire to be that guy. I want to be that good.
You know, the musicians that I find seem to be the most talented and the most sort of technically accomplished, but still down to earth.
Yeah.
Are the guys that kind of bounce between being in a band and doing session work in a studio. Those guys are really, because they have to constantly be at the top of their game. It's not like, okay, hey, hey, Jimmy, we're going to go on tour in 3 months. So you got, 3 months to practice and get really good.
Yeah.
No, these guys are constantly at the top of their game all the time, because they never know when they're going to get called into the studio to lay down some tracks. And if they're still involved in a band, they may be recording an album, or they may be touring or writing songs or writing music or whatever, So those guys are, I don't know, they just seem to take it to the next level a lot of time. Like Jimmy Page is a great example of that.
He could just play with anybody. I was just watching Jimmy play with one of those, who was it? Dr. John, I think it was. Jimmy Page and Dr. John did something together. And I was like, wow, he just walked in and played.
Yeah, Jimmy Page is one of those guys that could play with anybody, because his first band when he was a teenager, they played like American music that they were getting over in England when he was younger. They were playing like rockabilly and like cool country music and stuff.
Love rockabilly.
So he started playing all that, and then he got into blues, and then from there, then into rock and roll. So he can play like classical and jazz and blues and country and rock. He's just one of those guys, that just, and he could bounce between bands and being a session guy without missing a beat.
Oh yeah, we just discovered Psychobilly a few years ago. The Reverend Horton Heat.
Yeah. I like bands like that too, like the Cramps.
Yeah, I love that Psychobilly, rockabilly.
Psychobilly stuff is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool to go watch that too. We go down to this little place, Euclid Beach. It used to be a big Euclid Beach ballroom, and there used to be a big amusement park there. But in the 60s, they tore it down like they did with a lot of amusement parks, and now they have the beach ballroom. And Horton Heat came there, and there was a Cracker and some guy that made a bass guitar out of a 57 Chevrolet muffler.
Oh, cool.
And he was playing, and his band was doing that. It was all rockabilly, except for Cracker. Cracker wasn't rockabilly, but it was cool to see Cracker too. And Reverend Horton Heat came out, and it was all standing. It was about 500 people shoved into this little place. They started. I wasn't going to get moshing because I would get tore up.
Yeah. I stay away from the mosh pits too. When I was younger, it wasn't a problem, but
yeah, I can't throw punches like I used to.
So I'm too old for that now, and I'm not a big guy, so I just get trampled.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Rockabilly's cool. I love that. There's always something new, and if you expand just expand out of what you like and what you don't like, or what you think you don't like, sometimes you can go see something really cool that you can appreciate musically and go, wow, that was really cool. And I didn't know that was like that. That was there.
Yeah. Yeah. And Reverend Horton Heat have been around for quite a while, and they're really good, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. He does Marijuana. That was his classic beach song.
Yeah. The riffs talking about Stray Cats. Yeah. I love the Stray Cats. They're
Oh,
great too.
it's never seen the Stray Cats with what was that guy's name?
Brian Setzer.
Yeah, Brian Seitzer and the Brian Seitzer Orchestra.
Yeah. He's great. He's a great guitarist. He's I never saw the Stray Cats, but I've seen the Brian Setzer Orchestra. They came through Calgary, so I went there to see them. It was part of his big Christmas where it was Brian Setzer and his Little Big Band or something, I think it was called.
Little
And
Big, yeah.
it was about 5 years ago. He was doing a big tour to promote his holiday or Christmas album, and that was a great show. Man, that guy could shred that thing.
Yeah.
And then I saw there's a band called Lee Rocker's Stray Cat.
Okay.
He was the slap bass player for the Stray Cats, so he was touring with his own band. I went and saw them. They were really good. But I've never seen the Stray Cats together. But they're touring again because they just put out a new album last year. It's their 40th anniversary, believe it or not.
Anniversary, hard to believe, huh?
I know. They started off as just a bunch of punk-ass kids, you know, and here they are 40 years later.
Oh, man. Yeah. Just, going out doing that stuff is fun. In Cleveland, I know it's just a 40-mile drive from where I live, and there's always something going on. So sometimes we just, okay, what is the weirdest thing we can go see? Whether that be, one of those underground blues places or, something that's coming through town or something, you can always go see something interesting.
We used to have a nice blues juke joint here just in my neighborhood, and it closed down. The guy, he owned the building, but he didn't own the land that it was on. So his property taxes kept going up and going up and going up, and finally he just said, "To the hell with this." So he moved to a different part of the town, and it's not close anymore. But we used to get a lot of really great bands that would roll through, like local bands, like Canadian bands or bands from Western Canada or maybe Northwestern states, like maybe out of Oregon or Washington or something like that, and they'd come up. So you get a lot of like great blues bands or jazz ensembles or rockabilly bands and stuff.
Yeah, the blues scene, it's pretty good here in Cleveland, and you learn the bars that all the blues artists. And there was going to be an open mic night at one of them, and one of the nights and everything. And that's always really cool to just go watch, and they get together and they all kind of know the same music. So they're in and out, and just the local guys. And that's a lot of fun too, if you do that, and
this neighborhood blues joint used to host Sunday jams, Sunday afternoons, and then all into Sunday night. You could just get together with just random musicians and just jam with them. And because this place had live music 7 nights a week, they were open 7 nights a week. So they'd bring acts in Monday through Saturday, but then Sunday they would just have open jams where anybody in the neighborhood could just come in and join in. It was fun. Yeah. I used to do that a lot.
Yeah, they'll bring in some kids once in a while, like the kid drummer. He's really good, and cheer him on and applaud, and the new talent always wants to jump up there and see if they're good enough, and
and that's a good way for them to kind of get used to playing in front of a crowd, because on an open jam you might only have 50 people in the place. It's a Sunday afternoon, right? So it's a good way to kind of get used to performing in front of people, and then you can slowly build up to bigger and bigger crowds,
Yeah, that's the way I did it. There's always that fear that you suck,
Sure, and it's always intimidating. It doesn't matter how confident you are in your abilities and how well you play or whatever. It's still a little bit of an intimidation factor, even if you just don't give a crap what other people think. It can be a little bit daunting to get up there and have all the eyes trained on you,
There's always that one guy that's going to tell you suck.
Sure, even if you're great, he's going to tell you suck.
He's the drunk guy. You suck, guy.
Yeah. You get up here. Oh, no, I can't. Well, then you suck too, so shut up.
Yeah, I can appreciate, before I had my accidents, and, I started playing out a little, and I was getting really good at jazz. That was my thing, jazz guitar, which nobody understood. and I'd start sitting in once in a while, and that was just really fun for me. And then I lost the tips.
Well, that's even BB King says that jazz guitar players are better than blues guitar players because they understand the chord progressions better.
Yeah.
Even BB King himself said, like, arguably one of the best blues guitar players who ever walked the face of the earth. And he said jazz guitarists are like his idols were Django Reinhardt and Charlie Christian.
Okay.
I mean, the two best jazz guitarists of all time, right? So
yeah,
there's definitely something to be said for jazz guitar. It ain't easy. It's really
no, it was
difficult.
really hard. My second teacher, my second guitar teacher, my first guitar teacher was a Christian rocker.
Oh, okay.
And then my second guitar teacher he used to play jazz guitar in the mall, in the local mall, and they would hire him, and he'd sit there and do his thing, and he was really great. I thought he was really great. He taught me a lot. I mean, he was just a really great teacher and everything, and then well, everything ends.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Jesus, warm enough. You got a fly in there. Amazing.
I've had a fly problem in my house, and it's just like won't go away.
Yeah, they found the warm place to hang out for the winter.
They found a warm place. Yeah, the drains, the flies. Well, as soon as it gets cold enough, or the drains start getting that cold air in them too, uh, they'll just. It hasn't really gotten cold, and they're all just they went down into the pipes and the sewers and the drains, and they're living down there. And every night, if I don't cover it, they come up.
Right. Yeah, but once it gets cold enough for a long enough time, then that's it. They'll kill them off. Yeah.
High rate. I was thinking about just one of these days when it does get 20 degrees, I was just going to open the house up, all the windows, and turn all the fans on and go rake some leaves or something for about a couple hours. Yeah, they're driving me nuts. But this is the first year that happened. But I think it's my fault too. I have to look at myself, do the introspection, because at the beginning of the year, you know what I did? I did natural farming, and I didn't want the stink bugs to start laying eggs in the cucumbers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I put raw meat out to increase the fly, the fly that you just seen, the little flies.
Yeah, the little house flies kind of deal. Yeah.
To increase the amount of those in the yard, because those kill the stink bugs. And now I can't get rid of them.
I can remember when I was a kid and still lived back east. And we were always at my grandparents' farm. And my grandmother, well, my grandparents, both of them had this huge vegetable garden, but mostly it was my grandmother's job to tend the garden because my granddad was out working the farm. But I can remember as a kid, there'd be potato bugs and spider webs and spiders everywhere. And I'd say to her, like, Grandma, don't you want to get rid of all these bugs? Don't they eat the plant? And she said, no, I keep the spiders because they eat the flies and all the other bugs. And I keep the potato bugs because they eat all the aphids and all the mayflies.
The aphids, yeah.
So she says it's a more natural way than using pesticides because pesticides are poison. And this way, it's kind of like its own little ecosystem working all very efficiently.
Yeah, that's what I did, and because I'm conscious, I'm green conscious. I know that's kind of a bad word with some people, but but I started using the bugs like that, and to do it, and now I have to figure out how to make it stop.
Yeah, it gets out of hand real quick. You're like, oh no. Set the wheels in motion. Now what?
Yeah. See, I don't know everything. I have to go back and learn this now. It gives me something to do. Eventually, one day, you know how we are, us MGTOWs, we'll just sit down and read everything there is in like a couple of days about it.
Yeah, you find every book on the subject and just power through them.
Yeah, that's the way I am and everything. Yeah, well, there's our friend, We Smell Corruption. I hope you're doing well, We Smell Corruption.
Yeah, there's a lot of fellows in the chat joining in.
Yeah, Shingles and Riff and Trailer and Tigress is in, and I don't have the regular main page on, so I can only see the StreamYard page, which is behind.
Oh, I have the other page open too, actually.
Okay.
Eric Wingard's here, Riff Magos, Shingles, Tiger Sea, Traveler Cave, We Smell Corruption, And then there's been a bunch of fellows that are kind of jumping in and out,
jumping in and out. Yeah.
lurking, and Chewie's here, Wookiee supremacy, of
Chewie.
course.
Yeah. Great. Great.
Hank the Mean Man. I've seen Hank around recently a couple
Hank's
times.
around.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. So we got a little bit of work here to do in MGTOW this next year, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I kind of would like to see things in 2020 steer in the direction of, a little bit more of a solidarity. And like I said, of course, not all of us have to try to get along. It's never. I mean, we got to be realistic here. But if we can at least find a lot more common ground that we can see eye to eye on, then that small stuff, that don't sweat the small stuff, that we can just cast aside. The little personal things, the little stupid little things that.
Yeah,
that end up erupting. Making mountains out of molehills doesn't do anyone any good.
Yeah. Put principles before personalities. I don't know where that comes from. I just remember it, and I have to read up on it a little. But I think we have a goal. We're single-mindedness on our purpose. We know what MGTOW wants, and to focus on our goals. I think that would be better for the whole group. I mean, get goal-oriented and work towards something instead of all this a collective individualism, and that splits the group.
Yeah. Well, I kind of look at it as much the same as just sort of, again, MGTOW overall. I mean, it's cool to each of us have our own little groups and little circles of sort of close friends or buddies that you talk to maybe on more of a regular basis, but the overall idea or philosophy we all share. So it should be kind of the same thing amongst certain individuals or certain groups, that we could sort of rally together and get behind certain ideas as a group of men, and maybe that also help to drive home the importance of staying on point, and help to get rid of a lot of these goofy life coaches and the guys that aren't MGTOW but are using the MGTOW acronym, the MGTOW label, the tagging. And I mean, I get it. It's just a label. It's just a word. Ultimately, really, it doesn't really mean much. But I still think it's important to identify with that acronym, just in the sense that way we all know who we're talking to and we all know what we're talking about. If you say that you're an electrician and I say that I'm an electrician, then we should be able to talk about electricity. But if somebody says they're an electrician, but they're a plumber, and I'm an electrician, and then he and I want to talk about electricity together, he's not on the same page. We may both be tradesmen, we may both be journeymen, we may both work with our hands in construction, but an electrician and a plumber are different.
Right.
So don't call yourself an electrician if you're a plumber. Don't call yourself a MGTOW if you're a PUA or if you're an MRA or whatever. That's fine if that's what you're doing. That's cool. I'm not going to go and try to, discourage you from doing what it is you want to do with your time as a man. But if you're a PUA, then don't try to preach MGTOW philosophy, because you don't get it, because you don't live by it. You're walking something. You're walking a different path.
Right. Right. It's about common respect and, things like that. I think we can build that in MGTOW, and we just have to get some guys that are, kind of dedicated to it, and, start saying it. It's just really, you just start saying it out loud, and that might even be the cure. Just say it out loud, that it'll be a non-friendly thing for a lot of people, but you're just going to have to say it out loud. And probably by the end of the year next year, we'll be talking a different game here.
Yeah, maybe, hopefully. I mean, it's, again, I've always said that MGTOW is probably one of the most open, accepting sort of lifestyle choices or philosophies or ways to live or whatever you want to call it. Because when it's all said and done, it's about us as men. So whether you're a black man or a white man or a brown man or a yellow man or a red man, whether you're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, or none of the above, whether you're Buddhist or Hindu, whether you're from England, the US, Iceland, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We're all having to face the same issues,
Right.
and all those issues affect us in the same ways for the most part. Even though, I mean, we're all unique and individual, but it hits us all with the same severity. And that's the type of thing that we have to try to keep in mind and try to rally around, and try to keep that in mind,
Right.
and make sure that we find strength in that solidarity of MGTOW. Try to keep it pure. And it sounds maybe a little cheesy or a little snobby or uppity to say that, to keep it pure, but you're right. We do have to keep out, the life coaches and the PUAs and all that. They have, their groups and stuff that they can run with, and they get plenty of exposure and plenty of
they can do that.
Plenty of people that support them and get involved in what they talk about, and that's fine. And that, so why do they need to come over here and bug us in what we're talking about? That's what I don't understand.
They're sort of insulting to us because they're making a presupposition that when they come over here, that they're saying is you need me, and there's something. What they're really saying is there's something wrong with you guys, and there's nothing wrong with us. We choose our lifestyle, and we do it from their point of view because we're not choosing to do what they want us to do. There must be something wrong with us. We need some life coaching. And
because we're not towing the same line they are, then we must be mentally defective. So we have to be convinced that we've got to do it their way.
And that's the insulting part to me. It's like there's absolutely nothing wrong with me. I function properly in my life, and I don't have no problem with anything. And but when they come with that stuff, it's like, oh, you must need some, and it's always that silly sort of Maslow's self-actualization stuff. It's a one size fits all philosophy that one guy can take and get a totally different message from another guy. It's like that ambiguous philosophy.
Yeah. It's like I mean, there's a difference between. I see what you're saying. It's almost like it's a generic, like you said, one size fits all. It's like a big ball of clay. And here, you shape it to however you want.
Yeah, you shape it and it fits you, and that's great. And but that's not MGTOW. We have a pretty set philosophy, and I
mean, from a certain point of view, I sort of understand where a lot of these life coaches are coming from. If their motivations are virtuous, if they truly want to help men, that I understand. I think that's something that we can all identify with. If you truly just want to help men, give them some good advice, give them some a little bit of sage wisdom based on the experiences that you've lived through and come out on the other side a little better for. I get it. But then when you start placing too much importance on that ideal and then dismissing that other person's other ideas. So these life coaches come along and they say, rather than saying, oh, so that's what you're doing. Oh, okay. How is that working for you? And trying to understand and open up a little bit more to it. They just dismiss it and they say, no, that's not right. This is the way you have to do it. Whereas in MGTOW, we're saying, try it. It's not for every man, but try it. If it works for you, then fantastic. If it doesn't, then at least you've tried and and you have a better understanding.
Yeah. Now they come in with this sort of set of naturalistic philosophy instead of like we come with. It's more of a rigid philosophy. And it's not. There's a lot of philosophy, but it's sort of a rigid game plan that we have.
Yeah,
it's not that naturalistic philosophy, one size fits all, and I don't think they understand that. But if they come in with like, hey, if you got a vitamin regimen that works for men and you understand the male body, and that's great,
Yeah, that kind of stuff is very in line with MGTOW because it's useful information that can keep you on a healthy path. Or if it's tips on how to improve your finances or any of that stuff, build your skill set. I mean, I'm all for that.
Right. Yeah.
But when they say you have to forego all of the other choices that you make in your life in order to have access to that kind of stuff by only accepting my ideas, well, and that's when it becomes problematic.
But they start you're doing this because you want to get a woman, don't you?
Well, that, and of course that will always creep in, right?
No, I'm doing things for myself, not that I want to get a woman. And then they show their simpness in that. They show their weakness, their weakness, their Achilles heel is that. And it's like, oh man.
Well, the other thing too that, and a couple of guys in the comment are talking about it. It's because they just want the easy money and the monetization and stuff. But the funny thing is that it's tougher and tougher to make money on YouTube anyway. So I think for a lot of the life coach content creators, as well as maybe a lot of the MGTOW content creators, the new guys come up, they think they're going to start a channel and make hundreds or thousands of dollars a month through, ad revenue and through Patreon and PayPal and super chats and all that. And when it's not those fertile fields anymore, like it was 6, 7, 8 years ago,
Yeah.
They give up because their motivation was just trying to gain exposure and money rather than trying to do the right thing and help.
Right. I do think that with the bulldog mindset, he's a professional YouTuber, and he looked at MGTOW as we're like a market.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to tap in on that market.
And that's like women think. He was looking at us like a market, and he may be damaging guys along, but all he sees is the money and expanding because he came in with what 300, 400,000 viewers, or he started failing. What I looked at, he was in a different, he was in the self-help groups and that kind of groups. And then he started failing. So he started adding other groups to try to make up for it. And because of the downgrade in the MGTOW or the YouTube, monetization, he was looking to go into other groups. And that's what we can't have, guys that are just coming over from, workout places just because they want to increase their monetization. And
yeah. Ed Traveler Cave makes a good point too. Says they don't necessarily want YouTube money, but they want to charge $200 an hour to some idiots who are going through a hard time. Right. Well, even still, then they're coming to MGTOW with misguided motivations. Like you said, they're still trying to infiltrate to try to tap into a group that maybe a new revenue stream.
Right. Yeah.
So they may not be getting money directly from YouTube through ad revenue or monetization or whatever, but they're still trying to make money from coming into different groups that normally that they wouldn't have even considered. Like, why would you consider trying to improve the life of somebody who's walking the path of MGTOW? One would assume that guy's pretty much got his shit together already and probably doesn't need a lot of coaching.
Now, that was what's so insulting about the SPI group that came around 2 years ago. And then all of a sudden there was like $20 an hour for counseling. And they were saying, if you're feeling suicidal, we're going to open up a suicide hotline. And then the first thing that came to my mind is, oh my God, do you have the training to do that? Do you have the certificate to do that? And
well, that's the other thing too, is, some of this stuff requires
you
specialized training and credentials. And I don't see a lot of these guys
decide whether on the phone with you, you're responsible.
Yeah. And I don't see a lot of credentials on the wall in the background for a lot of these guys,
And that's what I started asking. And they were all over me like I was doing something wrong, like I was inhibiting their right to do that on YouTube. And I was just asking some reasonable, logical questions. And then that goes to the one guy that I got in the argument with years ago. He was homeless. He wanted to start a homeless shelter. And he was like, he was going to take money from the MGTOWs and start a homeless shelter. And then I asked him, do you have your 501k or K? And do you have your state ID for non-tax? And there's things you have to do. Do you have your rota grant?
Yeah.
It's like,
do you have a business outline, and do you have
is there who's going to be the overseers? Because there has to be someone to oversee. You have to get you have to get professionals from your area and your neighborhood to these are things that you're accountable for that money once you do that. But he's like, no, I don't. He wanted to steal from the government. You can't do that. I mean,
the government steals from you, not the other way around.
Yeah.
If you try to steal from the government, you're going to go to jail. They'll catch you. Trust me.
You'll go to jail if you don't have a 501. And And I mean, it was totally ridiculous. And once I started saying that to him, he was like, "Oh, Jerusalem MGTOW is an asshole." It's like, "Oh no, I'm just rational." And we never even checked out with the mayor of MGTOW before he did his thing. Do you have someone that's accountable for that money? Are you accountable? Can I sue you? No, I can't, because it was just a
just a created persona online on a platform like YouTube. Yeah. So I mean, how can you ever find out?
basically should be in jail for that one. But
yeah, exactly. That's what do they call that? Extortion? Not extortion, but
yeah, it's
a scam, basically.
Yeah, you have to do these things the right way. And I mean, in MGTOW, we're kind of short. We're a new group, a lot of the guys don't know the right ways to do these things. And sooner or later, we will. Usually, knowledge comes through painful events, but we'll learn. And
well, and that's one of the things we try to do too, is we try to provide men with some of that knowledge beforehand, so they don't have to necessarily learn the hard way like we did. They may not necessarily have to go through all of that. They could sidestep it and just run with the newfound knowledge and skill set, rather than having to go through all the shitstorm.
Right, yeah. So there's a lot of I forgot. Well, Shingles, I've forgotten about the mayor of MGTOW.
Yeah.
It's good that we all forget about that. We got had.
Well, and that's, to be honest, I for a while there was kicking around the idea of writing a book, but basically just expanding further on those 5 commandments of the MGTOW monk that I always talk about. Basically just 5 chapters in a book, and just breaking each one down and opening up that box a little bit more and diving more into it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you'd have to self-publish, because no one in their right mind would publish that. Well, they should be in their right mind. They would publish it, but they're not in their right mind, so they won't publish it, of course. So you have to self-publish, which costs a bit of cash. So then, some of the fellows were like, well, you could just do a GoFundMe and that. But that there's always that shadow looming over the level of trust, because of, guys like the mayor of MGTOW and other projects that people were all jazzed out about, and then it turned out to be a scam, or it didn't work out. And then people are like, okay, well, can I get my money back? And nope, it's gone, or that guy's gone, or whatever, right?
Yeah. I just bought a new outline for self-publishing. I took the course and everything, and this year, at the beginning of this year, and the guy's really great. And he sends you you give him your email address, and he sends you all the updates and everything. And he doesn't bother you that much, and he just gives you useful information. I'll send you the link on that for the self-publishing book that I bought.
Okay.
It was an Amazon product.
Yeah, I know that Amazon does have a self-published service.
Yeah.
There's a guy who has a gaming channel here on YouTube. He does gaming, but he also does social commentary. He talks about like SJW agendas in like Star Wars movies and stuff like that. And he just put out a book, and it's self-published, and it was through Amazon.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's a lot of you can self-publish, and it's great. Years ago I wrote a book, and it was self-published, and there's just a little common knowledge book on logistics of apartment management.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And how to manage 1,000 apartment buildings and everything, what you need to do that. And there's a lot of information people don't know, and they get to so that was years and years and years ago, and so it's really it's a useful tool to self-publishing things.
Yeah, because unfortunately, even publishers and publishing houses now, if you don't fall in line with the mainstream narrative, good luck getting any of your work published.
A MGTOW book, it's like which they automatically go to misogyny.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh no, we can't publish you, and that's just become censorship. It's like, oh, you little Nazis. I mean, a guy like me would say, well, please explain what misogyny is. Is that an intuitive feeling that you have?
Yeah, why is that the first thing you went to? Is it
Yeah.
because you feel that way and you're projecting it on me?
Hmm.
Because MGTOW and misogyny are not, they're not mutually exclusive. You don't. I mean, just because you're MGTOW doesn't mean that you have to go around being angry, hating everybody.
Yeah,
I
some
mean,
this group that wants nothing to do with that group is no, that doesn't make no sense.
yeah.
um,
I mean, most of us are in the situation we're in because we, at one point or another, liked women, loved women,
love
wanted to
them.
be around women, wanted to do anything we could to be around women,
Yeah,
and
bought it.
not just for the physical acts too, but everything that we assumed went along with that in a relationship.
Oh, yeah, the family, the whole thing, what we were told, how we were perceived that things were supposed to work on this planet,
Sure.
and we
So, I mean, that doesn't sound like a bunch of misogynists to me. I mean, a bunch of men that love women and, I mean, to their own detriment, to their own fault, right? And many of us got burned and still continue to go back for more a couple of times before we finally learned. I know I did.
yeah, I mean,
Hell, even after my divorce, where my ex was involved with a pimp and a drug dealer, and that guy tried to kill me. I mean, within a year and a half after I kind of got over that, I mean, it was trying to get right back on the horse and try again. It's ridiculous.
yeah,
You
like
thought I
I
would
said,
have learned after that extreme situation, but no.
yeah, I say I'm the biggest trans feminist in this world. I want to support them. I want them to get agency. I want them to get responsibility. I want them to get everything they want in this world. I want them to climb to the highest peaks they can climb, and along with that, they can leave me alone. They,
Sure, but we want them to earn it. We
I want you
want
to.
them. We want them to earn it, yeah, and then just take ownership of it, be responsible for their actions,
Be
and
responsible for their actions,
and
and
don't and just
I
worry about themselves instead of bothering everybody else all the time.
support that 100% there. It's like you go, girl. Get that, and you become the best person you can, and bust through that glass ceiling. And I'll support that 100%. But don't you? But the hypocrisy of it is you can, when you do those things, there's no more living off of men.
Yeah, well, and you would think too that the more that they strive to achieve and the higher up they get, the more that they would realize that there isn't a patriarchy, that they're
There's no.
not being held down, that they're not being held back. Sure, maybe in major Fortune 500 companies, the board of directors or whatever, in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, sure, there weren't any women, but there are now. And, these, that old story of, the same, they get paid, 85% of what men get paid for the same job. Well, that's actually illegal. If you have a man and a woman sitting at desks next to each other and in, adjacent cubicles doing the exact same job and they have the exact same work experience, they've been with the company for the exact same amount of time, legally, they have to get paid the same.
Right, legally they have to get paid. That was Bernard Chapin's challenge, wasn't it?
I mean, there are laws in the books that say that it is illegal to discriminate against, gender for, wages and hiring practices and all that. Now, if somebody works harder than another, then they can get promoted and make more money or get a
Yeah,
raise. But
you
that's
know,
based on their merit and their individual effort. That's not based
yeah.
on their gender or anything like that.
Bernard Chapin put out and he was pretty. He put it out to all the major feminists and everything. It says, if you can show me one single case of where a woman was making less in the same position as a man, doing the same amount of work in the same corporate structure and atmosphere, then he would believe it. And he would
Yeah.
say, just show me one. And then he left that up for 2 years and nobody showed him one. I mean, I don't believe it happens. I don't believe that if I was working with a female in any kind of situation and she was doing exactly what I was doing, she would be making exactly what I was making.
Sure. I mean, the reason men make more money is because overall men work longer hours. They don't take as much time off. They work more dangerous jobs that require more compensation in the form of pay and benefits and so on.
Yeah,
They
we
work
can't.
the dirty, filthy, dangerous, harmful, undesirable jobs, And in order to attract people to those jobs, sometimes they got to offer a little bit more money.
Right. And don't tell me that my strength, I should not, and my strength, ability to suffer in harsh climates and stuff, and the ability to endure pain while I'm working doesn't account for nothing. That does account for something. I want to get paid if I'm working on an oil rig out in 100 degree weather and I'm covered with oil. I want to get paid more, and I'm skillful. I'm the pump guy, or I'm the guy running around fixing the pumps, or I'm the electrician and everything. Yeah, of course I want to get paid more.
Yeah, I mean that again, that's based on your merit and your ability and your skill set. It's not based on the fact of what's between your legs.
Yeah, we had this argument in the plow company that I worked for. We made farm plows,
Okay.
and it was 114 degrees, no less, every day in that shop. We had four, five, six furnaces burning, and we had it was loud and it was dirty, and there was presses cutting those things out, and plasma saws and all sorts of it takes a lot to make farm plows and farm implements. You're working with large pieces of hot steel, and one of the managers says, well, there's no women working here, and she did the feminist thing, and she was a feminist.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought in a woman to survey it, and we put her on probably one of the lightest jobs there were in the plant.
Mm-hmm.
And after 2 weeks, I was changing a grinding wheel for her. We put her on a grinder, and I was changing the grinding wheel for her, which I had to change the grinding wheel for her. And she just put her stuff down, and she looked up at me and she says, I understand now. I says, I can't work in this. I'm not strong enough.
Yeah. Well, at least she got it.
Yeah, she got it. And,
She probably not, it's probably not enough for her to change her tune though, but
right.
At least deep down, one more person is starting to finally see the light and understand the truth of what we're talking about around here.
I mean, don't you think these men suffer daily in this environment? This is, that's a harsh, cruel environment in there. And, we have salt vats of molten hot salt and the biggest pools. It's like, we do things that are unimaginable every day. And people should be happy we're doing that. The men are, doing the man things. Every day is a risk.
Well, that was like a few months ago when I was over at a buddy's place and it was raining, and there were guys repairing and replacing the power poles and the power lines in the rain. So I filmed it and I did a video and showed the footage of, look at these guys. There was like 4 to 6 of them, depending on what the job was. Some of them had the little cherry pickers, this bucket that they could go up and work on the telephone lines and the electric lines, power lines and stuff. Because up here in Canada, we have the power lines above ground because it's too tough to dig down deep enough. There's permafrost and stuff, so we don't bury our power lines that much. But anyways, they're out in the rain working with high voltage electric wires and stuff. A lot of these guys were shimmying up the poles, the wooden poles, with just those belts and the spiked boots instead of just using the little cherry pickers. And it was amazing. And I made the point in my commentary over the video that, I was been watching these guys for hours. There's a crew of between 4 and 8, depending on the job. Not a single woman in the crew. All men. Why? Because it's dangerous. It's wet. It's dirty. They could slip and fall. They could get electrocuted. Not only is it wet and dangerous, but this was it was raining in October, so it's cold and wet. And they could slip and fall very easily. And somebody commented that, well, the only reason there aren't any women on working that kind of job is because they don't let them. And I'm like, no, that's not true. There aren't women lining up to do those kinds of jobs. They don't want to do it. They don't have the desire to do that kind of work. But men like tinkering around with electronics, with machines, with building and repairing stuff, replacing stuff, inventing stuff. It's just how we're wired.
Right. Yeah. people don't understand. Like that's a dangerous, dangerous job. I was an
But
electrician
he
for
didn't get the point. He was like, no, no, there's no women because, the patriarchy is keeping them down and not letting them into those job positions. And I said, oh, I'm sure there's women that work for this company, but they all work in the office as the dispatchers, and they're the ones that are
they
writing
do.
up the orders and saying, okay, today you've got to go out on this job and that, and they're answering the phones and they're doing all the filing and they're running the office, but they're not out doing the actual dangerous, hard,
Right.
dirty work.
There's places that, I had a parts girl, every time I needed parts, I was like, I handed in my slip and I said, I need these parts because I got to go, make this work. And she did a great job getting the next 2 days they were there, and they do, that. But people forget, hey, electricians, we got to go up. Most
Mm-hmm.
of the stuff is up. And crane rails, all the electric runs across the ceilings. There's a million things up there that you got to go up. I myself fell off a water tower. Uh, I mean, them buckets are unsafe. The plate stripped off on the bottom, and the bucket fell. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, for a little while there in my early 20s, I worked construction just as a site laborer, basically just a gopher. Hey, you go over there and grab me this. Hey, you pass me that kind of thing, right? I was there on the site to clean up before the trade showed up, and I was the last one to leave because I would tidy and put everything away after they all left, and if make sure that the home that they were working on was secure and locked up tight for the night or whatever, so you didn't have squatters living in there and stuff or burning the place down or whatever, and it was all dangerous. Everything was dangerous. Every square inch of that job site was dangerous because you had 6 or 7 different tradesmen. You had carpenters, you had electricians, you had plumbers, you had roofers, all at the same time working all over the place.
oh, that's dangerous in itself. Someone come turn something on when you're in there.
Yeah.
Me a lot. I try to lock it out the best I can. But someone walks up and hey, I'm gonna turn this area on, and it's like, man, I'm doing the lighting up in that area. I mean, I've got elected. Your helper sometimes makes mistakes. I remember one day I told him turn off banks 14 through 25, and he missed one. And then when I put my big fat thumbs up there, I went right to ground on 480. I mean that's it hurts.
That'll wake you up. That'll wake you up in the morning.
It's like that'll wake you up. It does too.
Yeah, see Mike in the chat saying that he heard of a man working in the same mine that he works in, but it was before his time. He lost his head in the man cage, and then he said another man fell down the shaft 40 meters, and a 15-ton skip fell on him on his leg and ripped it clean off.
Oh yeah, it happens.
So see, like stuff like that all the time, right?
Oh, yeah, we had one guy. He was bringing down the salt, one of the salt bins, and salt's like ice. And as soon as it goes under 600 degrees, it starts getting hot, hardened like ice on the top.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to imagine. And then you get up there, and he thought he was
going to develop sort of a crystallized crust on it, sort of, right?
He was going to walk across it to get to the other side, and it shattered like ice. It wasn't quite as cool as he thought it was, and he fell in that 600 degree salt, and he burnt his right up to his junk. For the rest of his life, he wears these rubber pants now.
Jesus.
And man, them things happen. God, it was horrible. It was awful. We had guys lose middles of their hands and on the presses. And
oh yeah, I mean that can be a daily occurrence depending on what type of industry you're in.
Yeah,
like Rob C in the chat is saying, just as a brief aside, I'm currently employed by my first female boss. Best boss I ever had. I do not hate women. I just want them to respect single MGTOW men and their choices. Yeah, exactly. That's why in my 5 commandments of the MGTOW monk, number 5 is avoid personal relationships with women.
Right.
Because a lot of times, if for best hiring practices, if an employer or a company hires the best person for the job, sometimes the best person for that particular job might in fact be a woman.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And, if a woman is at her job to focus on the job at hand, there's no problem whatsoever.
There's a lot of jobs there that are just women oriented. There's accounting, and there's payroll, and there's There's orders, that need to be filled, and every company's got these things, and you need some kind of management to make sure which job is coming in, which steel is coming in, going out, and that stuff, and it doesn't involve all that, and they make good money. I've never seen one of those positions that didn't pay as good or
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. And it's just a matter of, instead of trying to fill quotas, just put the best person for that position into that position, whether it's a man, woman, or whatever. I mean, I've worked a lot of companies where the department I've worked in, there wasn't a single woman. And then I've worked other companies where it's half and half, or maybe, 10 people, 2 women, 8 men, or whatever. And it wasn't like they purposely hired people that way. It's just that they needed the best applicant for the position, and that's who they hired. And that's how it just worked out to be, and no one's saying that. I mean, come on, let's face it. We're not a bunch of tradcons here. We're not saying that women have to stay home and stay in the
No,
kitchen
no,
and
that's
cook
right.
meals and vacuum the house, and that's
That's
it.
the opposite end of MGTOW. It's like, we
Yeah.
are not icons. We don't expect that. We are not going to tell a woman that her job is in the kitchen, because we don't want them in our kitchen, and we don't want them fat and pregnant. We want them out there being the best people they can be.
Yeah, we just want to dispel the myths that women are not allowed in certain professions, or even if they are, they don't get paid as much as the man for the same job. I mean, that those numbers, we all know this, that they've been skewed for years. I mean, it's real
Oh,
easy to
there's a
to to edit numbers and stats to suit your agenda.
there was the one thing that the women do that they don't understand, they do too, and it's a bigotry, and it's a gender bigotry that they do. And me and who is it, the married white MGTOW guy, the black guy, I can't remember his name, he hasn't been around for a little bit. He's an electrician like I was, and we noticed that in our trade there was the filthy workmen. They look at us like we were the filthy workmen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I got into it with one of the girls one day. She had the accounting degree, and the business management degree, or the associate's degree in business management, and she's like, doing that power thing. And I was like, "Do you understand what I am? Do you have any idea what I am? I mean, let's go pull my file." And then I says, oh, we got in the argument, and I was like, I was just a greasy electrician to her.
Hmm. Yeah.
That didn't take nothing. I didn't go to school for a few years there. I didn't go to. In her eyes, I never went to college.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, here, I have, a matter of fact, I am better educated than you, and I deserve to make more money, but I wasn't getting paid more, and that's where I see
Yeah.
a
Hmm.
gap in pay. The filthy workmen that may have the electricians and the plumbers and those guys that do have some kind of education those things, and then you do have to get an education.
Well, let me tell you, because I work with the public, the job that I work, right? I work in a little community food store, and because it's the only little community food store slash deli slash coffee shop, kind of all in one in our area, we get a lot of the repeat customers, a lot of regular customers. Some of them you could set your watch by what time they're going to come in every day. They're coming on their way home from work. They pick up their lottery tickets. They get milk and bread on their way home from work or whatever. Now, a lot of these guys that I see come in, they they work in construction, or they're a tradesman of some kind. They come in at the end of their shift after working 10, 12, 14-hour day. They're grabbing something on their way home. They are filthy. They're
They're fil-
dirty. They're filthy. They're smelly. They're dirty. But let me tell you, they get into a beautiful pickup truck, and they live in a very nice house in this neighborhood because they do very well. They get paid very well, and they work hard.
right,
But to look at them, you would just think that some people would just think that they're just some dirty, scummy bum.
right.
But
Yeah, I've seen this in so many areas in my
yeah,
life.
so you don't realize that. I mean, these guys work a specialized skill and they get paid well to do it. It's just that that job that they do, they can't wear a three-piece suit and $600 shoes.
Right.
They wear coveralls and a safety vest
I
and
cover
$200 work boots.
thing, and I have a drill and some screwdrivers and stuff like that. It doesn't make me anything less. Matter of fact, I know how to use those things where I can do beautiful things with those things. And I've seen this more than once in my life, so I know it's a real bias. It's a real bigotry. I had that when, like I said, I wrote the book on apartment maintenance there and apartment logistics of apartment maintenance and repairs.
Mhm.
And the guy, I got hired from that. And we were doing 687 apartments. And the girls behind the thing, they would give me that attitude. And like she had one of those 90-day courses and accounting or something. And
Mhm.
she would treat me badly because I was just a workman to her. And I says, "Do you understand what I am? I'm the guy that wrote the book. I'm here to fix all your problems." And
Yeah, they don't look at it that way though.
we got in a big argument. I says, hey, at that time I had a bachelor's degree and electrical engineering, and I was like, "You don't talk to me like that." But to her, I had dirt on me. I was that workman guy.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is it's that old, don't judge a book by its cover necessarily. You got
Right.
to take everybody as an individual, take them at face value, and
That's every electrician you seen climbing those poles the other day. They have vast educations.
yeah, I mean, you can't mess around with high voltage wires and be a dumbass. Well, you could, but you're not going to last on the job for very long.
You're a dumbass.
Your
There's a
coworkers aren't going to trust you because now you're going to put them and their safety into jeopardy.
Yeah, there's a sorting system and that stuff too. They sort them guys. Don't let everybody in
Yeah. And
because
again, it's based on your ability, not what's between your legs.
you're gonna.
If you're putting your coworkers' lives at risk, they don't want you around.
You need to trust that guy down there. You need to trust the guy next to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
He knows what he's doing, man. And
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
but we're just the filthy, guys with grease in our hands and everything.
Let me tell you, a lot of these guys that I see when they're all filthy on their way home, you see them on the weekend when they're going out to dinner or something like that, and they've freshly showered and shaved, and they're wearing quote regular clothes.
Right.
Well, then you understand. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, now he's just a hardworking, fantastic man, just like any other. He's just that the profession that he's chosen just happens to be grungy, dirty line of work, but he loves doing it. He comes in with a big smile on his face. He's doing what he wants to do, and he gets compensated well for doing it.
Yeah,
As opposed to forcing himself into a work environment that isn't suited to him,
suited to him. Yeah,
because of quotas or whatever.
That millwright EMT job, I just, man, I love doing that work. I mean, standing on top, you're on top of a 200-ton press, and and flames are shooting up around you, and you're just got a wrench, and you're like, yeah. I mean, what's not man about that?
I'll tell you, when we go to the property and we're getting firewood ready, like we have that property out in the mountains where we go camping and stuff, and it's kind of our family bug out location if shit hits the fan and that kind of thing. Well, Dad and I, or sometimes my dad and my brother-in-law and my brother and I, or a couple of uncles, we'll all go down there because you can't leave a dead tree standing. A strong wind will pick it up and it'll push it over and it'll land on one of the trailers or one of the buildings and destroy something. So we got to clear it out of there. Plus, it's useful firewood anyway. Now, is it a tough, dirty job to cut down that tree with axes and then buck it up with chainsaws and then split it into firewood? Yeah, it's tough, dirty, hot, stinking job where mosquitoes are eating you alive and you're getting sawdust all in your eyes and you're thirsty and tired and hungry. But let me tell you, is it fun? I have an absolute blast because it's my dad and my uncles and my brother and my brother-in-law, and we're just out there, just us men having a good time. We're being careful, but we're working hard and we're having fun doing it. And we know when we're done in a few hours, we can go back to the property or to the campsite and crack open a cup of cold beer and have a nice meal after a good hard day's work.
We used to do this thing where I bought some property out in PA back in the day when there's a lot of woods, and we cleared the properties and put our trailers on them. And so I had like 360 of 360 by 180 back or something on my lot, and I cleared that whole thing. We was helping all the guys around the neighborhood clear theirs too, so they had lots, so they camp on them. And we used to do this thing where we put like a little ball or something, and when you drop your tree, you'd see who can come closest.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. We do stuff like that too. You kind of make games out of it while you're
When
working.
that tree started falling, and it was like, and it thud on the ground, and the whole there was something masculine about in the air at that moment that the tree was it was just like it was, man, that was masculine shit, and I love seeing that.
Yeah, I remember one of my uncles one time had to cut down a tree in his neighbor's yard because his neighbor was going to hire like a big company to do it. And my uncle said, "Why? I can just come over and cut it down and get it out of there in a couple of hours. Me and a couple of my brothers will do it." But the neighbor was worried because the tree where it was positioned,
Yeah,
he didn't want it to fall and hit the house or hit the garage.
there's a skill
So
to it.
my there was a 5 foot space between the house and the garage. My uncle got that tree to fall right in that space between the house and the garage.
Yeah, after you get
And the
good at it,
neighbor couldn't believe it. He just could not believe it.
yeah, you cut. It's the way you cut, and
Yeah,
you leave the
exactly.
little edge, and then you just notch it a little, and then you get to that edge, and then it'll you usually I take I'll throw a cable around the top and then jack it a little, give it
Yeah.
a little assist in that direction.
Yeah. You could coax it slightly in that direction. But if you cut it right and put that
Wedge,
little wedge on it, you're perfect. You're right.
whatever way you got that tree wedged, that's where it's going to fall.
Yeah. This guy was flabbergasted. He was going to spend like $5,000 to have that tree cut and
Yeah,
removed because those companies, they'll come in and they'll remove 5 feet at a time from the top and work their way down. Or my uncle just said, the hell with it, and just took his chainsaw and a couple of wedges. And, within 15 minutes, he had it cut the way he wanted. And 5 minutes later, it was down, and then he was just cutting it up and hauling it away. And
yeah,
his neighbor, gave him a couple $100 and a case of beer or something, and they were fast friends after that because he just
yeah.
could not believe that he could get that to fall in that tiny space.
That's a good skill. I used to know a guy up in Seattle. He was a logsmith. He was really good at that. You know what he used to do? He'd come down between jobs, and he'd make totem poles out of,
Oh, cool.
and he'd
That's a
carve them.
that's
He was a totem pole carver.
that's a great idea, actually. Yeah.
I used to sell them, and he made us a little few art pieces to put out in front of our sites and everything. But he was really good at. He was a really cool guy too. I just loved hanging around that guy. I only seen him maybe a half a dozen times in my life, but I couldn't wait for him to come back in town.
Yeah. You're like, oh yeah, where's that lumberjack totem pole guy? That guy's cool.
That guy's cool. Yeah, we sit around and drink Miller Lite with him.
Nice. Speaking of cool guys, Shingle in the chat just says that he was charging his phone, so he says, "Hope it's all good if I pop in at the top of the hour."
Yeah, that's cool. He said he was at 17% last time I looked, and
Yeah, he's got the link, right?
yeah, I gave him the link. If anybody else wants to come in and talk, I could send you the link, or I can put it. Do you think I could trust putting it in the?
Well, you could because you actually have to click on them once they're in StreamYard to let them in.
Yeah, let me
So
see.
if you put the link in and some jackass grabs the link and tries to come in, you don't even have to let them in anyway. That's kind of the cool thing about StreamYard too, is you have to click on the person to have them come on as a guest.
Yeah, no, that's the link there. I just put it in the StreamYard rolling chat, and if anybody wants to come in and talk, and we're trying to keep this going, I suppose, until New Year's comes in, huh?
Yeah, because it's what 2 hours away for you. Well, an
Yeah,
hour and 45, right?
45, 40, yeah, 10:17 now, and then you're like an hour behind.
2 hours behind. Yeah, it's 8:17 here. Yeah,
8:17 there. Yeah.
yeah,
So we're gonna try to keep this going. Sorry, I didn't get it going all day. It was just not enough people to do that anymore.
yeah. I understand. I get it. Don't worry about it. That's
You
cool. I'm
need
glad. I'm glad that we had a chance to get together. I didn't know that.
you need
I
eight
think
guys.
Monk Music's sleeping now, but he's gonna. If we're still going when he wakes up in a few hours, he's gonna try to come in as well. He was
Yeah,
looking forward to it. He's pretty excited. So
yeah, you need eight guys kind of to swing in, and I need to be able to swing in and out, and the, to keep all day. I done 24 hours in my life,
wow.
and it was like, wow, I was talked out. But interesting conversations came up during that. I think we had the Hoka that year. One year, I think you were listening that one year when we had Hoka on.
Yeah, I remember that actually. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. And then all the SFM ones, and Howard Dare came in, and
Oh yeah.
S-
Over the years, there's been a lot of people that came around and to help out and stuff.
We had the ones with TFM in the beginning, and when TFM was just new to MGTOW. And yeah, a lot of people came through that group, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see a lot of those guys around anymore. Some of them, although, were victim of mass flagging, got their channels shut down.
Right.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's something that we always have to. We're always fighting. Is you get one jackass that doesn't agree with one thing that you say or doesn't like
yeah.
the way you said it, so he gets 20 of his friends together and they mass flag and troll your channel until it's YouTube shuts it down or whatever. I mean,
Right.
that
They
happened
did.
to SFM twice.
Yeah, they did me twice, didn't they?
Yeah, that happened to you a bunch of times. So you got put in a YouTube jail. You got shut down.
5 times. I think I got 2 channels shut down before I got this channel.
Yeah,
And back then it was ruthless. Man, they're not taking us down as much as they used to. I mean, back in the early days, it was like, man, you get taken down in a heartbeat.
really, huh? I
Yeah,
guess because it was still kind of coming up, and they were trying to squash it before it got too big. Maybe.
yeah, I think so. I mean, they would take you down for language, and they would take you down for misogyny. They would take you down for. They wasn't as detailed as it was now. They have to stay within some boundaries now.
Yeah, yeah.
Back when YouTube was new and fresh, there was no boundaries, and we had no boundaries either. Our mouths were like,
Well, and I mean, there's a lot of guys that are kind of freaking out about this whole COPPA laws and stuff, but it doesn't bother me so much because I mean, I just switch all my videos to 18 and over, and then I set my channel so that's how all my live streams and all my videos that I upload, that's the presets for it is so.
yeah, my
I mean,
Google
you know,
on my Google account, it's always been 18 and over on my Google account.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
sometimes,
I have my upload default set so that it's
yeah,
18 plus, no kids, whatever, no children or whatever the wording is, and But the thing that I've noticed though with YouTube is they're a little sneaky. They keep telling you as a content creator, as a channel operator, are responsible to put on your videos or your content, whether it's for children or not. So
yeah,
you can preset your channel. And then let's say you do a stream and sometimes it takes a little while for to process before it's up on YouTube. You've sometimes got to go back into it and edit it after it's been processed and make sure that it's still set for no kids 18 plus. I've had
okay,
to do that with all of my streams, even though I have that as my default setting. I still sometimes have to go back and reset it to that again.
okay. Rob C wants to come in for a little bit, so I said yes, come in, but I got to save one spot for Shingles. He's going to show up, so we.
Yeah, and this is kind of a nice rotating thing too. One of us could pop out for a while and let somebody else pop in, and we could kind of rotate it around.
Yeah, yeah.
I know that's what you guys used to do a lot back in the days. You would have somebody kind of, let's say 4 or 6 or 8 of you chat for a couple hours, and somebody would jump out for a little while, and somebody else would take their spot and kind of rotate it around.
Yeah, now I
Which is
don't
kind
see
of a nice way to do it. Yeah.
I don't see a 4 thing on here. I see a 3 thing.
Well, do you have the version that, like the basic free version, or did you buy the?
Yes, this is the basic 3 free version. I was going to get around to buying the.
I think on the basic one, how many can you have in? I don't even remember. I can't check on mine because mine is the upgraded version, so I can have up to myself and then 7 guests, I think. Or
Yeah,
no, 5 guests. I can have up to 6, I think.
they kind of pissed me off when I went to hit the button. It was like $24, $25. So they had a deal saying something a month, and I was like, okay, but if I gave them the money for the whole year.
Yeah, and that's what I did. Is you save a bit by buying it for the whole year up front as opposed to going month to month.
Yeah, I like to, I'm a month guy, and
Well, initially I was going to go month to month, but I thought, with all the bad luck that I had with when I was trying to convert from my laptop to my new computer, and then I'm not very good with technology, so I was having a tough time navigating through Wirecast or through Discord servers and stuff. So for me, it was just a lot easier just to say, "How the hell with it? I'll go with this system. It's easy. It works. I know how it works now that I've played around with the free version." And to save myself a few bucks in the end to go for the whole year, I just said, "What the hell?
Yeah,
Might
I'll
as well."
probably do it eventually. It's just, I'd like to talk to a salesman out there from, I think I told you my idea
From StreamYard.
from StreamYard. MGTOW, if all of us MGTOWs decided StreamYard was the place to go, could you set us up a deal? Can you make?
Yeah, because they would
Yeah.
end up with literally hundreds of content creators.
And with that community, is there anything you can do to stop censorship to our group and kind of push us through, give us that push we need? That would be an idea, something to talk to the StreamYard people about. I'm sure they can cut through some of the garbage that we get if we
Yeah,
decided,
it's possible.
if we
It'd be
decide,
worth looking into for sure.
yeah, because if all MGTOW went that direction, it would be worth thousands and thousands of dollars to them, like hundreds of thousands of dollars probably to them.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely. At minimum, yeah.
and it would be a way for MGTOW to kind of unite on an idea that would be healthy for two groups, and probably be healthier for YouTube too.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have all these Johnny come latelys using all kinds of different streaming services and all kinds of different apps and stuff. You could have basically one group or one sort of circle of creators that are all using the same system.
Yeah, and that's good. And I suppose the salespeople would overjoy and say, "Oh yeah, you." But MGTOW doesn't have a representative of the group. That's one of our problems that we've been talking about. Like, these are the group discounts that MGTOW can enjoy, even on like if MGTOW in itself. Okay, we got 200,000 viewers. Sears Craftsman selling a saw. You want to advertise to 200,000 men that are going to buy things?
Yeah.
Tools, camping goods, bike parts, bike things. That's the kind of advertising we need.
Yeah, things, stuff like that, and cars, motorcycles.
Motorcycles, any man stuff. We're all workmen, most of us. We all have, even in gaming and stuff like that. MGTOW can carry the weight of a group if we get together as a group.
Yeah, I think so.
And there'd be discounts acquired and services and with any group you have a little bit of power too. So these political things do come up. This group shows up and they have 200,000 with advertising and a pretty big pull behind them. That's the way to get things done. That would cure our MRA problem too, wouldn't it? That the MRA doesn't have no pull politically.
Yeah.
I mean, I always thought this is the way to go. I've seen this in micro events and communities where the government and people start catering to the groups to get the vote, to get because they know the groups have some kind of power.
Sure, absolutely.
The power to vote and money. It is a good example of we put together a Brownsbackers group years ago in a small neighborhood, and then we started publishing a small paper for the Browns.
Okay.
And there was like 1,500 people in the production, but the thing was, in that community there was only maybe 9,000 voters. So if you had 1,500 of those voters, you were a powerful impact in that community.
And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
People started, there was certain benefits that went along to being in that community and being the leader of this group, which my brother was at that time. And they treated him okay because they knew. I was like, oh, but that same thing happens with MGTOW. As soon as you put the power, let me add Rob in. Hey, Rob. He's got his mic.
His mic's mute. Yeah.
Hello.
There it is. Hello.
There he is.
I
Hi,
say
Rob. Happy New Year.
You had your
So,
you had your camera on, so I didn't add you right away.
thank you.
I didn't want to dox you out there. I dox myself because I am so fucking pretty.
Well, technically, I do dox myself because I do show my face on my own channel. So,
Okay, okay. I like when guys show their face. I like when guys are, that kind of, they're not afraid of the system. That shows courage. Yeah. So we were talking.
yeah, I mean, if anybody, the way that I think about it is, if there's somebody that's crazy enough to try to ruin my life or
Yeah.
something, I think the people that are close to me that actually make those decisions that affect my life would probably believe my word over some stranger off the internet. That's
Right.
the way that I think about it.
Yeah. As long as I've been this and most people even know exactly where I live and stuff, it's like I've never had a feminist unit show up at my front door and throw bloody rags at me. I mean, I've had some MGTOWs ride by and yell traversable, and that's about it. And you know, uh, but you know, as for no one's ever tried to harm me, or I believe that's a conspiracy that I don't think people do them things. I think basically most people are good people, and they just don't go out to ruin people's lives because they have a different ideology than them.
Yeah, I would agree with that too, for the most part. I mean, I think it's pretty rare that, just somebody quote unquote out there in the real world that you bump into would be somebody that would have seen you on YouTube or some other platform and put two and two together and then suddenly start to make your life a living hell.
Yeah,
However, with that being said, some of us do kind of work in the public.
yeah,
And like for me, for example, because I do work with the public and because, like I said, I do live in a little bit of a smaller community where, you know how it is, small town living or whatever, everybody kind of knows everybody and everybody already kind of knows everybody's
yeah.
business. So that's, I mean, for me, I don't think it would jeopardize my job or anything like that, but I would just hate to see any sort
Yeah.
of drama or repercussions come to where I work,
I
you
mean,
know?
there's millions of people in this world, and there's gonna be some crazy ones.
I mean,
There's
if I owned my own business or if I was retired, it'd be a completely different story, you
Yeah.
know?
I mean, I've seen Whiskey and I've seen Rob and I've seen most of the guys and I can't imagine anybody in life like hating whiskey. I just can't. I mean, it's like,
Oh, you'd be surprised, I think.
dude, you take whiskey? It's like, oh man, because that tells me right away there's something wrong with you, not him.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks.
And that's like me too. I walk out of my community, and if someone would say, "I don't like you because it's like, man, you don't like me. I'm the most love. You should see me out in my community. I'm the most lovable guy in the whole world."
Well, I love you to death, Trev, and you and I have known each other for quite a while now. We've talked face to face, on camera, behind the scenes, and got to know each other pretty well. So we, I mean, we understand where we're coming from and where each other's coming from as men, and you know. I'm very grateful to everything that you've done for all the men in the community. Not just the things that you've done for me personally, but you know, uh, you're definitely one of those guys that has been around here for a long time and has become sort of a staple, not only staple face or a staple voice, but a staple face, right? Somebody that a lot of us now recognize and we can identify with. And that's something that's truly unique and special. And a lot of us really love you and really appreciate all of the things that you've done and all the hard work and all the time that you've put in over the years.
Yeah, I got skin in the game, don't I? With time.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a thing we talked about the other day. Is with skin in the game because you got so much time. Now there's something to be lost.
Yeah, there's a little bit more personal because there's more invested.
Time's important. Time's money. Money is time, and it's like how much did we invest in this thing? It becomes a little bit more personal after a while. What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think there's probably a little ambiguity because maybe somebody can invest a lot of time but have low number of viewers or something, and therefore they could not be as invested. So I think there's probably more dimensions in terms of measuring a person's level of investment. But I think just taking the statement in general, I would have to agree with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is.
because you've been around for a little while now, Rob. Eh? You've been around since 2017, so it's not like you're some Johnny come lately in the last couple of months. I mean, of course, there's guys that have been around for 10 years and 12 years and stuff, but once you've kind of been around the 2, 3 year mark, you start to sort of feel like you do have more skin in the game. You're a little bit more heavily invested. Things are a little bit more on a, I guess, for lack of a better term, a more of a personal level.
Yeah, when you frame it in terms of my own personal experience,
Right.
I would have to wholeheartedly agree with that, because there's like people that have been watching my videos for the whole time,
Yeah.
and they've always left comments and stuff, and so I feel a sense of obligation to those people.
Oh,
And so when you personalize it like that, I can't disagree with the statement.
yeah. Yeah. There's it's personal to all of us. Even with your channel, your success, your channel too. That's important to men. Success is important in any venture we do. When people come around and they screw with that, it's like, oh man, that's wrong. That's not even right. And just outsiders will do that to us because of the MGTOW name.
I've had a couple of people, although this has been the exception, not the rule, that have come onto my videos and left some really belligerent comments. And so I think hesitancy to expose oneself, I think, is an exercise in pragmatism and can't be disparaged.
Yeah, I remember for a long while there, probably the height of height of my MGTOW, I was getting a death threat like almost every day.
Well, I remember. I mean, I've talked about this before that when I'm encouraging fellas that maybe want to dip their toe in trying to upload their own content on their channels and stuff, I've said that it seems like there's certain what's the word I'm looking for? There's certain obstacles that are kind of built into the benchmarks that your channel reaches at certain points.
Yeah,
And I found that it was very smooth sailing for me until I reached 100 subscribers. Then all of a sudden, it's like the floodgates opened up. There was
yeah,
technical glitches with YouTube and my channel itself, and also floodgates with all the trolls. So yeah, just all of a sudden I started noticing comments, like Rob was just saying, comments that all of a sudden out of the blue are very vitriolic and very toxic and very hateful. And it's like, okay, I'm just here talking about some ideas I've got, just discussing some philosophies that I've been exposed to and sharing some of my experiences. And if it doesn't resonate with you, then I mean, you're free to move on. I don't understand what the attack was, and it takes a while to sort of understand that there's people that are just waiting for you to start to succeed so that they can either try to trip you up or they can at least watch you trip and hope that you fail so that they can just point and laugh at you. Even though they're not willing to put in any of the work themselves, they just want to stand around and watch other people work and pray that you fail so they can just point and laugh at you.
Oh yeah, there's what was that Schadenfreude? They get off in the Schadenfreude, the German word. Is that Schadenfreude?
Yes.
Yeah,
Schadenfreude is when you revel in another's failure.
Others' misery, yeah.
yeah. It's the only we don't have a word for it in English, so the Germans picked up for us. A warhorse. He said, "You don't pronounce it like that." He used to tell me he's German and he speaks German. I was like, I have no idea how to pronounce it. Oh, Warhorse. I miss my buddy Warhorse. I wish we can connect one day again and talk.
Yeah, there's a couple of those guys I miss. I miss chatting with Zeta.
Yeah, Zeta too. I don't know where Zeta is.
I don't know. Last I spoke to him was, I think, last summer. We were just kind of chatting in a comment section or something. And he was out east, and he was going to move to British Columbia, so we were going to try to have a meetup.
Oh, he moved.
And then I don't know what happened. His channel's gone, and I haven't seen or heard from him since. So
there might be, he moved. There's a lot of things to do and different life.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to build your life back up to get the comfort level where you were at. Yeah, Zeta's always great. He had that radio voice too. Love talking to Zeta.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that are just kind of naturals, I think, Excuse me for a sec, fellas. I'm just going to step away here for a second. I'm just going to mute my mic here for a second.
Sure.
Trav, in the meantime, though, if Shingles is trying to come in and there's no room, you can just kick me out and I can jump back in later in the meantime.
Okay, yeah. I'm looking at 3. I don't know how to do 4. That's the only thing with this. I
think with the basic plan, I think it's the host and 2 guests, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm just going to step away here for a sec. But yeah, if Shingles shows up and he's dying to get in, you can just bump me out and rotate him in for a little while.
Maybe I have to go to that big black screen at the end. I don't know.
But yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. So Rob, what was up? What'd you do today?
Today I just worked. I got off work maybe like 3 hours ago, and then I was just on the internet and I saw your stream, and so I decided to join it. How about you? What did you do?
Oh man, I had problem after problem today. It's just I repaired things all day around my house. I got up and I thought that I was going to have a free day, and then like the plumbing broke, and then I repaired that, and then my guitar I had to repair, and then my refrigerator broke and I had to repair that, and the big puddle of goo, whatever I had stored in the freezer, it was all over the ground. I just got done mopping that up before I started doing this, and then what else broke? There was one other thing that broke, and I was like, is nothing here sound? We had a windstorm. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It was just like a couple windstorms. The last few, they came through, and it was like it did that big temperature drop with the windstorm following it, where you can hear it coming.
Wow.
It's like a thunder coming your way, and it's like, oh Jesus, here it comes again.
Wow. Yeah, you're in Ohio, right? It gets pretty cold over there.
Yeah, the cold weather. We were in the 50s, and then it dropped down into the 20s last night, which was totally unexpected. And it was like, when that happens, wind works in a certain way. If you ever study the wind, how wind works, that you're going to get some 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Up against a lake too is just so. I'm right on the lake.
That's cool. What how are the bikes coming along? I know you were doing some stuff with the electric bikes.
Yeah, I got my second electric bike all built. I got the 500 29er. It's 500 watts, 29, goes 35 miles an hour.
Wow, so that's pretty powerful for an electric bike, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, I got to do a little pedaling to get it there. I wanted to get some 11 gears for that. I got the 322 now, and it was just like, nah, that's not doing it. And so I wanted to get the 11 gears so I can have that the one that'll get me up a little bit faster. Or I was going to check down, see what the road bikers use to get up to that, those 45, 50 mile an hour speeds. But it's all built. It's fun. It's fun. I've been taking a few jumps with it, and because it's a big 29er mountain bike, so that's always fun to do. And then I got my other one. I'm gonna start tearing that down because I want to put bigger tires on it.
Cool.
I got to get some fat tires on there to hold my weight. I was busting spokes all summer. Every time I'd come home, I'd have to replace 2 spokes.
Man, yeah. How was your Christmas? Did you see like your family and stuff like that?
No, my kids don't show up, and nobody calls me, and it's they've been there was so much parental alienation that I just I don't do that no more. I don't put myself through that. MGTOW's taught me not to go there. You start thinking about it, and it's just too painful. So I don't go. I don't expect them to do that. I don't expect Christmas or holidays or birthday cards, or I don't expect them to even know I'm alive.
Damn. Yeah, I can, family dynamics can get kind of how do I put this? High maintenance
Yeah,
because they you feel this type of obligation,
right.
but then when you start to invest time and energy into it, you realize that there seems to not be a return on investment, or there's all this pain involved. And then it seems like, well, I feel obligated to do this, but it causes me so much pain that it can create this very strange dynamic.
Right.
I actually kind of experienced that over the holiday a little bit. I felt it was necessary to fulfill a familial obligation, and so I endured situations which were actually kind of uncomfortable and even painful at times,
Hmm.
just to feel that sense of fulfillment.
Yeah, at some certain point, you have to put it through the MGTOW test. And I have a large family, and I, I always thought, well, if these people really loved me, I mean, really loved me, and love was real, I mean, someone would make their way here. And then when nobody showed up, that was the red pill moment where we always say there's no such thing as love, and these people don't, if either you're useful to them or you're not. And then once I became unuseful, it's the disposable male, and that tells you a lot about this thing we call love. And then I realized that, well, I would just do my MGTOW thing, and I mean, if my kids love me, they'll find their way to the telephone, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good way to approach it because you have to, you can't always put yourself on the line. You have to say, well, other people, if this love thing is real, then they're going to fulfill those
They'll
expectations.
fulfill those
Or,
expectations, yeah. Because I did it for, I mean, men, we always and we end up in those spots where we're giving so much of ourselves, and we're the tie that binds. And that gets old after a while, when you're not receiving any, when you're the disposable, when you realize you're the disposable male, and you know that love that you thought was real was not really real. It was just you being useful.
yeah. And, I kind of felt those types of emotions this last holiday season. I felt like I was sort
Yeah,
of like an accessory or serving some kind of a function, but there wasn't really a connection with me as a human being.
yeah, that's what I look for more today, is people that have that with the empathy I talk about, the that connection, that I'm aware that this person feels and thinks and loves and hates and has emotions the same way I do. That's the way I pick my friends now. That's the way I let people come around me now. If people are unable to feel those things and see me as a human, they don't deserve to be my friend. It's
Yeah, I think that's a good way to approach things, especially when you're trying to live a life that's based on, well, I live this one life, so I need to maximize,
right.
respect and dignity and things like that.
Yeah, that's it. It's important with MGTOW. He gets to that point in his life where he is the rational male, and we try not to do that final fictionalism, that finalized fictionalism in our life where we believe in things that aren't true, like love and the Disney family and all that. And them are convenient for other people that men do those things, but we volunteer for our own enslavement. Then we volunteer to become used people. We volunteer to become that disposable male. We put ourselves in those positions. And once MGTOWs understand that, we don't do that no more. I mean, if people truly, truly wanted to enjoy my company, and, it would be, I would be, sociable. I would, there'd be the gifts and the dinner and whatever if someone would show up. But, hey, people generally want you to have that thing, that blue pill thing, and be subservient too in your role. And we don't do the role thing anymore. We don't do the father thing anymore. We don't do that. Everything's mutual. Love is mutually gained and lost. And you could be my friend, and I do have friends. I mean, my neighbor bought me gifts and sent me dinner over. she loves me more than anybody on this planet, I think. It was that kind of measurement. I mean, she bought me a pair of shoes. I mean, and I go over and I fix her plumbing once in a while, and she's 70 some years old, so she's an older elderly person, and I make sure she's okay and all. But that's all on a give and take basis too.
Yeah, one thing, yeah, it's interesting when you say on that basis and give and take. Because one thing that I noticed over this holiday, because I'm much higher functioning than I was in the past,
Mm-hmm.
so it was easier for my family to portray me as,
Right.
or I rather not necessarily portray me, but I was kind of in this role of like subservient, or they were like doing me a favor or things like that. And now I can handle my own life, and so I felt like much more like an outsider, like observing what was going on. And I noticed that people, they tend to like play like sort of like games, and they like sort of, like you talk about it, like the fictional finalism, where it's almost like these ideals that people ascribe to, and then they play out the ideals for a limited time frame.
Right.
But
They're
then when you,
those ideas. They're just the actor in the fictional finalism, and they come to this belief. They play that actor's part, and they believe that that's the way life is.
yeah, and another thing I thought about too that kind of plays into that idea is that this is something that only happens a very small fraction of the time of the year.
Yeah.
I was thinking like I spend literally all year with my coworkers. It's like I know them better than I know my own family.
Yeah.
But then when the holiday comes around, it's like everybody plays this little game with each other, and oh, I had these accomplishments this year, and oh, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know, it just felt, a lot of it felt very
It
fake
does
to
feel
me. And
fake, doesn't it? Yeah. I used to. There was Hobbes. I think Hobbes, the philosopher, explains it, and there always has to be someone in the family. The family dehumanizes too, and as a MGTOW, we fill those spots really good. And then you're there to play this role as the guy that got a divorce, the guy that failed in life, the guy that's not dating anymore.
yeah,
You fill every one of their expectations that whatever it was your MGTOW brought you there. Your family probably knows about what brought you to MGTOW, the experiences you've had in your
yeah,
life, and they use those, and then you have to fill this role as the dehumanized male.
right.
And it's like, oh man, no, I'm not that. That's just a social construct.
Yeah, and you know why it's a social construct is because when people relate with each other, like just keeping it in the context of this holiday gathering, people will relate with each other on this sort of artificial basis.
It's
It's like, oh, this year my child did X, Y, and Z,
Yeah.
and this year I did this and that.
Yeah.
So my identity is associated with this material achievement. And I'm not trying to connect with you as a human being. I'm trying to build a construct of myself and then relate it to the construct I have of you, so that I can establish some sort of ideal of superiority or inferiority in this relative comparison.
Yeah, that's what it was about. When I talk about final fictionalism, it comes from Adler's inferiority. He says we all start off in that spot where we don't think we're good enough. And then through Adler explains that this is the final fictionalism you put yourself in, and you got to break free of that. Get some goals in your life. And once you accomplish those, you realize that you weren't what that was. And there's the inferiority complex. We used to talk about that a lot in the 60s and 70s. So that child, he just doesn't think he's good enough. But today it's become a tool for society to make people feel like they're not good enough. And somehow I failed everybody by not being able to keep my marriage together, or my wife from smoking crack and being a whore.
Yeah. Yeah, for me it was, oh, you're a failure because you didn't finish college, or you're a failure because you're just now getting your life on track and you're in your early 30s. But look at your sister. Your sister has a family, she has a house, she gets paid a high income, and that was, it was more subtle than that, but that's really what it was.
Yeah, and in all the meantime, your sister probably had all the support and all the love and all of the family, and then you had to do it as this Burgess individualism thing. I mean, if you failed at that, which you had no support to begin with, I mean, they support the women in those ways, and there is no support for the men. Everything I've ever accomplished in life, I had to do myself.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to be honest, I would have to say that my dad was helping me financially when I first went off to college, but I wasn't able to. I basically couldn't function when I went to college. I had a lot of emotional issues, and I became very antisocial, and I didn't ever leave my dorm and stuff like that. And so eventually I failed college, but I did have support in the beginning, but once I turned about like 20 years old, then there was no support.
So you got over
And
80 things? No.
I've definitely gotten over all that stuff. Right now I am, I've actually held the current job I have for the longest that I've ever held a job. I'm getting ready to take a class at the community college in the evenings, and I'm going to pay for that myself. I've saved up money this year. I actually achieved my saving goals. My cost of living is the lowest it's ever been, and I'm paying all my own bills and stuff. So I'm doing much better than I used to be.
Does
But
MGTOW have a lot to do with that? Build the confidence you learned around here, or by taking a new attitude in life, the MGTOW attitude?
yes, in the sense that MGTOW taught me that it's okay for a man to go their own way, in the sense that it's okay for you to define what's okay for you.
Yeah.
You, in your own mind, you need to be able to, you know, internalize your beliefs, defend your beliefs, rationalize and reason and explain your own beliefs to somebody else, rather than adopting somebody else's prescription for how you should live your life. And that's been monumental for me, because I was always having this sort of there was like this script that if you didn't follow this script, you were a failure.
Queuing.
And the script,
Yeah. You felt
the script was, if you don't go to college right out of high school, and you don't finish college, you don't have a good job, you don't have a wife and kids by the time you're 25 years old, you don't own a house, well, guess what? You're a failure.
Yeah, I
You
didn't.
know,
I never adhered to those things too. I was kind of a late bloomer in college, and I was, there was never, back in the day, there wasn't no money for males that wanted to go to college. You had to do it yourself and everything. And the Army set me back a little bit. And yeah, yeah. But the good part is you seem to have a great attitude now, and you go back to community college. You can do those classes one by one on the internet if you want. That's what I did. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I plan on doing. I listen to you, and it's very obvious by hearing you that you have read a lot about philosophy and you've taken a lot of philosophy classes because you have a strong grasp on philosophical concepts. And that's one of the things that really, and also you've mentioned that you're taking one class at a time and you're going to get your PhD by, I don't remember exactly what year you said it was, but you said, yeah. And that made me think, like, you know what? It doesn't matter if you are doing what society thinks is the right thing to do. It matters if you do what you think is the right thing to do. And sort of your strategy of approaching that has been a bit of a encouragement to me.
right, yeah. And then it'll happen as you plug away and everything. And I do it because I figured that I found out this was the best way for me to do it, being me. I couldn't go to the community colleges, and I couldn't go to the colleges. They were just not. Man, when I was young, I partied, and it was just man. I would tear myself apart, and them things, and it's like, but yeah. Then I realized it probably too late in my mid-30s. I could do these one at a time. Just take it on one at a time, and it's better for you, and I could decide what I want to be too. And basically, sociology and philosophy doesn't pay a dime. I would say, become an electrician or something before you do that. And most electricians do become philosophers because of Boolean logic. Uh, but you could do it one. Yeah, my electrician course, I took the community college night course. And then I took the EMT course, which Brown University, and then I took it's just one at a time, and I realized after that I had it defeated. It's like, okay, that was pretty cool. It wasn't that hard. There was no, I had to work. I'm a poor Irish boy. You have to work. But there's other ways to do it, and most MGTOWs are out of the box thinkers. I mean, there's some thing in their life, it doesn't always work out. Things, I mean, my failures don't define me in life, too. If I was defined, but when your failures define you, don't they?
They really do, because they inform the constructed identity that is incited anytime there's a sort of familial exchange. So even in like a small conversation in a family, these sorts of constructs are adopted, which sort of serve as shorthand for expressing, well, this is the family ideal, this is not the family ideal, this person fulfilled the family ideal, this person failed the family ideal. And I've experienced that directly, being on the negative end of that spectrum.
Yeah.
Even this last holiday, which was generally, it was a positive experience being with my family, but I couldn't help but notice these
Yeah.
sorts of
You are still defined. No matter what you do good in this world now, and what you do for yourself, you're always going to be defined by your family for your failures, not the good things. But that's natural with human beings. I mean, they'll hold that against you the rest of your life. I mean, it took me till 47 to get my bachelor's degree, and it's like, and I did it one class at a time. And then when I went to, like, I was so excited. It was like, I did it. I finally did it. And then I went to share that with my family, and they were all like, well, just shut up about that. It's like I was still that embarrassment, that I was the divorce guy that couldn't do it right. They wanted that guy more than they wanted a guy that just was they wanted the guy to pick on more.
Yeah, and it just goes to prove that they identify more with the layers of projected personality rather than the actual person.
Right.
Because if you're with your friend, they would say, "Oh, congratulations, you got your bachelor's. I know this is something you've been working for a long time." But then when it's your family, all that baggage cannot be excluded from the equation for some
Right.
reason.
Right, for some reason, and but I seen with girls like in my ex and everything when she got her master's, and she was like, 40, almost 50 years old at that point, and then she got hers. It was more accepted. It's like, wow, she overcame these obstacles and of the evil patriarchy. She did, and there was more joy. It was like, oh yeah, so that's more gynocentrism in there, and
Yeah.
there's that we every time you see the disposable male, it hurts,
Yeah.
and I think that's probably what you feel a lot, and with those anxieties and everything. I don't know what your anxieties in life consist of, but
Well, 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 just like in the context of what you just said, like I have a sister who's maybe 26 years old,
mhm.
and I'm 32 years old, just to give kind of a perspective here. My dad has never bought me a car my entire life.
uh,
The best thing my dad ever did was match what I put up front for a car that I saved up for with my own money.
yeah, yeah,
My
yeah.
sister, my dad has bought her multiple cars,
Multiple cars.
and the car she currently drives is a relatively new car that he currently pays the payments for. But then when my dad talks about me and my sister, like just the other day, he was saying how good she's doing while he's supplementing her
Yeah,
lifestyle financially. He's financially supplementing her lifestyle, but he compares us as if we're equal. And I walk to work. Like I'm saving all my money and I'm not gonna waste my money on a car because I live very close to my job.
yeah,
So it's just funny how that's sort of a gynocentric thing right there, how the female gets portrayed as, just I don't know. Maybe you could talk on that.
yeah, yeah. Men don't get credit. I think this goes back to the old what's that statement MGTOWs give? Men take the garbage out like every day. We roll the cans down. If a woman takes the garbage out once a year, they applaud her and treat her like a child. It's like, wow, you did such a great thing there. But the brother that's been taking the garbage out every week for that's what's expected of him. There's something in there that women are treated like children rather in men. Eventually we grow up and we get treated like adults with all that harshness and cruelness involved in it, and
Yeah, it's like you said, it's the disposability element of it.
disposability. Don't fail them. You can't fail in life, and that comes from past traditional conservatism where if you fail, you're just a failure, and we have to ostracize you from the community. And there is a lot of ostracizing. And most MGTOWs, I think, have been ostracized in some way from their community for some kind of failure or disappointment to the community, especially divorce. And, or you made a girl unhappy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it was like you were saying about your marriage, how, stopping the person from going out and smoking crack,
yeah,
but the entire onus of that situation is placed upon you when
oh,
it was the woman that made that choice. But you have to bear that burden in the eyes of your family as somehow failing her for her making her own choice.
yeah, the humiliation of that, the thing I hated worst in this life. I just hate, well, I don't hate the people, but I hate drug addiction, and I've always tried to work with and it's like that thing, and they blamed me for that. I was like, oh, you know, but them, that's people. That's I think Hobbes writes a very good essay on that. I can't remember which one it was I read, but it gave me closure on them sort of things with family. It's like how things work really in the real world, in a rational male world. But it's great to see you just, man, the MGTOW. I think the MGTOW in itself, I mean, most people that get this thing in the right proper way and start doing those introspections on themselves, and they put their lives together rather quick. I'll bet you within a couple of years, you're going to be like, man, I can't believe how these leaps and bounds I've taken.
Well, okay, let me just so first of all, on the last point that you just made, so this year I've managed to not only basically kick an addiction to the curb.
Mm-hmm.
I've held my job longer than I've ever held any job, and I've actually saved up lots of money.
Cool.
And so okay, I'm just gonna put a number just so people can have a proper context to what I'm talking about. I've saved up almost $10,000 just living a low cost lifestyle and saving as much money as possible. And also, anytime overtime was available, I took advantage of it. And then to the other point that you made about, and the only reason I said that was not to brag at all, but I just want anybody who's listening to understand exactly where I'm coming from. So at the end of last year, I've actually finished a rehab program, and this last year, this 2019 was basically just me working and doing my best to save up money. Um, and then, okay, so to the other point that you had mentioned, um, MGTOW specifically, and this is going to sound kind of repetitive because I already kind of said this earlier, but what MGTOW allowed for me to do was to define life on my own terms.
Right.
Because I spent the majority of my adult life, like from the ages of 18 to 29 or 30, basically looking at myself as a failure because I wasn't this ideal. But MGTOW liberated me from that. I liberated me from that idea.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I can see the defining life on your own terms. And I always say, if we're going to emulate a program that made it in the society that works, like AA, I think that's the program MGTOW should emulate, because we go through the same our addiction to the other thing, the split V, and our addictions to those, that happy living, that final fictionalism we draw it up. That's all an addiction. And we got to kind of weed ourselves, live our lives on our own terms. We get goal oriented. We do a lot of those steps, and those steps that we did in that program. And I love that program. I think that's the 12-step program. Is at least the original one with Bill and Bob. I thought that was the way MGTOW should, if we're looking for something to emulate, to build a real community in here, that's a real community.
Absolutely. And just what you just said right there, one thing that MGTOW helped me do, and I discovered MGTOW probably a few years ago. I think I found some like Barbarossa and Stardust videos and stuff like that. And then their perspective was so radical to me that I just never stopped observing MGTOW. I would go on YouTube and I would type MGTOW and I would try to see, okay, well, what are these guys talking about, recently? So I've always appreciated that perspective, at least the last few years, because it was so unique to me at first.
Yeah.
And then specifically on the concept of men defining themselves based on their relationship to women, when I was in my early 20s, the only thing I ever thought about was having sex, obviously because of hormonal reasons. But I literally believed that if a man didn't have a woman, he was somehow a failure. But what MGTOW taught me is that no, that couldn't be further from the truth. A lot of guys, they get into these relationships that are, there's an asymmetrical quality to their relationship.
Right.
They're giving more than they're receiving, or there's some unhealthy aspect of the relationship, but they maintain the relationship purely because of this social expectation for a man to be in a relationship. And I was completely disabused of that notion because of MGTOW.
Yeah, that's the validation aspect. You still see the guys when we look at them out there, they're getting their validation. They're a man because they're having sex with a woman. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
false equivocation, that is. I mean, philosophically, we could tear that thing down.
Yeah, exactly. You'll see a man with a, and I don't even really like to use these terms too often, but you see a man with a low value woman, and somehow this man, you see him possessed with this sort of notion of his superiority.
Just,
And you think about it, and this notion is derived exclusively from the fact that he has a woman. It has nothing to do with the value that the woman is bringing to the table. It only has to do with the fact that she possesses female genitalia. And then you start to think, well, there's something wrong with this.
something wrong with the paradigm. And it's like anything that's going to happen is generally how willing he is to suffer, how hard work, his utility, and then plus the woman, and then boom, that's society. It's like, wow, that is so bizarre. That's what we talk about,
Yeah,
the absurdities. The milk apple there, the milk apple philosophy, like that's milk apple, that's absurd.
absolutely. And, that's probably the biggest gift MGTOW has given me, is allowing me to define my own value and
Right.
being okay with my own value.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of Adler lately, and Adler had a different philosophy. I think psychology and went astray back somewhere around the turn of the century, where popularized guys like Freud and Maslow, with very, very harmful blue pill ideologies, became popular. And a guy like Adler, that was at the top of his game and had thousands of publications that read like gold, got he was put to the back of the line, and he lost his job as the head of the what was the equivalent to the head of the psychology department in the world at that time. But now that we look back, if we would have went with that theory, it was more MGTOW. It was more about goal orientation. It was about losing that inferiority complex. It was about separating from your mother, and and all those things. And it's like, that's a healthier male. But
Absolutely.
and so Adler's was big in my philosophy now, and he isn't accepted still. It's like they'll take his child philosophy for children and stuff and use that, but they can never apply that, because it's an unfriendly observation when you try to apply that to humans, human adults. They get incensed.
Yeah, because they have this particular arrangement that they feel humans should fall into.
Yeah.
And the first time I've ever heard of Adler was actually from you. I've never heard of him outside of
Yeah.
you citing him.
I mean, do you ever look up anything on the net, and then you see that this guy's got a vast amount of knowledge, but the blue pill world doesn't let it come out. Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's, the religiousness and what the church wanted, how that thing developed, and the craziness of that whole Christian thing, and then the craziness of the blue pill world that is totally absurd. Uh, you know, um, men tournamenting with each other, and fighting with swords and stuff like that. Jesus Christ, that's so barbaric. And then we see
Crazy.
how our divorce court system is barbaric towards men, and we wonder why, and we're in 2022. We're supposed to be enlightened people. in 2020. We have a totally barbaric divorce court system that doesn't see women as humans; they see them as children, and then they blame us
Yeah.
for saying that.
Yeah, it's crazy to the extent that I go on basically what are right-wing spaces on the internet, and whenever the subject of MGTOW comes up, or unmarried men or single men, the only thing you hear from them is shaming.
Yeah,
They say, "Oh, you don't make enough money," or
yeah,
"You didn't work out," or you didn't have sex with your wife good enough, you didn't please her.
yeah.
It's all oriented around shame. And it's like you said, the woman is treated like she's a child, or she's above reproach, or it's somehow the man is always culpable.
Yeah, she took the garbage can out. She gets pats and gifts because she did an act that a 12-year-old male child does every day, every week. It's like ridiculousness. The Blue Pill Society is just ridiculous. But
Well, you know what's ironic is what I'm talking about are people that claim to be red pill.
yeah,
Okay, these are people that are all about. I'm not gonna go into detail about the
can't.
website I'm talking about,
Yeah,
but these are people that pride themselves on their red pillness, and when it comes to women,
no,
I don't know, that just goes out the window somehow. And you can start a thread about MGTOW, and literally all you get is shame.
it's
That's
shame.
all you get.
Oh, that's the traditional conservatives, and well, they say that
Exactly. Yeah, they're the conservatives.
the,
Correct.
you know what I think about the conservatism is a bias. Traditional conservative is two biases put in the same thing. It becomes ambiguous bias, and they they consider themselves red pill, but them are the people we've always been talking about. Them are the white knights. Them are the simps. Them are the cucks. I mean, and how we consider themselves red pill is like there's this alt-right red pillar sort of thing too that's been going on that drives me nuts. And then you see those kind of splinter groups that hardcore, rightist, and it's like, but when it comes to girls and it comes to that stuff, they're the biggest simps in the whole world.
Yeah. Yeah, the way you frame it like that, it makes more sense. But I was kind of astonished by it. How could they be so quote unquote red pill
Yeah,
about so many of society's issues? But then when you start talking about women and marriage and stuff, they become like these uh, trad cucks, basically. It's like, it's
that's
like,
just as bad.
where did this come from?
The thing they're saying about the other side, about the libbies and the far righters and everything, they're the same thing.
Exactly.
They're not MGTOW, and they're not part. They got no horns and they got no tails. They don't belong to our existence. They're not like us. They're not the same peoples. I mean, we are.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm starting to realize that because they kind of belong to a sort of a groupthink ideology, and the way that I view MGTOW, while I do see some neo MGTOW ascribing to a kind of groupthink,
yeah,
I think I think MGTOW has traditionally been defined as an individualistic
right.
philosophy where you define
You do.
what is your value system.
Right, yeah, and that's individuality. That's the uniqueness of the individual person. Uh, that has to do with that introspection, that being a good person, that seeing things realistically the way realistic things are. It's being a rational male. Those things, those are more important to us. When people say absurd statements and stuff like that, that drives me nuts. And it's like, ooh, I get it so much too. It's like, I go around from Tucker Carlson to the T, what is it, the TTF, whatever, the Young Turks,
The TYT.
TYT. I say, man, you're all in that same it's that same group, and you don't see it. I mean, they're all white knights. They're all them simps, and they don't listen. And it's like Barbarossa used to, I mean, he would hammer on traditional conservatism. It's like,
Yeah.
don't be that. Conservatism is a bias. It's the bias of when confronted with an unfriendly observation, they pretend it's not real.
Yeah, exactly. They literally don't even address it. Like
Yeah.
I will post in these threads
They won't address it.
a good argument. They will literally not even address it.
Yeah.
And I realize that they are purposely ignoring it because they don't have a defense. If they did have a defense, it would actually deconstruct their entire worldview.
Right.
And they would have to become intellectually honest, which they're not willing to be.
That's why MGTOW is this paradigm change that's coming in the world, and they're going la 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 la. I can't hear you, like a bunch of little children. It's like
Exactly.
Paradigm change is coming anyways, because we can't sustain this thing as humans. We got to get back to a more natural sort of living, and I mean that's a hard pill to swallow too. Once we realize, the female nature, the biology of a female. I'm not a father. That freaks a lot of people out when I say that, even though I can prove it biologically, sociologically, and genetically.
Absolutely. Yeah, that comes off to a lot of people as like an extreme statement.
Extreme, yeah. Like it's like it's like I bought in. I was a sucker at that point. I believed that there was this thing that fathers were, and then I realized how easily that could get stripped from you. If it was real, if father was a real thing in the natural laws of the world, no judge would be able to strip that from you. So it's not real. It's a social construct.
I completely agree. And this is also probably considered a radical idea, but just to contribute to what you're saying, if you actually go back far enough in human beings' evolutionary history, there didn't exist a concept of a father.
No.
There existed a concept of a tribal organization. And basically, I may have actually heard this from you, I'm not sure, but basically the way men and women mated was, some guy would mate with a chick, or multiple guys would mate with a chick, and it wouldn't be in the context of some like matrimonial copulation. It would be like a sort of hit and run sort of thing.
Hit and run.
And yeah, and the woman did, and you've talked about this in the context of sexual cryptis, but the woman wouldn't really know who the father was, and everybody would kind of work together to raise the child. The men wouldn't really engage in any kind of activities that were designed to raise the children, except maybe like a coming of age ceremony,
right?
For like a
12, they get handed over to the men of the community. That's natural,
right? And they have to do some coming of age ceremony, like the stuff that I've read about that tribes have done is like putting their hand in like a hill of like fire ants, or going on a hunt with the men, or something to overcome some kind of ordeal, to be considered a man,
right?
And but other than that, there was no matrimonial sort of like, right. Oh, I'm the man, this is my baby, like that idea didn't even exist until modern times.
It's a totally religious idea of the final fictionalism that traditional people have drawn up, that this is the way it's supposed to be, but it's Disney. It's just a fiction. It's a Disney world that they live in that's not real. Sexual crypsis determines that the women hide their what is that, their when they're
fertility.
They hide their fertility for a reason.
Yeah, that's another idea that I didn't even hear about until I heard it from you. Yeah. And I was like, whoa, this is mind-blowing, but it's real. Like, why are they even putting on makeup? Yeah, obviously there's a reason.
Yeah, Lourdes is a neoteny. And once you learn about these things that women do, lorduses, neoteny, sexual cryptis, you realize that the world's totally different than you thought it was. And there's political structures that are in place that are harmful to the natural world. And MGTOWs live in a natural world. If we'd all come to reality on these things, we'd realize that some sort of altruism towards the community, those baby mama areas where no men live and everything, so they can raise the children, would be better, because that's the way it's supposed to be. But that's a rough pill to swallow. That's one of those unfriendly observations the traditionalists don't want to deal with. They're like, oh, we can't have families, and I can't fuck that girl. I can't do her every night. And it is like, no.
One thing I think a lot of blue people, they take the current arrangement for granted. Like they pretend like it's somehow natural, or pretend like it's somehow going to arise naturally in all circumstances. They don't admit that it's an obfuscation of actual arrangements. And like you said, I think there's also a sort of a personal bias where it's, well, hey, I like having this woman that I can just fuck, regularly. Sorry
That's
for
what
the language. I don't know. And
MGTOW is about pulling yourself away from that addiction. Once you get, it's like, no, I'd never treat a woman like that. Well, what makes them think I would treat a woman like that as a MGTOW? That's what trad cucks do, and that's what the liberals do. That they treat their women like, and then on both sides of this things, the women are agreeing with this is the side or this is the side, and both of them are treating them like shit.
I completely agree with you, and that's another thing that you say that, in my opinion, is kind of revolutionary, because I don't hear anybody else saying this. Is you say feminism is not the problem. You say feminism is actually part of the solution, because it's liberating women to take responsibility for their own lives.
That's all I want.
So a proper MGTOW should encourage feminism. Well, the trendy thing is to hate everything
feminism.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, look, myself, I think people on the left politically, I think a lot of them are a little bit off their rocker. Okay. But I think when you bring up the point about encouraging feminists to pursue personal responsibility, I think that's quite a revolutionary idea, in the sense that
I want them all to discover agency like I discovered courage. I want them to consider themselves to be good enough, and then it's like it's a wall to bust through. And then once they have that agency, they will protect that agency like it's a baby. I mean, once they have it, and then that'll be a good thing. Their whole idea about life will change. They'll get the courage to consider themselves, the best thing that ever walked on this planet. I consider myself the best thing that ever walked on this planet. No matter what anybody tells me, I'm like, nah, man, I'm so pretty. It's just amazing. And that's where you get that from. And it's like, everybody should have that. Everybody consider yourself worthy of living on this planet. And, but in that thing that they do, like some people are expected to have that slave mentality. And this is busting through that slave mentality as humans.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
There's been some modern discoveries too that'll just blow your mind about humans and why we have autism, why we have Keller's disease, why we have Down syndrome and everything. Those are all products of domestication. People thinking that they're not good enough. Then they develop the sagging eyes, the round features, the low intelligence. Them are all products of this horrible human domestication slavery that we've been doing.
So you said that these evolutionary outcomes, let's just call them, are the products of people not thinking they're good enough.
Right.
And so they develop these traits which sort of validate the societal narrative that they are given.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'm not good enough. Okay,
Good
this other person is confirming that I'm not good enough. So now I'm going to actually develop physical symptoms
symptoms of
to.
domestication.
That's very intriguing. I've never heard about that. That's a very intriguing thought. And you know what?
You can look it up.
Just based.
I'll
Go ahead.
you look up Keller's syndrome. I think it's Keller syndrome, and human domestication, and there's some rather astounding results lately. But you can see it with people. It's a product of our society. And you know how a dog, when you look at wolves, they have sharp features, big teeth, hair, like like a MGTOW. Uh, but when people get domesticated, they get the saggy ears, and they start looking at Down syndrome. I mean, these observations are starting. People are smart enough now; they're starting to notice those observations of domestication. Yeah, I mean that's a big jump to take for most humans too. I mean, why are our ears rounded? Why are our faces like they are? We all look like we we look like those little Down syndrome kids now. But that's a pig when you look at a domesticated pig compared to a domesticated boar. Total difference.
Well, I'm thinking a couple different thoughts right now. First, I'm thinking that I've heard from like the Alex Jones types that the whole goal of the elite system is to develop a sort of subservient second tier human, but more not going down that rabbit trail, more more prescient of a point, I guess I would say, is that one thing that I've sort of noticed about human beings is that based on the research that I've done, human beings used to exist in hunter-gatherer tribes of about 150, obviously. And we had these like coming of age ceremonies, and these ceremonies taught us how to fulfill our adult roles, and we
Mhm.
had these social expectations, and there were these sort of social systems that enabled the development of these roles to fulfill these societal expectations. Okay, so but
Right.
what I see in modern society, and I think you've alluded to this at times when you've talked a few times about your thoughts on capitalism,
Yeah.
is that we kind of have a system where a person is raised. Let's use the analogy of a bird, for example. A
Okay.
person is raised in the nest until they're about 18 years old. There's no real hardship that comes upon them. And then when they're 18, they get just shoved out of the nest. And it's like,
Oh,
okay, are you going to fly or are you going to hit the ground and splat? If you hit the ground and splat, well, tough shit. Like you're a working class person. You're going to get by the skin of your teeth if you don't get a trade. And I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible, but basically what I'm saying is that our society doesn't have these rituals that not only bring people into adulthood, but also give people the tools they need to fulfill those
right.
expectations. So what do you think about that?
Yeah. With nowadays with the a young man should be like being raised after 12 years old with his father. He teaches them skills. Fix your bike. Fix your bike has to go with gears and mechanicalism. Okay, now I understand gears. I remember. I understand the all the mechanics of a bike. That's a lot of knowledge in there. We do it in simple, different ways now than we used to do it. But that prepares a boy for life. And then going through some of the things he goes through, he's going to need to have his father there at that point. And his father is representative of, that outer community. you know, but nowadays boys get enmeshed, and they get enmeshed with their mothers, and there's a very there's something called enmeshment, and then you see it everywhere.
Yeah, I'm aware of enmeshment. It's where you have who are enmeshed into a particular role so that all the different roles can
Yeah,
be validated, so to speak, by your fulfilling of that role that was given to you.
yeah, and men become the protectors, providers of the female in that society, aka the mother, and that's so bad for a boy because that's his goals in life to protect the female. But we see that everywhere now, especially with single mothers now. They don't have fathers to bring them along in that and bring them into that thing where you know getting jobs is not that hard because you know how you have some skills, whether that be
Absolutely.
bottom of the even skills at the bottom of the barrel now, such as drywall painting, bike repairs, automotive repairs or something. Them are important to have to fall back on. I mean, several times in my life I had to fall back on minimal skills that I had, but I had those skills because there was a father to teach me those things, and I was confident.
Absolutely. Let me just mute for a little bit, and let me just looks like a
We'll enter in. We're bringing in a new guest on this holiday and Shingles. I don't know if he's got. Hello, Shingles.
Gentlemen, how's my sound?
Your sound's a little.
How about now?
Yeah, it's okay, but it's a little low. It's okay.
That's like it must be like the energy around here.
Oh, it's like you maybe hold it closer. You got your phone, right?
I do. Let me just get out of here a second, and I can get a bit more volume. I'm still in a fucking housing estate. Hold on.
Okay. So, you're 4 hours ahead, so you've already experienced New Year's Day. It's 5 hours.
I sure have.
Yeah, 4 hours.
It's like 4:30 in the morning now, so we've already had the New Year's and the
Morning.
champagne, and yeah, it's a late one for me.
Oh,
I promised. I know. I promised all you I'd come on, so I said to hell with it. I'll do it.
I totally forgot about that. I just totally forgot that you're in Ireland, and and it's
Don't
four.
worry about it. It's all good. I've been up for most of the night, so it's been great. I went to the local pub
Oh,
with the
cool.
folks and that. Went to the local pub with the folks and that, and we were playing darts and swigging beer and so on. So they've all fucked off to bed, but I can't be doing this when they're up. So I came outside to do it. So I'm just walking over to a bench now, my
Okay.
usual bench.
Your usual, yeah, the MGTOW bench is.
It is. It's been. I've well and truly christened the fucking thing anyway. So. But yeah, it's good. It's good. So, excuse me, pardon me. Yeah. So how have you all been? I hope all is well.
Great. We had some great discussion, and me, whiskey.
I know I've been
and
listening. It's been great. I've been listening on and off. It's been really good. I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, me and Rob been talking postmodernism.
No, it's you meant you mentioned a few things there that was interesting. Things I hadn't heard about again for a couple of years, like the sexual cryptid concept and stuff like that. So that was interesting to me.
Yeah, you would think that wasn't a thing in MGTOW anymore, and that's an important part of the MGTOW philosophy. It's an important part of biology to know that what she's thinking.
It's a big one.
It's a big one.
I want to say it to. I need to say it to Rob C as well. Rob, if you're listening, I'm sure you are because you just have your mic muted. What you should do as well. I know you mentioned that you'd kind of discovered MGTOW a couple of years ago and all that. Go back and look at the YouTube channel. Sorry, go back and look at Trav's channel back to about 3 or 4 years ago. Like you still have some of those hangouts from like 2016 and shit. And I know I keep going on about them, but there was more people were involved, and it was a lot better. But there was a lot of that stuff going on at the time. It was just really, really good content. If you haven't checked it out, please do so. They're important conversations, and they were really good. So just one thing I wanted to say.
Yeah, I got to put all those old ones back up because they were trying to take me down for a while, and God, some of those are, I can go back now, but I can't. I don't know where we went on some things. So if we pushed it too far or not.
Yeah. There was some of them that were a bit well, they're even a bit controversial from our point of view, but no, it was really good. There was excuse me, there was some great content, and there was some great topics that were fleshed out. It might take us maybe 2 hours to get there, but we hit the nail on the head sometimes. I thought it was very, very important.
Yeah, it's good to see
But
when I
it's
talk
hard. Oh, I'm sorry. No,
when I
but
talk
it's
about
hard for someone. It's hard for someone who's quite new to come into it because you're just gonna like Rob was saying. You type into YouTube and type in MGTOW, or you go on to Vimeo, or you go on to fuck knows where else you go. Like nowadays for this sort of stuff, and you're gonna find a crock of shit for the most part. You're gonna find, but like you still have the early Spetsnaz stuff. It's still up there and stuff like that. So you go and grab that material. But again, how are you to know when you're first getting off your when you're on the divorce courts, and you're finding this sort of stuff, and you might find a men's rights group somewhere in a local town of yours. But how are you to know that you're to look for this sort of stuff? Or I should say, how do you know which YouTube channels to go to? So it's very fucking difficult to get concrete, support for yourself. So that's what annoys me. Anyway.
they censor it, and I mean, if you weren't looking for Barbarossa, you'd never find Barbarossa. I mean,
No, you'd have to be pre-pointed in the direction, which is quite
there
frustrating.
has to be a certain events that you're looking for, and then they let you see us.
Yeah. We're like a special little treat, We're like the what do you call it? We're like the we're like the sherbet on the side,
Yeah.
we're like that cranberry Jew,
Yeah. I want to
But
say how
it's
good you're doing and everything. And when I talk about good examples of MGTOW, I always mention Shingles. I mean, he took the MGTOW, he followed his dreams, and he's doing it now. And I just think you're such a great example of a MGTOW.
well, it's great to hear you say that, and I'm delighted about that. I certainly am. It's been a very rocky road, and I've had a pretty tough damn awful year this year, to be honest, from an emotional perspective.
Okay.
That's been a difficult one for me, but I really believe the last couple of weeks have taken off, and I've had, most of us thankfully have had a bit of time to reflect because of the holiday season and for the time of the year that's in it and so on. So that's been a bit of a blessing in disguise, really. And if you can take a bit of time away from your family, to go into that place for 3 or 4 days of complete introspection and isolation, that I think you need to go into and do that. And then once you come out of that, then you'll really gain some perspective. Excuse me, and you'll start getting some answers. And
Yeah.
I have done that now. And aligning with some core principles that I picked up from 3, 4, 5 years ago, when I started looking into MGTOW properly, and what it could do for myself and for other people around me within the community, but also further afield. When you take that MGTOW alignment and put it into different avenues of your life, which you can certainly do so.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing about it, because we talk about, we want to drive. We need to really give MGTOW quite a big push into next year, and hopefully by this time next year we'll have a bit of a different perspective, and a bit, not necessarily a different perspective, but we'll have maybe a new set of people, or different sets of people coming around here with the same sort of mindset, but that they've got to through their own journey, using the right rudders to get them through the water, but
Yeah.
it's you do need that alignment, and you do need that a bit of help sometimes from the relevant people. But it, it's it can be tough. It can be tough on your own, but I think it's required. It's a big requirement is to do that isolation for a while and
Right.
really, really go to the depths of where you can start to really iron out the hull of your own ship.
Right. Yeah. It begins down here, and that's something that most men have never experienced. Looking deep down inside, saying, these are my problems. I have to fix them. I have to get some goals, and that's MGTOW there. It's helpful, and it works. I mean, I've rarely I've seen one MGTOW failure this year. I don't want to say who, but but I mean, that was the first MGTOW failure I seen, and it's like, and he was totally not doing it right, and but that's the importance of doing the MGTOW right. Once you do it right, okay, this is a non-fail.
And yeah, as well as that, to add to your point, how do you know you're doing it right? Well, trust me, it'll feel right, because what MGTOW does is it doesn't subtract, it only adds.
It only adds.
And when you're living a lifestyle, oh shit, you see what? It's 4:30 in the morning on an Irish, and it's an Irish morning, so it's quite cold.
Yeah.
With fog everywhere. I'm on the middle of an old boreen here in the road in the middle of fucking nowhere because I've gone off into the woods. And I'm seeing some fucking headlight coming and going, oh shit, here comes my fucking maker, But no, but the thing about it is it'll only add to your life.
Mm-hmm.
But it's important to understand that in the absence of a MGTOW perspective, if you are MGTOW orientated, of course, that will always infer, that essential. That has to be defined. But once you've defined that, you'll know when you're doing it right, when you're living in that way that you should be living it, if it is indeed adding to your life, and if there is something that's been subtracted, then you're simply not doing it right, and that's when you need to make the alignment, and then you reach out to other MGTOWs as well, and then you do a little bit of reading and the introspection, and between all the sources and the opinions, you'll start to be able to identify exactly which change you need to make, and it'll be a bit of an experimentation. It might take you 6 months to make a change, but you'll get there.
You'll get there, yeah. Yeah, it sounds cold there. Is it? Yeah, you're coughing.
That's nice. But I've got a bit of a head cold anyway, so I don't mind that. But it's all right. But I love it because I look around me, Joe, right, and Whiskey and Rob and everybody else in the chat, and I see a dead straight road ahead of me, pitch black, crystallized, 4:30 in the morning, 1st of January 2020, baby. Here we fucking come. I love it, because I know in an hour, it's only going to take an hour, and you're going to start seeing the trees moving in a different direction, and you're going to start seeing the lambs getting up from the field, because they're all like lying low in the field across from me here, and I can see them, and they're lying in together, huddled up, between around 5 and, well, I suppose about, ask any hotel like night porter or anybody who works nights, they'll tell you the same thing. For about 3:30 to about 5:30, everything just fucking dies, So, so it's one of those things.
Oh yeah, it's a peaceful time.
I got a car just past me, bastard. He's robbing my peace. That's okay.
That's okay.
It's just a taxi guy trying to make himself a few quid. That's okay.
That's okay. Yeah. It's a new year this year. I think MGTOW, we got to push this moving forward, past all the dissension and because there's important properties to MGTOWs that men need to know. And we as long as we're hemmed up with all the garbage in here, we gotta be mature enough to push past that. And I'm looking for a good year this year. I'm looking for a real growth year where we bring people in to understand what we're talking about. And I think we can do that, but we have to specify what we're talking about too. That means there's a specific MGTOW way of doing things. And I think we have to, let some of these orbiters know, hey, that's not MGTOW. We're not going to put up with it no more.
Yeah, I think you've hit on two key points with that, where you've got the right people and you've got the right message.
Yeah.
And a refining in both of those concepts. And I suppose from an immediately personal perspective, I can only apologize because this year I've been stupidly busy with the career I'm trying to drive, and that leaves me not a lot of time for anything else. And then anything immediately outside that I might use for personal development or fitness and so on. So in other words, I've been basically fucking useless. But in a sense, what I'm saying really is you do two things. You'll refine both approaches, the people who are coming in and out and so on, and that'll always happen. And then you've got the actual approach itself that one is trying to drive and deliver. And you can only have one without the other. Now, with this, I think what's central with that, effectively, is what I'd like to start seeing, Joe, is I'd like to start seeing people who've been around for the past 10 years. I'd like to see I'd like to see some of them coming back and saying hello. That's what I'd like to see, to be honest with you, because I mean, obviously, you've been a lot longer, on the internet than I have, certainly. And you've gone through hundreds of people. I could probably rattle off 70 or 80 names, which is, not a lot really. But, when I say 70 or 80 people, I mean 70 or 80 decent people, that have kind of come and gone and so on. And, the next 5 years, excuse me, will be probably something reasonably similar, where you'll have a lot of people coming in and out, but they'll never quite stay. And there's lots of reasons for that, clearly, but they're definitely MGTOWs and they're living their lives, and that's fine. But I think they should come back every now and then and drop by and say hello, like what Messenger does from time to time, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But you've got people like Zeta and Heartburn, and I could name 20 of them. You could probably name 100. But it'd be nice to see. It'd be nice to see them come back and say hello every now and again, rather than vanishing off the face of the earth. I don't understand that, But I mean, people are busy, and I get that. I work 80 hours a week, but I try and come back and say hello sometimes, I mean, for Christ's sake. But you've got that people kind of coming back. Oh, here goes another fucking car. Sorry, I should have muted my mic there. Oh, shit. But no, what I'm saying is you've got the people coming back, and then you've got people who are going to come in, and then you've got the current crew of people also. So I suppose with the current crew of people, you've always got that MGTOW recruitment process that we've always had, and I think that needs to continue to be relatively strong, and I don't think that needs to change at all. And and in order to do that, you need to have some decent people around at the same time. And I think what we've seen this year, from what I can gather anyway, now I know Whiskey does his stream like literally every day, which it's such a shame. I never get to listen to it because it's always on when I'm sleeping. And then I never get to listen to it anyway because I'm too fucking busy. So what the hell do I know? But it's a thing where, in a sense of from what you were saying, but maybe a half an hour ago, where you were saying, well, we need to kind of have a place where it's more like centralized, in a sense, because it'll always be a decentralized, how do you want to call it, lifestyle, for want of a better term. But you've got like what Whiskey was saying, or what one of you guys were saying earlier on, maybe an hour ago, where you've got people have their little groups, and that's nice because they're all friendly with each other and stuff, and that's absolutely the case. But in a sense, really, what you need is kind of you have a stream, like your stream every Sunday at 12 o'clock. It was 12 o'clock for me. It was 5 o'clock like GMT, right?
Yeah.
And excuse me. And that was church, man, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't, like, you shouldn't do it, but that was kind of the idea, where we had Joe's stream once a week, and that was it, man. Everyone was fucking there. And then you'd have other streams then, like during the week, that were always a bonus and a plus. And then maybe next year, or I suppose like this year that's coming, you could say, okay, we're going to have whiskey stream on a fucking Tuesday. Everyone be there, or we're
Right.
going to have, have maybe 3 or 4 of them, and those are central ones. It's like you try and be there or else.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get back to being, the Sunday morning thing. I need to get that because the Sunday morning thing includes a lot of people around the world. They did it at that time because that's a convenient time frame.
It was a tough old time for you because it was kind of shitty, but
Yeah, I had to wake
I'll be
up and
honest with
get
you.
up and
Yeah.
find my brain and then get a cup of coffee. And then on Sunday morning, when you really want to just sleep till 2.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. I mean, it's, especially when you don't have to get up because it's Sunday. It's the Sabbath day. It's like, let me rest.
Yeah, I wanted the rest, but I did it for years and years of it. Just get up and do that, and I'd like to get back to doing that again because it's a ritual. It's a male ritual, and do that and find that in myself. This last year, I've been so under my knee it's just been so bad. I can't
I
walk,
heard, yeah.
and
I heard you've had a number of ailments like this year, and it's definitely affected you in all aspects of your life, I'd say, because I I see sometimes you go for a week without any activity, and I go, oh shit, that's not like Joe whatsoever.
yeah,
I really
yeah.
hope he's okay, and I know, right, if Joe's not there, there's actually something wrong with him. That's how I know. I'm like, that's not good.
Yeah,
'Cause-
if it swells and I feel that my brain too, if I get swimming in that pain and
oh yeah,
it's like, man, I can't think right. And then that's when I know
oh yeah.
they just can't do it. And, but that's going to end this year. So it's ending now and I'm going to start getting more active and I got to get more positive. It's just, I got to go through a little, goal orientation, do a few of them, get back into it and start that again and be someone, I know that I've kind of failed in this year and to get back to someone in MGTOW that I do that every week and that's solid.
Yeah. Well, you didn't really fail anybody, Joe. You were just living your life. I'd never say that, but it's I suppose, like in a sense, if you kind of going back to what kind of the two things where you have the people coming in and out, and just the general kind of, in the nicest possible way putting it, I'm going to use the term to monitor people, but it kind of as a more friendly kind of way to put it down. If you're on the rugby team and you're picking the A team and you're picking the B team, it's kind of, there's going to be a bit of competition about it. So it's that same sort of approach where you kind of have the recruitment gig, and that's a continuous process. And it doesn't matter how long it's taken you to find the lifestyle. That can go on for many years, because if someone makes a big boo boo and they get married, well, I'm sorry, you're gone.
The fireworks are going off right here. It just turned midnight here.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, very good.
I mean, the whole place just lit up and the fireworks are like, it sounds like a war zone.
Gonna get it like tear gas and
yeah. Americans and their fireworks, boy.
Well, they have bonfire night over here, as you know, on October the 31st, and they've got those like Roman candles and stuff, the ones that go up in sevens, and they're amazing. They're totally illegal over here, of course, but because I work in the UK, I get to see them where it's not illegal, so it's lovely.
Okay, in Ireland, is this what's when they put the mask on and they go around tonight? Was this the night that they did that? And they sing?
No. No. That's like Halloween, man. So that's the actual like bonfire night, That's
okay.
Yeah.
What's the old fashioned when they put the straw mask on?
Oh, the straw mask. Oh, I'd have to think about that one. nothing's coming off the top of my tongue. So
Yeah, there's a they celebrated in Philadelphia. I can't remember the name. There's a song.
it wasn't
Uh,
some old. It wasn't some old pagan festival, right? And I don't know.
yeah, it's a pagan festival thing.
Oh, you have
I
me.
I can't remember the girl's name that sings the song. You go around from house to house and you sing, and that's Irish New Year's or something. But I don't think it happens tonight.
No. No, the when they go around house to house and all that, that's generally if like for kids. They go around like playing like trick or treat and stuff. But that probably happens in most countries who've kind of taken the bit like the. I'm convinced the British have stolen the bonfire night off us, and they just
Yeah.
have one a couple of days later.
Yeah, I used to talk a lot about the Irish, the pre-second centuries before Christianity hit Ireland, and the the different language and the different way of thinking and everything. I rather it's fascinating.
It is. It certainly is. Irish history. Well, I suppose any kind of history in general is extremely important, and I'm not very well versed in it, I must say. But there's a lot of troubles in the north,
The
the north of
troubles,
Ireland.
yeah.
I gotta read up on that stuff because I don't know much about it, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay.
And there's certain areas, like there's certain streets up in Armagh and so on, that you actually can't go, and you will get blown out of it. It's quite dangerous up there. So
Yeah,
it's still a rather hostile place. It's you've got the PSNI and who wants like Northern Ireland now, and who's actually going to get it. And looks like Ireland is actually going to get its 32 counties back, but economically nobody wants it. But anyway, that's a different conversation for a different day. But
yeah. I just wish I can remember the name of that. That holiday, the festival. Okay, but it's not important.
it'll come back.
I can remember the song, but I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, but they're done blowing off their fireworks. We had a large Hispanic following up here, and Hispanic guys in their fireworks. They just love them.
That's good.
Every time the sports teams win, it's fireworks. Every time any excuse to do fireworks is fireworks day.
They just start shouting, "Oh, sprinklers! Woo!"
Yeah. Oh, it's warm. Fireworks.
Above like 30 degrees? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, that's all right. It's all like it's in Fahrenheit for you. About 90 Fahrenheit? Yeah, it's time. Yeah. Come on, hit the Roman candles. Yeah, let's do it.
We need fireworks. Fireworks adds
we need some more, and we need some now. We needed some yesterday, and we want fucking more tomorrow.
And more tomorrow. Just fireworks. It's funny around here, but it's a great place to live here. It's so cool.
It sounds like you got a lovely selection of different things to do, and despite the fact that it can be a bit, not necessarily run down, but industry's kind of, it's really been quite jacked for you for, I suppose, over the last like 40 years or so. But
yeah, we've taken a lot of hits around here, but man, it's made quite a unique. Stress makes a unique society, and I don't think that a lot of places in America experience the stress that we experience here. But with that comes this almost culture, this unique culture. And then, I mean, I tell you, when I first moved up here, the people around here, what you're going to see is like, wow. And I become a part of that. Even me riding my little electric bike with my big beard and the way I dress and the way I act and everything. It's like, oh, wow, that guy's unique.
you become just made of different stuff. You know,
Yeah.
it's like when you're from a certain area, and whenever that area is being affected by, like, I can only put it to you in this way, like, there are certain counties in Ireland where if you go to a running race, I do a lot of running, so
Yeah.
I'll travel across the country to do different running events and shit. And whenever I'm home, so I'll always like tie my holidays and stuff to the Irish like running calendar. So I'll always do that.
Okay.
So I'll kind of travel to different counties as the different running events are happening, and I'll go to the larger meets and stuff, so that a reasonable number of people like turn out. But I'll tell you, you meet certain people from like
Wow.
County Monaghan, and they're from like
Mhm.
like a certain places, like certain specific places, and they go, "Oh shit, they're the boys in the hill! Holy shit!" You know.
These guys, yeah.
And
Ooh, yeah,
but they've
so,
come in their minibuses, and they're all out, and it's like fucking -4 degrees outside, and they've got like shorts on and a fucking little vest, you know. And all of a sudden, seven of them just take off, just fucking zoom, you know. It's like, holy shit, they're like a breed you've never seen before. It's like, what
yeah.
are they? There must be something in the water in that area, you know. And it's like, it's just that mindset right there. It's like, there's something in the water in that area, you know, and that's what makes it that person, you know. And it's like
Yeah, that
what you're saying
stress,
yourself.
whatever in that
Yeah.
community they endured or whatever they enjoy, it just becomes part of their community, and it's just it makes for a unique view of people, because people sometimes they will surprise you.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, we're all so frighteningly similar, but yet we're all so dissimilar as well.
Yeah.
And you have that like variability within humans, which is phenomenal, really. And even within, like, say, like like not even a couple of 100 miles of a radius of a distance, you know,
Hmm.
within the same state, you know, and you'll have, you know, vastly different
Oh yeah.
outlooks, and it's amazing, really, and they're just made of different stuff, you know.
Yeah, yeah. If you looked at Clevelanders and then you looked at, like, I'm just 40 miles away in a small fishing village off, there used to be a small fishing village off of Lake Erie. It's like if you the difference is it'll put a grin on your face too, because they're not bad people. It's just the way they do things are just a little bit different, and a lot different sometimes. And it just makes you smile. Even the events, the festivals, the way they act. I love it. I just love that culture, that the cultural uniqueness.
Oh
I
yeah,
get
absolutely.
It's probably the only reason I stay here, because it's not easy living here, and it's like you want to leave. I want to leave every year. Every year winter comes around, and I want to leave.
I don't doubt it. It'll test you, you know.
It'll
And it's
test
kind
you.
of I'd say it nearly makes you kind of fall in love with the place again when the summertime comes around and other
Oh
things start
yeah.
happening, and you know.
It's one of my biggest joy when spring comes around and the people start coming out of their houses and you start seeing people again. It's like and you never know what's going to emerge.
No. It
It's usually a
maybe.
good thing. Like, it's usually a good thing. The other day I seen a guy walking down the street here, and there's a lot of people that around here, he had a big bunny costume on, and he had a little tail sticking out, and he was like, he had a big beard, and he was like, that's the way he walks around.
Hey, look, Sally from the Palm. She just lost a fucking limb. Oh, it's okay. Hi, Sally. How you
That's
doing, Joe?
She's just waving, and that's me. I ride around on my bike. I look different than the rest of the people, and I wave and smile, and everybody knows my name, and it's, hey Joe, and hey John, hey Mr. Smith, hey, it's like
It's like the Wardens, you know.
yeah, yeah. But that's what we breed in MGTOW too, becoming your own individual person, that individual, what you are. I mean, enjoy that, because you're the only one of you on this planet, and man, show that off, because you're unique, and
Yeah. Oh, it's true, and I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I think, in a sense, like with the MGTOW personality,
yeah,
roughly speaking, you'll kind of get to a situation where you'll end up being quite happy with your individuality,
Right.
no matter what.
No
But at
matter
the
what.
same time, there'll always be this kind of resistance to not particularly to fit in with the crowd, but you'll easily fit in if you want to and when you want to. It's a
Oh,
very
if you want.
simple adjust. Oh yeah, it's a very simple adjustment to make. It
Yeah.
really is. I do it like, as I'm sure you do. I do it every day of the week. I flick it on, I flick it off. It's
Flick
like
it
I go
on.
back
And,
into my retreat. Yeah,
yeah. That
and it's a
personality,
lovely
that
little.
thing that happens. And it's like, I mean, MGTOWs are good for their community too. I always thought that every MGTOW I've ever talked to, he's out doing something. He's some kind of different thing that they haven't seen before, and that's such a good thing. And it's
It
like
is.
once you think you've seen everything, man, the next MGTOW's coming along.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they'll always say something that you never really quite had either thought of before, or
Yeah,
you kind of thought,
and
Christ,
say
I
the
know he's.
deepest things.
It's quite something, to be fair. It really is, and
Yeah. Well,
it's refreshing. I
you live in a naturalistic way, and then realizing that, man, yeah, that Disney world that everybody lives in is a tight bubble. And once you start looking
oh
around and seeing how things really are, it's like you become an oddity.
yeah. Well, that's kind of why I was saying, like, I messaged you earlier on. I was saying one of the things that I don't like to see about some certain MGTOWs is that they've been doing it for 5 years. Well, not that they've been doing it, but they've kind of found peace with their, with their, like, they might have been MGTOW in reality for 20 years, but they just never really like knew that the thing had a fucking name, or whatever. But
Yeah, they become
they've been
comfortable with it.
yeah, and they've gone and they've developed it for 5 years or whatever it might be, and then all of a sudden they start slowly kind of drifting into obscurity a little bit, and I kind of worry about that sometimes. I go, that's not very helpful, because if you're starting to kind of, if you think it's like the last chapter, it's like no, it's the next chapter in your life,
It's
not the last one.
Yeah, there's always that next thing that's coming, and that's the exciting part about MGTOW. We know this. We work through, we transition well, we work through things, we doing that introspection to set you up for goals, and then you know how to experience goals then, and you know how to experience that next wave of your life. There's going to be this next wave that's coming. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know it's going to be so cool.
Exactly. It's that expectation. It's that sense of looking forward and belonging to the future, and it's
I think we
growing with it.
ride the surf of reality rather than
Being
sit
stuck in that bubble of yeah, exactly. With the palm trees blowing in your ears.
yeah, ride that surf, man.
Absolutely. Get the foam from the water and put your hair back. Take it all.
Take it,
But
MGTOW's a trip, man.
it's the funnest trip there is. It's the only trip there is, as far as I'm concerned.
There is, yeah. It's like, hold on tight. This is gonna be something.
Bring your plasters. Actually, don't bother. It's okay. We just rub salt in the wound instead.
That's what I used to. What did he used to say? It's like that old hippie that turns around and says, "Hold on tight, man. This is gonna be groovy."
Oh dear.
Christ, he was right.
I tell you, he sure was.
Yeah. It's yeah, MGTOW. Just put me, that adventure spirit and everything. I get out and I see things now, and it's like, wow. It's like, wow, I experience life now. When I was in that thing, I mean, it was so contained. It was like I wasn't seeing nothing except for the family. I wasn't seeing nothing except for women. I wasn't seeing nothing except for what they wanted me to see, and just go to work, come home, eat, go to bed, go to work, come home, eat, go to bed, you do that over and over and over, and never spend any of that, time for yourself and looking around the world that you live in. The world's a fucking crazy, wonderful place.
It certainly is. And I suppose, in a sense, what might have helped you a little bit with that is because with your upbringing originally before you went to the army, you
Yeah.
kind of had that loose enough kind of a lifestyle. At least that's what you were brought up in, And I know you rebelled against that quite highly and so on. But
Hippie
like,
generation, and just looking around and naturalism and stuff, and going to find those unique things, and like, wow, wow. And sometimes it's bad. Now I shed most of the bad things looking for those bad things.
yeah,
But there's the whole world out there. Find your thing. Sometimes your thing is just, man, going to be totally different, and it's, man, like I say, most of my time in the summer is walking up and down those streams, collecting rocks and looking at the trees, and doing the naturalist thing where I'm what kind of plant is this? What kind of rock is this? And writing it down and saving them and looking at them under the microscope, and that's that's a part of life. It's about looking at how life really works, how this world really works.
that's a beautiful way. Those are beautiful memories. They really are, because that's the scientist. That's the
Yeah,
genuine interest in truth, and that's the seeing it as the world is exactly as it is. And you go, okay, brilliant.
is
And you realize how wonderful it actually is, and
right.
there's so many layers of fabrication that's so worth looking into.
Right.
Then you have your going to bed, going to work, just having it hammered out of you. It's like you start looking at the years going by and you go, holy shit, where's my fucking life gone?
Yeah, they'll
You
take
know?
and you'll spend the rest of your life searching for that capitalistic dream, and you can still have that, but man, you got to do it. Most of these
Oh
people,
yeah.
these blue people are going to die never knowing them, never knowing.
Oh, but there's also a stance as well where they're too afraid to find out what that actually might be.
Right, there's some horrors in your introspection. I mean, I was a pussy beggar, I was a simp, I was a white knight at times, I was all those horrible things. I did away with all those things, there's that. I was weak, I was cowardice at some points, I had to find courage again. And there's horrible things, but with MGTOW, it gives you that path to find that courage to do those things.
Yeah, exactly. And that's through the people coming in and coming out, and also through the actual philosophy in and of itself and how it stands the test of time.
Yeah. My new thing is mountain biking. I want to get back into it, like really heavy, as soon as my knee. I do it now, even with my knee. It hurts. But man, there ain't no courage in the whole world like hitting a drop. It's like going over that jump. It's like, and once you can do it, it's like there's nothing. Yeah, I did it, and it looks scary. But that turned out into your life. I wish I had that courage sometimes when I was 21, 22. I did when I was 22, that kind of courage, but life beat me down and I lost that. And mountain biking helped me find that back again.
That's what's lovely about those sorts of little things where and I tell you, you might have found mountain biking in your 60s if you stayed married and stuff and all that. But I mean, I tell you, you would have found it a lot later on,
right,
than when you've actually found it now for yourself.
Yeah,
when you
realize I always
made those changes.
that's one of the things that I always should have been doing. It's like I could take the road or I can hit that path. Which one's going to be funner?
I think I think the MGTOW 2020 slogan should be hit that path, not hit
Yeah,
that ass.
hit that, try to get through there and see what's down there, and that's MGTOW. You're going out. It's the veer in the road. It's like I'm going to hit that path, man, and I'm going to see down there. And I might end up, I, it's going to be scary. Hit that path and go do that, man, because them are the moments you're going to cherish when you get older. It's like I had the courage to do that. I found something, and even if it's I go down to that big tree sometimes, and it's like, how many people know that big tree is down there? It's like nobody. It's like, this fucking thing's monumental. It's a fucking huge tree.
It was there before I was born. It'll be there long after I'm dead. And it's trees have a huge important history, I think, to play, and they're a very key central thing. I'm quite passionate about trees. I don't know a lot about their shall we say, the botany and so on, and all that about it and stuff, but I like trees a lot, and they're very important. They're a very important symbol. If I see a lot of trees, it makes me happy. If I look around in the absence of trees, I don't like it. It's quite visceral for me, actually. I really like trees.
Yeah, I like to get out and find those little things that, there's a million little spots in this town that I ain't never seen before. I got to go find each one of them. And the only way you're going to do that is get off the fucking road.
Yeah, exactly that. By all means.
Thing. That's why it's the V. Yeah. Get off the fucking road.
Oh, that's exactly it.
The road is the road.
I'll tell you what's done it for me though this year, with understanding how important it is to take that time for yourself to go and do that BMX bike riding and whatever it might be, that floats your boat and makes it work for you, is that as every year goes past, well, as we all know, you ain't getting that one back. So in a sense, with life, is what happens is, from what I can see, is that you actually live life twice, because you live it going through the whole damn thing, and then you'll also relive it with all the memories that you're forming while that year happens for you.
Yeah.
So yeah. I realize I look back through this year and I go, okay, I'm 25 now. I spent my whole year being 24 because I turned 25 a couple of weeks ago. And then I realized to myself, right, okay, so I've just had that whole year. Okay, now I realize you're not getting that one back. So what happened in that year that you're happy about, that you made work for you? And what I realized is that I had a good year, but there's a lot of things I would have done quite differently with how I scheduled my time. And that worries me because I can't get that one back. Now, thankfully, I've got a future to make amends with that. But why MGTOW is so important for those who are coming in is that if you're 35, 45, whatever the fuck it is, and you need to get out, the sooner you can do that, the better.
The sooner you're better. That's why with your running, it's not the things that you did, it's the things that you didn't do that you're going to be like marking.
Absolutely. It's just like with looking at those rocks when you were a kid. It's not about what you're covering with it. It's about what you're uncovering with it. And you go, okay.
Look at that. It's that moment that I just find nature fascinating, and I'm always going to see something different. God doesn't paint in straight lines.
he ain't like that guy from the local council who just comes along with his big road. The guys who do the road markings, they just shit fucking straight arrow fucking line marks all day. But God comes along and he just starts dotting it around the place, and there it is, boys. Go check it out. I'm fucking done.
Yeah. But that's a difference between great thinkers and just ordinary men. When you look at most of the Darwin and Marx and Engels and Hobbes and Locke, it all started with their fascination with nature. Their, walking outside, what was happening outside of that door, rather than what was happening inside of their house. And and they use these things to figure out the world as it is. And that's
That was it.
That's men. That's all men should never forget that, because I forgot it for years and years. And I mean, it took a couple people in my life and some pain to get me back out. And I remember the first I said to this person, I says, man, there's nothing to do. I just feel so bored. And it's 15, 20 years ago. I can't remember. He says, you ever been to the park? He said, hey, you ever been outside of the city? I mean, there's trees and shit out there, and it's a huge park. Go. Do you ever walk? And I was like, no. And there's events that they do. I mean, there's always something to see. And it's like, and then I started opening up and like, yeah, man, there's a whole world out there. But I was living city. I was living in the city. I was living inside of this bubble where there's just this. You see the same thing over and over. The same stupid you seen yesterday, you're going to see it again tomorrow.
Completely, and it goes into. There's one comment I want to make. It's there was a great. I'll tell that story later. Fuck it, I can't remember the exact details. I'm not going to fucking ruin it on. But no, you've got like, what was it about? I think like something like 90% of your thoughts that you had today, you're going to have again tomorrow. Or it's like it's basically something like you have for every like 60,000 thoughts you have every day, 90% of them you're going to repeat tomorrow effectively.
Yeah,
which is shocking, really.
With shocking.
You know what I mean? It's like, Christ, is that all I'm really achieving or advancing? It's like,
I mean, in MGTOW, even Joey the other day, about a month and a half ago, a milk apple here, and he said to me, he said, Joe, now every day I open up my life, and it's like I open up a new page, and then I fill in the page. That's MGTOW. I fill in the pages, and it makes it better, because of, like we were talking about, like, man, I don't want to do that same old, and that fills in the page, but somebody else is filling that fucking page.
Oh, every time. And then it gets worse when they start to synchronize the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
And then you really start getting fucking worried, which you wouldn't mind, because by definition you've got to go to work, so you got to have a third of your life sleeping. That's fine. We have to concede that. That's fine. We can get over that. Right. That's just the human condition.
There's still plenty of time.
But the other third of your life is spent fucking working, which again is also, to an extent, fine if you get to have what you're working for, which is the last third of your time, like, that is remaining for you.
Yeah, a third of my time in this life.
If we live in this lobotomy of just excuse me, having that other third of your time like vanquished and been taken by somebody else,
right,
or living it for somebody else by that you're not even realizing that is happening to you, it's like, good God, you might as well be fucking dead.
Right. Yeah.
So
Dougie reminded me of that one after Dougie's death, and
I'm sorry about that. I actually hadn't spoken to you since Dougie died, so my condolences.
I walked up. I had a revelation. I walked up to the house one day, and then I just stood in front of the front door, and I realized that there's no reason to go in there.
Yeah.
So I grabbed the bike and I just took back off. It's like no reason to go in the house. And that's what being with a woman is. It's like I got to go in that house. I got to feed, I had to feed Dougie. I had to take care of Dougie and everything. But when Dougie wasn't around, now I have all this freedom here. But with a woman, she takes all your time. You have to go in that house, and it's day after day, and you have to do that. I mean, imagine yourself walking up to your house in one day and going, there's nothing in there. That's MGTOW.
and we have to go visit this person because of this.
Yeah,
And
I
we
have
have
to
to do
do
this
I
because
have
of that.
to do that.
It's all fucking bollocks.
Yeah, as you turn around and you look out at the world and you go, "There's my fucking house. That's my playground." I mean,
Absolutely.
some of the little things you learn in life, and you know, the little dog taught me that. You know,
Absolutely. Man and his dog.
yeah. I mean, I stood there and I was like, "Why? There's no reason to be in here. And why am I even thinking about that? There's so much. I'm gonna go do something, man." But MGTOW, you know, it's like I'm not buckled down to nothing. You know, man, women are like balls and chains. They say that, you know, they say that for a reason. You're ball in your chain. Why do they say that? That's not a good thing.
No, it's certainly not.
I hear some guys repeating that phrase and going, "Oh, gotta go home to the ball and chain." And I'm like, man, you're fucking crazy. That is a ball and a chain.
It's the ball and chain in your own mind. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's craziness. Why would you choose to be a slave?
It's I'm gonna do a little bit more research into philosophy and things and like the theory of mind and things like that. And I'm gonna come back with more of a better answer for you than what I'm thinking currently about why one chooses to be a slave. It's quite it's quite straightforward of an answer really, at least at face value, but I think it's worth
Yeah.
getting into more depth and more detail to.
Yeah, I
So
think it's
I'll go and
the
do that.
last philosophical question. Camus said the last philosophical question is, why do people kill themselves? I think the last philosophical question of our age is, why do people choose to be slaves?
Yeah, absolutely. Because at this stage, it is almost exclusively a choice. And, you know, I say almost because there's a certain proportion of the population who just can't fucking do it. They just can't do the fucking maths, you know?
Yeah, they can't do it for themselves. You know, there's a certain part they want to be, because it's easy to be a slave. It makes things so much easier. I mean,
well, it does a lot. It simplifies their life greatly, you know.
right,
I mean, a lot of people just
simplification is simplification.
it is. That's exactly what it is. But they don't want to. They don't want to take up the. They don't want to take up the weight of
Right.
the self ownership. They can't deal with that.
They can't do with that, and man, courage and those things are lost, and we see men just. I mean, I go, you know, out and see the looks in men's eyes like they're dead now. And then I just know, man, it's to the store, pick up the chicken, potatoes, go home, and that's your life, you know, and go to sleep and go do the work again. It's like, that's so sad. And I remember doing that for years. I mean, because it's simple. It made things simple.
But they know they're quite trapped, actually. And that's what's worrying about it. But they won't actually. It's as if, like, it's this whole, like, sacrificial lamb concept. You know, it's like they're happy to be. Their whole. It goes right back into the heart of the education system and right back into the heart of the fact that we just don't give ourselves the opportunity to discover who we are before we go into a full-time job for 30 years plus and then start defining our lives. You know, it's simply because we haven't done that. They just haven't done that introspection because it hasn't been given the importance that it needs.
Yeah.
I really believe that that's the actual central issue, is that the people don't respect themselves enough because they haven't been shown. Like, nobody's had that conversation with them for an hour to go, look, you know, we've given you thousands of hours of like public school and public education time, but they won't give you that hour that you really need to go, listen, here's what life has in store for you, and here's what you should actually try and derive from it for yourself.
Yeah.
But there's the key word right there, and it's at the end of that sentence. It's for yourself.
For yourself.
But they don't want you to think like that.
No.
Because the whole system. It's a quite a dangerous systematic oppression. It really is, and it is an oppression. But there is a way out if you want to take that away from yourself and then allow yourself to be given to give that back to you. You know.
Yeah,
Now,
the philosophy.
my battery. I'm sorry, Joe. My battery is on 2%, so I'm
Oh,
going to I'm going to have to go again because I can't talk inside because it's too fucking late.
you gotta get to
I'll
sleep.
wake up people. I'll wake up people and stuff, and I'll start getting growled at. So,
You gotta get some sleep and get in there and do your thing. Hey, it was great talking to you.
and Joe, an absolute pleasure as always. Thank you for your time. Thank you for doing the stream. To Whiskey and to Rob, I wish you all the best. To everybody in the chat, have a lovely evening and mind yourselves. A happy new year and take care, everybody. Good night to you.
You take care, Whiskey. Okay, so Shiggle's gone, Rob's back in, and Whiskey's still not back in. He's probably drunk, sitting with his Whiskey's probably drunk, sitting with his 22 aimed out the window and shooting at birds or something. But 12:38 now. It's a new year. It's a new year. What has MGTOW got planned for that new year? That's the thing. That's the thing. And I am drunk. Yeah, I finished me this. Oh, but it's good. It's good to get out of yourself for a little while. And what is today? Today is Wednesday. Okay, so a lot of people. Oh man, I feel sorry for those people that have to go to work back for that one day. They get New Year's Eve off, but they got to go back to work Friday. Oh. So who's in now? There's Milk Apple, Mr. Lucid Dreamer, Dr. Lucas Dreamer. You changed your name there, Lucid. And Digital Degenerate and ESP Power and Milk Apple and Mike and all the guys. And it's good to see everybody. It's good to be back on and we'll do this thing today. And hey, Rob, you back in?
Yeah, I'm back in, but I you've been streaming for like over 4 hours, so if you're tired, then I would totally understand.
I was kind of curious to see how long they were going to give me on these things. It's 12:40 at night, and I was curious. I thought they were going to cut me off at 4 hours, but they didn't, and I think they didn't. I haven't looked on YouTube. Let me look on you. Yeah, I'm still up on YouTube. Yeah, he's out wandering around the Irish landscape, and that just brought a picture in my mind. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 in the morning. The sun's probably just breaching, and he's out of the Irish landscape, and the sheep are out there sleeping. And I was like, oh, that's probably beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he had a good night too. He had a good night, and and now I get some sleep. Time to get some sleep, I guess. So, what were they talking about in the stream and the chat?
To be honest, I wasn't paying attention for like the last like maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I
Okay.
just put the dogs in the garage and I was just kind of petting them and listening to you and Jingles for a while, so I wasn't actually paying attention to the text chat.
Okay. Yeah, the dogs. What kind of dogs you got?
Well, there's one that's basically like a Chihuahua, and then
Okay.
there's one that is like a Cocker Spaniel, and then there's one that is a Basically, it's a beagle mix. It's a very old dog. It's blind and deaf at this point,
Okay.
but it's a mixed dog. So
That's what happened to Dougie. He got blind and deaf, and he got that fungus, and it got around his eyes. It started in his ears. It got around his eyes. I couldn't get rid of it. And every antibacteria we tried, it wouldn't. And then he was blind and deaf, and then he finally died after that. But that was a long process, and that's a heartbreaking process. Uh, but yeah, dogs. Yeah, I think I seen one of your first videos that all three of the dogs came around from the back of the house.
yeah, um, yeah, they're one of them is definitely getting up there in age, but the other two are still pretty young. They're like maybe 5 or 6. So the one is blind and deaf, and he basically can't even he pretty much can't even see at this point.
Yeah,
And he just kind of bumps into things and stuff like that. But the other two are pretty young though.
yeah. With the you got to get them their spot, and then kind of get them in a room or by the door or something where you put their spot, and then they'll kind of figure it out. But yeah, it's a hard thing to go through when they start getting that age and they start dying. And oh boy, I know.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely know with Dougie and all that. Um, but yeah, he basically, you put him in a spot, and then he'll be able to go to the bathroom and stuff in the right place and stuff like
Yeah,
that. But
you know where his food is,
if
and the water is, and you know,
exactly, if you change the environment though, he gets confused.
he'll start bumping into. I couldn't let Dougie out into the rest of the house because he would just endlessly bump into shit.
Exactly. And this one, he basically what he does is if you change his environment, he will just endlessly sniff until he smells something that
Right.
even resembles food, and
Yeah.
then he will just continue sniffing it basically infinitely.
Yeah. That
And
was
it's
his nose became his guide. And then I feel
exactly,
I can get him to go outside. I can get him to do everything he was supposed to be doing with just that nose. And I'd get a little piece of cheese, and I'd go, "You want to come outside?" And he could hear a little, and then I'd kind of give him the piece of cheese, and he'd know it was time to go outside, and I can kind of lead him in that direction. And it's just they're amazing. It really they their nose becomes everything at that point.
yep, absolutely. Yeah, this one, he's basically the same way. As long as you keep him open a path up where he can get to the outside,
Yeah,
he's okay. But if there's like a cup or something that once had food in it,
yeah,
he will basically just get stuck just smelling it just over and over. Like he won't move for hours. He'll just keep smelling it. And but yeah, it requires a little bit more maintenance, obviously, as you already know once they get up that age. But he's still a dog. He still really enjoys getting pet.
yeah,
It's just kind of interesting when you see like you start petting him, and then he will get very surprised, like, oh my gosh, somebody's touching me. Like I didn't know that there was somebody there.
yeah.
You know.
They still need that affection, and I'd pick him up and carry him around, and put him on the couch next to me, and he'd put his, just give him that attention and everything. And it was a little bit of work, but it was not work. He's my best friend. That's where he was going to be anyways. And I noticed that I kind of put an area in the backyard and then he would walk around, and then after a while he'd figure out the dimensions of the backyard. And then he would
Yep.
always go to this place where he was underneath this tree. And he'd kind of hide in there. It was like, oh, Dougie's hiding. I said, I can't see you. Where are you at?
That's funny.
Yeah,
One thing I notice is that he has responses that he didn't have before. Like before, you would pet him and stuff, and he would just kind of respond like a regular dog, like lay down, lift
yeah,
his leg up, like, okay, scratch my belly type thing. But once he became blind and deaf, he developed um, verbal cues.
right,
So, like, you would start petting him and he would make a noise. Like, he would make a noise like, I'm acknowledging that I'm being pet right now and I enjoy being pet, and I'm going to let you know by making a sound. And
right.
he wasn't doing that when he was blind and deaf,
Yeah, they
so
are other characteristics that you have to be attuned to, to know what he wants. It was hard figuring out because it was such an abrupt change for me. The virus did it. The fungus virus did it, and it was a weird thing that came up with the birds in the spring, and then it's like, but he would let you know what he wanted by other means, and you just pick it up, and
exactly. Like sometimes I don't think dogs are given enough credit. They're clearly intelligent beings. They just have alternative ways of communicating.
yeah, yeah. I think about getting another dog now, but I don't know. It's like you got to find a younger one, and it's something that I'm not going to have to go through this again. This is heartbreaking. It's hard to go through watching that, and then I have to get one. I was thinking about getting a Dougie too.
Do you ever feel lonely?
A
Like, I
Doug,
know that might sound like a weird question, but
yeah, I think that was that day when I walked to the house and I was like, I know Doug's not in there, and there's no reason to go in the house. There's just no reason for me. I can go to the garage, work on something. I can go to the van. I can ride away on the bike, or do something like that, because there was no reason to go in the house. And in a way, Dougie, there was purpose there,
hmm,
and they provide a lot of fellowship and fun too. I mean, you go in the house, when they're normal, the dogs are pretty excitable. They see you, you come in the house, they're happy as fuck that you're there, and you get it. That's a good feeling. You feed them, and they're happy about that. Take them outside, run them around, throw a ball around. I mean, you miss that stuff with them.
true, true.
And they're always busy too. God, dogs are busy.
Yep.
When I'm sitting in here doing these things and he's like sniffing around and he wants something, or he'll come in and run in and just, run up to me and like, or in the morning when you wake up and his face is in yours, like, it's like, it's never, it's not, there's always something, there's always something there.
Yeah, it's like they're always trying to investigate. So now that, and forgive me for asking this, but now that Dougie's gone, do you ever feel like a sense of like emptiness or like loneliness? And I
Yeah.
know that's kind of a crazy question to ask,
I went through
and but I just feel like it's kind of appropriate.
Yeah, I went through a mental depression. I went through a depression after that, and I didn't think I was that kind of guy that would go through a depression. And I went to see a counselor about it. We talked about his death and everything, and how much he meant to me. And I did everything a normal person would do. Go seek some help, you know, you talk about it, and let people know how I felt about him. And uh, yeah, there was a lot of depression in that. And he's not there no more for weeks and months. I get up in the morning, make myself a coffee, or I'd make a sandwich or something. I'd split the sandwich in half and go to give it to him.
Yeah.
even though he wasn't there. It's like, look, you walk into the kitchen and it's like you're doing routine stuff. Like I was going to open a can of food and then realize that he's not there anymore.
Expect him to like jump up on your leg or something.
Yeah. You expect him to do when you're watching TV, jump up on the couch and, give him a little pat. You miss those things and you almost expect it to happen again, and it's not going to happen again. And, for them little, I don't know what thoughts those are in humans. They're like little things that you just expect to happen. And
yeah, I would agree. I think it's more like
almost
routines.
like a phantom limb or something, the phantom limb, it's like everything was lined up for him to be there. And it didn't, and it's like, I know he's not there, but I'm still cutting a sandwich and trying to give him half.
Yeah. And it's more than just a pure routine, because you're talking about another entity that's conscious.
Yeah, it's conscious.
You're talking about an entity that actually shared experiences with you and was a companion to you, and so it's not just pure rote, like, oh, do X and expect Y.
Yeah.
It's more like do X and expect Y because Y was satisfied by X. So there is a component of it to it that I think is akin to like when you have a friend.
Right. Yeah, they are your friend, man's best friend, your dog, and you ain't never going to find a better friend. I mean, they're a little picky about their food sometimes. And my buddy used to tell me, "You're not running the show, he is."
Yeah, dogs are really cool. I know when I get home from work and the dogs are there to greet me and stuff like that, it's almost like one of the highlights of my day. Just one of the dogs are there just saying, "Hey, welcome home. We're glad that you're here." It's really a nice experience.
Oh man, can you imagine like if women were that happy to see you? I mean, my whole life, I walked in, 16 years of being married, and never walked in the house and a woman was that happy to see me.
That's really funny.
It's like, wow, that puts perspective on things. I mean, man's best friend, it's like, at least he loves me. Or whatever that is.
Yep.
He, makes him feel that way about me. It's like that's rewarding, to know that you're a good enough person to have a dog too. I used to not be a good enough person to have a dog.
Well, I think some people would try to put a negative spin on it.
Yeah.
They would try to say, "Oh, well, you just have a dog because the dog is easily controllable. You just give the dog a little bit of baloney and the dog is happy. And the only reason you have that is because of your fragile ego.
Right.
Therefore, the dog can supplement your weak sense of self." And
Right.
I think it's exactly the opposite. I think it's recognizing that, okay, the dog is happy to see you there, not because you provide them something, but because you are there. And
Yeah.
anybody that's ever owned a dog will understand that. Like, I don't have to give my dog anything. Like, when I walk in the door, the dog is just happy to see me. I give the dog like 2 pats on the head, and he's happy with that.
No, I
Like,
give you
it's
something because he's happy to see me, not because it's the opposite way and everything. And I mean, you learn a lot. Yeah. When I started first doing Albert Schweitzer in Casual Cruelty, and he talked about how we should treat the animals and everything, and then I realized there was another introspection that I had to do on my soul. and on me and how I treat dogs and how I treat the world and how I treat people. And now I mean, there's people out there that would kick and abuse a dog and know that they have feelings, they have emotions, and now I can, in my life, I use that now. When I look at other people, I know they're exactly like me. They feel like me. They get sad. They hurt. I mean, we can't. How many times have you seen somebody like fall in your life, and somebody else thinks like, oh, that looked painful. I didn't feel a thing. That's a serious lack of empathy humans have, and you learn that from your dog now. You can learn those, like this dog feels. He can't tell me, he can't talk to me, but he feels pain. He feels sadness. He feels everything I feel, and I have to become attuned to that, and that makes me a better person.
Yeah, that's a good perspective to put on the situation. Um, yeah, dogs definitely have a an effect on us as humans
Yeah,
to recognize the plight of others,
other.
who we would portray as others.
Yeah, now you got
Um,
humans
this,
now, and I know Joey and Jeff and all the guys. I know they're exactly like me now. I know that they feel like me, and I know their pain, and I can empathize with that. And I don't do casual cruelty anymore for the sake of casual cruelty. It's like people running around the internet yelling at other people and saying cruel things about other people. I don't do that anymore. Doug taught me that.
yeah,
Why would I be
that's
mean?
some wisdom right there.
Yeah, why would I be mean to a dog? He doesn't deserve that. If you apply that in your life, as I always said, God is the smile on a dog because you become God to him.
Well, that's a very interesting way to frame the analysis because a lot of people will, for psychological reasons, they will frame it as in a sort of a hierarchical way. So they'll say, well, the dog has this sort of motivation, but that's because they are a dog, and
Mhm.
therefore they are below me
Right.
in a when you compare our levels of consciousness. But the way that you just framed that sort of obliterates that sort of
Yeah.
comparison because what it says is it says, hey, look, we are both conscious beings. We may have different ways to express our consciousness, but we both have the same sorts of range of emotions and feelings and stuff like that, and therefore we are subject to the same types of feelings of rejection and things of that nature, and therefore the person who is in the superior position has it's incumbent upon them to account for that
Right.
um, inferiority, or I'm speaking for, it
Yeah. That
sounds kind of ridiculous, but I'm speaking
I
from a
know
dog's perspective here.
it,
But
it is not a question in Rawls' social justice too. The big argument is the Novesh big argument to social justice always seemed to take a non-tangible, non-human aspect, like you would treat a dog. And a lot of people do treat dogs that way. Like they're just not. They don't have. They're not sentient. They don't have the things we have. And no,
yeah,
you Rawls wanted us to treat all human beings. In Rawls' social justice, all human beings have the same thing you feel. That's what most people don't understand. They have no apathy to or empathy towards others. And it was a long time coming in my life. Yeah, you know, where I think I became human.
wow, and that's huge. And
Yeah, that's huge.
the fact that you attribute that to your pets is also huge because most people envisage such a gulf between those two concepts that they
Yeah,
couldn't place them in any sort of fashion that is complementary. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, and it should be complimentary. It should be, it's the way we should all treat each other, and it brought on a new aspect of my whole new way of thinking. And MGTOW pretty much did this for me. It's like, you know, looking deeper into things, and trying to be more human and trying to be more empathetic with people, and that the things we do, even though we don't have to do them around here, spending hours and hours talking to a guy that's ready to commit suicide, even though
Yeah,
that casual cruelty on the internet would just say fuck you to him.
absolutely.
I mean, we
Okay,
become
and what I'm about to say might be controversial, but I believe it is pertinent to what we're talking about. So, a lot of times I think it's easy for us, even as MGTOW, which I think are a little bit more forward thinking in the way we perceive human behavior.
yeah.
It's easy for us to portray the other, meaning anybody that falls outside of our range of acceptable behavior, so to speak,
Mhm.
as an other, as somebody that is doing something that is a heresy or is
Yeah.
outside of the range of acceptable behavior. I'm trying to use the most easily applicable
Yeah,
terms here.
the incels and the blue pill guys.
Yeah, blue pill guys, that's a good way to put it. Um, so it's easy for us to look at the blue pill guys as the other, and then to say,
The
well,
human.
they are not deserving of sympathy. But let me ask you a question right now, Trav, because you're obviously philosophically coherent. Um, that's not a really good way to put it, but it's sufficient for right now. But let's say you have a blue pill person who is believing things that are not necessarily correct. Okay. And how are you going to express compassion for that person to say, like, okay, well, I understand that this person is just acting out what they were taught and, the things that they heard from the people around them and things of that nature. And so they're not necessarily deserving of scorn. And so maybe I can approach them with a sort of a compassionate tone so that they may be more amicable to remedial behavioral um, recommendations. What would be your approach to that sort of situation?
Yeah, me and Messenger used to talk about this a lot, and in private chats and everything. How do we approach these things, and how do we do that? And with my new attitude and everything, I even call myself the incel whisperer now. And it's in understanding. You have to understand the plight of the incel and what he is, and he's human and everything, and he's born with as a disadvantaged male. It's the same thing feminists talk about. They say they're disadvantaged through do these things. I look at them as disadvantaged males, and we should treat them like we treat any disadvantaged male. With don't pick on them, don't bully them, don't do them things. Try to be understanding. How you approach them is how they're gonna react to you too. In MGTOW, we do that thing where, these incels, we used to do these things. I don't do them anymore. It's like the incels are not MGTOW. The blue pill guys are not. They're just they're not touchable. But that's our job. Our job
Mm-hmm.
is to try to figure out linguistical ways with our communication skills, and it's probably why I show myself now, so I can show my facial figures, my movements, and that's a whole new way of communicating. And you have to be apathetic to them, and you have to understand that they don't have the mental capacity with the bacterias and the addiction that they have to the V and everything to understand what you're saying. But
I'm familiar with all your arguments about how
yeah,
um, the particular bacterial influences could affect how we act out in our behaviors. So I am aware of those subtle arguments.
yeah. So
I've
they're
probably
under
watched all of your videos, to be perfectly frank here.
yeah, they're under the influence of a drug that their brain isn't producing. So if someone was like drunk, would you take advantage of them? Would no, you'd be sympathetic. You try to face them like you'd face a drunk, like a like someone that was hooked on heroin. And that's why I think that the AA approach to this thing, they're hooked, and you have to be that person that explains to them and gives them their words.
So you would have a compassionate approach to accommodate their lack of agency, to put it in the most simplest terms possible.
Yeah, yeah, because they don't understand. They don't understand why they're doing it. They just know that it feels good, and if it feels good, it must be right. And I said, well, no, it puts it. There's a lot of more features to it than that. And even
And
with the
I would tend to agree with that because it preserves a sense of philosophical, intellectual honesty while allowing for people who are outside of the purview of the worldview to um, internalize the message based on their maybe lack of exposure to what it is that you're saying.
yeah, no, I just did a big study on uh, non-contacted people. It was interesting to me because there's a similarity, like when we wander on these non-contracted tribes, and we're all of a sudden we're bringing the outside world, we're bringing religion, we're bringing sociology, we're bringing a lot of things to them. Is that right to change the way their thinking is?
Mhm.
The blue pill people are kind of non-contacted tribes,
Mhm.
and we have to watch what we give them. We have to examine. I don't do the religious thing with. And as a matter of fact, I expel that. Now, deep down sociologically, there are ways that they can enhance their society. Plumbing and stuff like that, solid things and everything. I look at them like non-contacted people now. Like they just don't know, and they're vulnerable.
That's a very interesting way to put it. Yeah, that's a very interesting argument.
When you're looking at blue pill people, you are talking about non-contacted people, and they're just not in contact. So it is your responsibility to it's your responsibility to articulate your make it attractive. Why should you think like a MGTOW? Well, it's a program of attraction, isn't it? It's like if I do things this way, things will get better in my life. I like the non-contacted, Aborigines. If I just put plumbing in, what's the plumbing of MGTOW?
It's almost like earlier when you were speaking, when we were talking about dogs, we
Yeah,
were talking about, and forgive me for this analogy if it alienates some people who are listening to this, but it's almost like when you're talking about a blind and deaf dog who has not only do they
right.
not have an exposure to this idea, but they can't even comprehend it. But if they are physically redirected on their particular paths, whether they're using their nose to guide them, then there could be some elements of
Right.
that particular path which could guide them to profitable conclusions.
Yeah, yeah. Most people are intrinsically smart. They say most people do 2.5 million syllogisms in their head a day. I mean, that's not a stupid being. I mean, how they interpret those syllogisms, the rationality of them, stuff like that is, beyond your control. But like the dog's going to give you simple signals. The blue pill guy is going to give you simple signals about what he's unhappy with, about the way he's living his life. Them are the things you have to, okay, I can help you through that. When you see them, okay, like Dougie, it's like the smell, like you want to go outside. You give me other signals. And Dougie was always really, when he wanted to go pee, he would grab a certain bunny and he'd carry it up to me. It was a doll that he had. It was a stuffed animal. I had 3 stuffed animals. All 3 of them had different meanings when he had them. One was Pee Pee Bunny. He'd run up with Pee Pee Bunny if he wanted to go outside. One was F Bunny. You know what he wanted to do? He wanted to be left alone with F Bunny. And then Play Bunny. Play Bunny was like he'd run up with Play Bunny, and it was like, okay, Play Bunny. And then, but
yeah, he wanted you to do tug of war with him.
He wanted to do tug of war. He wanted to throw it, and he wanted to play with it. And so they have a language, and the blue pill people do have a language. The incels have a language too, and you have to learn it. And it's your responsible if you want to be, that guy, the MGTOW. You have to learn these languages and understand that their position in life. And with the incels, it's sadder because I know they go through the same thing. The incels and feminists are the same thing. The incel's never going to break through the glass ceiling because of inherent biases to incels. The way he looks, the way he acts, the way he is born with disadvantages.
Right.
There's visual disadvantages always.
Okay.
And he's got to go through the same. He's never going to get the promotion. He's never going to get the respect. He's a smallish male or a non-aggressive male. It's the same thing as a woman would go through. I got to understand that.
Yep, I see what you're saying.
And so there's comparisons there. So when the biggest hypocrisy I see is when the left starts talking about the incels like they're bad people.
Yeah, it's like they're not doing the right things.
Right. But on the same social justice, they're pushing that social justice. They're violating their own codes.
Okay.
It's like you're talking about a disadvantaged person here. The same thing that you see as patriarchy.
So they're saying this person is not actually disadvantaged. They're just choosing to do the wrong things.
Yeah, they're with the incels, they're choosing not to live in the reality that they're given. And once they get used to,
but the assumption there is that they could choose to do the opposite, right?
They could choose to improve their situation. They could choose to. It's like the dog. They could use their mental capacity to be better.
It's like the way they conceive it though is so simplistic.
Yeah.
They think the incel can, just like pushing the power button on their computer, they can just choose to turn it on.
Yeah.
Okay. Now all of a sudden I can be attracted to females.
Yeah, that's a misnomer. When the other people look, the others look at these others, they think that they can just move swiftly into their situation.
So do you think that an incel, and when I'm saying incel, I'm meaning that somebody that is considered incel by the mainstream is being a burden is being put upon the incel that, well, you received this genetic inheritance.
Yeah.
So you're this tall, you have these looks, you have this IQ, but if you choose to do so, you can push the power button on the computer and the computer will turn on and you can have a marriage and you can have children. Is that an accurate way to describe how the society describes incels?
Yeah, they think that it's something they can choose to change. Your life is not something your what do they call it? The genetic lottery is not something you can choose to change. But in MGTOW, you can choose to look at yourself as and find other attributes to yourself that are good. There's always some really great attribute to every human being. What do you do the best? What do you like to do? Isn't it
So
more? Isn't it
sorry,
better to
sorry.
do something you like to do that you're inspired to do rather than inspiring yourself to do something you're not going to do well, like trying to mate?
So basically, what you're saying is that when society shames
Yeah,
incels because they can't attract a mate, they're they are putting the cart before the horse.
yeah,
But
they
at the
sort of are.
same time, when incels try to play the game of society and try to say, well, maybe if I play the part of the PUA, maybe I can convince a woman to sleep with me, they are also committing the same fallacy
Right,
when in reality they should be acknowledging their genetic deficiencies
right.
and saying, okay, these are the genetic deficiencies. However, I am
However,
not going to define myself based on
yeah,
what society says I should be defined as.
I'm not going to let them things define me the same way as I would not let my failures define me.
So essentially, you would not shame incels, but at the same time, you would
Shame.
encourage them to define themselves based on essentially what are MGTOW principles. What
Right.
are
With a
you
MGTOW.
define what is important to you?
Right. You find out what's important. You find out what you like. You find out what makes you internally happy. You find out that thing you get in touch with yourself that will provide internal happiness. Uh, that goes a long way. And then the biggest part about most incels that I see is that when they try to push themselves into situations, they come off as ridiculous instead
Mm-hmm.
of like being themselves and having their own uniqueness to them, and then people will be attracted to that uniqueness rather than them putting themselves in a ridiculous situation where they're acting like a PUA.
So the problems are not really incels themselves, but the social
Social,
expectations that are placed on
social
incels, which
expectations.
obfuscate their behavior.
Yeah. Now, no matter what disability, there are some disabilities, mental disabilities, and everything that they will need assistance for, and everything. But we understand that as a society that takes care of those things. But as far as their personal interdynamics with the rest of the world, uh, there's better ways for them to do it for internal head. They're never going to validate their, even if, I'd say for every incel, there's an incel girl too. That's their equal. They don't have, most incels have this, once you learn
So,
what
so,
you are, you learn
so I was
what,
just gonna say the problem is the incel pretending they are Chad,
yeah.
basically.
Okay. Now when they do that PUA thing and they think they can change that in their life, they still come off as ridiculous. They pretend like they're Chad because that's what society wants them to be. This strong male, this, and then you start playing the part, and then that may,
So the problem is not really incels. The
right,
problem is that we have a construct in society where
right.
we expect the top 20% of males to define every male in the society.
Now the incel can play the part of that and be accepted, and most of them are because they play the role. But is that role good for them?
Well, part of the thing you just said that I think is very relevant is you said there's the female incel. So what you're
Yeah,
really saying is that there's these social expectations which create alienation. These social expectations are what cause the the non-Chad incel whether they be male or female, to look down upon themselves.
Right.
When in
They look.
reality, if we created um, what's the word I'm looking for here? A situation where they could attract to one another, this wouldn't even be considered a problem. But the fact that we expect everyone in society to be top 20% male Chad or female Chad, that's where the problem is generated.
Because the expectations are too high. I mean, part of MGTOW is, I look down on myself. I realize I'm not a perfect person. What's that? I can't remember. When really dumb people think they're smart.
It's Dunning-Kruger effect.
Kruger effect. Yeah, there's sort of a Dunning-Kruger effect in there, isn't there?
I agree, and I think the source of that if we're gonna re-portray the Dunning-Kruger effect in terms of attractiveness for a mate, then I think yes, there is a Dunning-Kruger effect occurring, where people think they're not good enough to attract a mate, when in reality, there's a 6 that can match with a 6, there's a 7 that can match with a 7, and there's an 8 that can match with an 8. And as a society, it would be smarter to match these people together rather than saying that, well, you're not a 9, so you're not good enough.
Yeah. Now a lot of the incels, they're looking for what society tells them on the billboards and on the TV is that mate, and they get this over expectation, so they're doing the Dunning-Kruger. They think they're better than they are.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
It
would be smarter for us to it would be smarter to pair these people together rather than shame them for not being what they are not.
I never did, when I was doing the mating thing and the dating thing in my 40s, I realized after my divorce, I realized there's a certain type of woman that likes me.
Okay.
And I did that introspection. It was probably my first MGTOW introspection. I realized there was a certain type of woman. As soon as I did that, I started doing so much better with women, because I disregarded this one, and I seen that one. I know that one likes me.
So you looked at your situation irrespective of the social implication of that situation.
Right. And then, man, I ran through hundreds, thousands of women at that point during my 40s. And because I just knew I could just physically examine the situation and say, I am this, and this is what likes me. And I knew that. And I always knew that every time, almost every time, that had the same kind of rationalism. And I knew that this is the guy that likes me. And there was always some kind of connection. And then there was dating and everything became very easy.
And if we could do that for the majority of people that are single, I think we would be doing a service for all of those people. If we could just say, okay, look, this is the type that you match up with, and this is the type of that she matches up with, and this person is single, that person is taken. So let's go ahead and just match these single people up with each other rather than saying, oh, well, you're a 6. Oh, I'm sorry, you need to be a 9 in order to reproduce in this society.
They're subtle. Like I say, you look over your friends and look at every one of your friends. How many of those are chubby chasers? How many friends you got?
I guess it depends on the circumstances, but I would say, I would say it depends on the circumstances.
I have 3 friends that are chubby chasers. You know what these 3 friends look like? You know what their number is? Far above that chubby.
So, okay, so you're saying the social expectation informs their decision.
Right. What they see as beautiful. Beauty is your mind looking at your mind. They see, women do this too. Beauty is the mind looking at the nine. Whatever they perceive as beautiful in this incel situation, you never know what somebody might see you as beautiful. It's the weirdest thing. How many times have you seen, and it's that "Is she really going out with him" song? He couldn't understand that she's seen him as beautiful. In these situations with incels, sometimes if you're a 5 or a 4, sometimes an 8 is going to see you as beautiful. And it's just, that's the way life is, and you have no idea why. And we have no idea what some people see as beauty, and that's the same with both genders. There's no difference between the genders in the way they think about those things. Sometimes a woman will look at, and I always took in account for that in my 40s too, that this woman is going to see me as beautiful. And I can't understand why. I just know it's going to happen.
That's a great way to look at it. And
that one lucky find, but eventually those, we know there's no such thing as love, and we know women are cryptic, and that's going to change. We accept those things. Now that's where the simp comes in, where the simp can't release. He can't deal with that change in his life. I mean, that's where most MGTOW is born from, that change.
Hold on. I agree completely with your analysis. You're unequivocally correct. But at the same time, and this is, you'll be familiar with what I'm about to say because you've read a lot of philosophy. What I'm about to say is kind of the same as somebody who recognizes the reality of determinism, but recognizes the value of believing in free will.
Yeah.
So if let's say, to use your own argument, let's say you have a simp who's a 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And they believe that their own contribution to the sexual marketplace is completely relative, and that there is somebody out there who could be a 7 or an 8 who could perceive them higher value than they perceive themselves. Yeah. And therefore they can get a return on their investment in submitting themselves to the marketplace. So just to try to make it quick, my argument is that even recognizing that your sexual market value is relative to the perceiver of that value could potentially invigorate many of these people who would be otherwise labeled as incels into contributing their best effort into the marketplace, and therefore yielding the best possible results.
Yeah, they could.
Whereas the opposite, let me just say this really fast.
Hence PUA.
So the opposite would be like an 8 or a 9, just using the terms we've been using this whole time. Let's say you have an 8 or a 9 who perceives themselves as lower sexual market value than they actually are.
Yeah.
And because they perceive themselves lower, they don't actually invest in the sexual marketplace. What ends up happening is there is a net drag effect on the entire sexual marketplace. So what I'm basically saying is that if people recognize that their sexual market value is relatively evaluated based on the perception of the individual, then everyone stands to gain from their investment in the sexual marketplace, because even people who are 4s or 5s realistically will benefit, while people who are 8s or 7s realistically will not lose. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. There's this. I think eventually people change, and we always hear that line that people change and everything. And when someone with a higher sexual value is with someone with a lower sexual value, but he has monetary expenses, he can take care of the monetary
Well,
expense. It's pretty.
I would definitely qualify what I had said with whether or not a person is economically viable in the marketplace, or whether a person could be, like, let's say, divorce raped, for example, in the
Yeah.
marketplace. I think those things need to be considered, but I was making it overly simplistic, I
In
think.
the sticky areas there about predatory dating and predatory, and I think incels see a lot of predatory dating.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think they see an overage amount because if they are doing semi good and they have they get there's that always that snare, that entrapment that an eight can come around, and then they buy into the idea that maybe she is that one that is the eight. I mean, I can't account for all human behavior because humans are seriously flawed.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to generalize the terms, sort of like Rawls would. I'm giving you general terms. It's because I can't account for what Rawls said was even though we can apply these terms to life and everything, I can't make people not fight. I can't make people not be bad people, and I can't account for
Yeah. And just to add to what you're saying right now, is the argument that I put forward kind of assumes that people are almost like a null hypothesis, like people are going to cooperate, people are going to be at this base level, which obviously isn't the case.
Yeah, you can't count on cooperation, and there's yeah, you're not going to make them do it. And I think Novik, he realized that when there's two other theories behind that. There were I just was running over them last night. I mean, there's a lot of theories behind that, and these things are going to happen, but generally, generally people are good. Generally, but you're always going to run. I think incels themselves, they focus hardly because humans focus hardly on negative events. Can you remember a positive event in your life? Laying on the beach, just having a great day? No, them things kind of go away. What you learn by all learned events are through negation.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. We tend to focus on the negative, and I'm being overly charitable with the way that I portray this exchange.
Yeah, so there's going to be problems, but the core goes back to the core of what I was saying. Get comfortable with yourself in those times, those down times. Even if they are dating, just man, you could be so happy just doing things that you want to do. And I see so many people like this come upon in life, and it made me so happy where they're just doing their hobbies, what they were good at. Like I do bike riding, MTB at my age, even. Uh, I just make myself happy, and then all this other stuff doesn't matter as much. So there's not
Yeah,
that big
you
the
you
big
don't have
dip.
such a you don't have a high margin of error.
Yeah, there's not a big fall off, and like even when I was transitioning between monk and everything, and I was still dating, there wasn't a big fall off. Uh, Breakups were like, yeah, let's just it's okay. It wasn't that big traumatic thing anymore. It was
Right.
like, yeah, I'm just gonna move on. You're gonna move on. Thanks, great. I'll cherish these moments. It'll end gentle on my mind. I'm not gonna do that thing to myself where uh, we can all do that, incels but the hard part is getting them to understand. I've seen guys that were Keller. We see all kinds of guys come in here, and then I examine them. I look at them, and I see a guy with Keller's disease, and he thinks he's a PUA. It's like, oh no, I got some
That's
explaining to do here. And he thinks he deserves something much more. And now that's delusional. And we know there's delusional men in this world too, as delusional women. So we got to account for those too, and there's a lot of them.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
And
Just know yourself. And that's the most important part. It becomes so easy when you become the MGTOW monk. I know myself. Man, I don't talk about, this is very rare. I talk about dating and stuff. And because that's not generally something that people ask me. It's not something I permit to be asked about, what I do in my spare time or what I do with girls or everything, what I do with my penis. That's nobody's business but mine. It's a don't ask, don't tell world for a monk. And there's more important things out there too. There's, I mean, there's much more important things than that. And I don't validate myself through it no more. I don't, it's become so unimportant that I just do this don't ask, don't tell. And that's what a MGTOW monk is really, because we'd be hypocritical if we take on these sexual, that we'd be hypocritical if we take on these, this gender dynamics problem and then say I'm a monk. That's hypocritical in itself. But if I take on the sexual dynamics and the gender dynamics thing, and I say, don't ask, don't tell. It's just not your business what I do. But if you want to talk about things that are more important in life, we can do that. And then we
I
develop
completely agree.
a philosophy, but in its sense doesn't. Most of the problems of MGTOW is when sexual dynamics becomes the focus of the conversation, not how it's influencing society and hurting people. You understand? It becomes all
Yeah.
about talking about gender dynamics rather than how does this influence, how is this hurting the incels? Why are we torturing a whole bunch? Why do we torture men? Why do we torture?
Well,
Why?
okay. So first of all, I have a couple different thoughts on that. So first of all, are you saying this is called Kessler's disease? Kessler's?
Williams disease when they're severely retarded.
Williams disease?
Yeah, is it Williams Kessler? I can't remember both the names together. There's two different, three or four different forms of it. I have it in my
Just in
quay.
case anybody wants to look it up that's listening right now.
Oh yeah,
Williams Kessler. And then to the other point that you made, I think oftentimes we see things from a socially defined perspective. So we tend to see things from a perspective which is defined by what is good for quote unquote society. So we will see things like, okay, marriage is good because it provides
yeah,
for children, it provides for the spouse, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, what we deny when we take that sort of a perspective is we deny, like, let's say the individual who is choosing to engage in the contract of marriage. Let's say one person in that contract is losing out.
right,
So if we only look at it from a societal perspective, we lose the perspective of that individual who is potentially engaging into a losing bargain, so to speak.
right, right. You're
So
bound because of the obvious that this is the win. This is the in the card game. This is the goal. It's going to be I'm going to win here, and no, you're probably going to lose.
And I think that sort of perspective has benefited from a type of perspective that is based on male disposability. Like, okay, yeah, we can look at this like, yeah, it benefits everybody in the exchange, but except the male who is
Right.
going to work, 50, 60 hours a week, but and everybody's benefiting from the exchange except that male who is going to this job that's dangerous, and they're spending all their time at this job and they get almost no benefit from that job. You know what I'm saying? So once we adopt a perspective which actually forces us to include every particular individual perspective, then we cannot any longer maintain that perspective and say, okay, this is the ultimate perspective. We have to acknowledge that, well, this guy's getting a shitty deal here, you know? So does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. There's secondary thinking, and well, there's I like to. Anytime you get into these kind of sociological arguments and everything, the first book that they're going to give you is analytical think versus formal logic, and then
Analytical thinking versus formal logic, analytical thinking versus, okay.
yeah, and then analytical thinking is like a triangle plus a triangle equals a triangle, or two triangles, and it's just analytical. They're the same things, is what they're saying. You can add the same thing. A formal logic kind of veers from that. We start doing formal logic in sociological things. You're doxing yourself.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So when we start thinking sociologically, we know we're going into to formal logic. It's the logical positive in us was only going to believe the what I can visually see, what I can observe, what I can prove. But there's a lot more to life than that, and especially in the gender dynamics. I mean, you have to start doing formal logic, and there's a lot of different when you start formal logic mathematically to Boolean logic to how we decipher things in this universe with how we think becomes very it becomes very complex. So there's a lot of different. I mean, there's 100,000 different threads. I mean, but
Interesting.
philosophy, we work through a lot of them. We see, okay, we start doing rhetorics, and then the rhetorics mathematically work this way. We can mathematically start, okay, that's a truth. This is a truth. This is a false. This is a false. And then we keep all those things. And then that's why I say 2.5 million syllogisms humans do. We decipher these things. And then, there's a lot of different truths, and there's a lot of different like absurdities in life that just don't make sense. And, but we all have to live in the same panic together. And, it becomes very complex. I mean, like someone was saying today, I was listening to a podcast. It's like, wouldn't it be great if we just stuck in the age of Marcus Aurelius? If that's
Meditations.
yeah, if we just stuck in where the philosopher was the king, and there was a philosopher king. But Turd Flinging Monkey was saying this, and but we go through cycles. Where we go crazy, we go, there's I think we're talking about the amoeba cycles or something, there's those P to K cycles and stuff, and we're humans are like that too. We go through cycles, things are changing, we have to accept change. That's the hardest part for a lot of MGTOW, to accepting change.
Yeah. Would we even agree on what the definition of a philosopher king is nowadays?
Yeah, even it's been so watered down, hasn't it? What's the philosopher of our time?
Well, I know based on my reading of the Republic by Plato, a philosopher king was not only somebody who was physically superior, but somebody who was morally superior and hence intellectually superior. So it would be obvious who is the philosopher king. But the reason I even asked the question is because nowadays we tend to define things economically.
Yeah,
So if somebody is able to command a particular income level, let's
right.
say somebody's a programmer, then they would command a particular level of income based on what the free market is, demanding. But then you have somebody else who has an occupation who is somewhat analogous, but not necessarily analogous, who has an income that is maybe, let's for the sake of argument say that income is 80% what the programmer's um, income is, but they have completely different skill sets. Like, let's say somebody's a teacher in the state of New York and somebody's a programmer in the state of California.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, our society values things that are completely different than what, say, Plato would have valued.
Yeah, and I mean, we go into the arguments like postmodernism and Rawls, and what would we consider distributive justice? I mean, we haven't even touched on distributive justice. I mean, that's the big question is basically distributive justice. Them are things that we still struggle with. What, and it goes back to my when I was talking about when the girl perceives me, the electrician, as the dirty worker, but I have more education.
Yeah, maybe she got hired by nepotism.
Yeah, maybe she was just pretty.
So it makes it even more complicated.
Yeah, she was just pretty. She looked good in the situation. She was good for, through those. And then she doesn't see that the same thing her argument was with the patriarchy, that we're stronger, we can lift more. There's some dimorphism and stuff like that. She doesn't see that, she got provided with the same kind of entitlement from genetic birth, and it's like,
maybe we perceive the matriarchy as, attractive or quick-witted or something along those lines. It's essentially the same argument that they're claiming as the patriarchy, but in terms of economic benefits, it translates into this and this in terms of our modern economy.
Right. She has beauty, looks. She doesn't have to be the smartest person in a room. She just has to walk in and smile. And that's a form of the same patriarchy she argues about. So
that's a great point.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that has to do a lot with distributive justice and I mean, like I said.
Let me just add one thing really quick here. So even like somebody like Thomas Paine, Thomas Paine argued for a universal basic income.
Yeah.
And what his argument was based on was that freed men, and he was referring to white men, obviously, based on the definition of what a freed man was at that time, would not have access to being able to exploit particular sectors of the economy in the United States because those sectors had already been privatized. Therefore, excuse me, my voice is kind of cracking. Therefore, what he would argue is that those men should be entitled to a lump sum payment once they became an adult because they couldn't exploit those economic opportunities because those had already been privatized. Right. And so my question to you would be, is it possible to formulate a similar argument, not on racial or ethnic grounds as it was back then, but on the grounds that people are being, not even necessarily men, but people are being excluded economic rights in terms of exploiting particular resources for economic personal gain in particular sectors of the economy? Do you have a response to that particular sort of a assessment? I know that's kind of a niche assessment, but
yeah. No, it reveals itself in all sorts of if I'm born genetically to what was that movie? They use the same kind of concept. I'm born poor.
Mm-hmm.
I have the same opportunity as, say, Donald Trump that was born rich. No.
Yeah.
A basic income, and I believe in a basic income. I believe that it's the cure for a lot of social will. Oh, I mean, it would be the cure for everything. How do we get to that basic income? There's a lot of arguments on that. I have a very good plan. How do we get to that? A MGTOW plan on how to get to that basic income.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody should have the same, because we're all citizens. In resources, and resources distribution is all a portion of ours. I used to belong to a group that in my wild days, in the first beginning of the internet, there was a group that stole things, and everybody go, oh, that's horrible. And it says, no, these people have a very good theory. And the theory was that the resources of the country belong to everybody, not just the stores. The stores are selling you back your own products. So it's your responsibility to steal those products. I mean, it's your responsibility to get what's yours. Having the argument about that's the argument gets shut down, the basic income. Objectivism was so horrible. Rand's objectivism, and then Novak and Novich and they were trying to get over that objectivism thing, because the objectivists were on this, it put us on such a horrible path. And you could see a lot of them overlays and a lot of how people think nowadays, and the resistance to a basic. Oh, you people.
Well, if you combine that with like the economic theory of Ludwig von Mises, I think that would comprise rather the dominant political ideology of the average American, which is self-created wealth or poverty. Meaning, if you're poor, it's because you have a lack of character. If you're rich, it's because you have great character.
Yeah. Now, I just so happen to be born a poor Irish kid during a time where the Irish weren't accepted very well in this country. And I had to go through that in a neighborhood that was basically a Protestant neighborhood, where I walked down to my park and I seen the Goodfellows community down there, the camping and everything. And then I seen the Goodfellows, and on the sign it said, no Negroes, no Irish.
That was a wake-up call.
Yeah, so I grew up with that, and that feeling that I was less, and that this society was going to, if I did everything that they told me I was supposed to do, and then that
you would still be Irish.
I would still be Irish,
Mm-hmm.
And, that sticks with you. And so the feminists got it right with a few things. And we talked about, one day I was talking about, and I don't think people appreciate when I talk about it. Let me flip here. And the third category of feminism is or the second category is how people in certain situations would be better rulers, like we were talking about the philosopher King and everything, because they experience. Donald Trump's not a very good ruler.
Right. He's never suffered.
He's never suffered. So if you want to get in touch with the people that are suffering,
you have to be able to identify with them.
Yeah, you have to be able to identify them. That's called standpoint etymology. And
I understand that on a visceral level, not on a philosophical level.
If you're going to understand a poor, you got to be. He had to be poor,
right?
And like that. We can see what Plato was saying about capitalism too, with George Bush and Donald Trump. They've never wanted for anything in their lives.
Right.
There's never a time where they couldn't have a new car. There's never a time that like you were talking about, like there's never a time that they wish someone would help them out. There's always $50 in the there's just how can those kind of people relate to me?
They can't.
I seen the sign. Those are the same people. They could never relate to me.
I agree.
So it just go, man. and I know it's unpopular in MGTOW to say that there are some things we have to look at and we have to take seriously. And once you get into postmodernism and philosophy, you're going to start seeing the feminists don't got it all that wrong. And just because it rubs against your traditional values, yeah, any guy that's traditional is going to think, oh God, that's the most horrible thing in the whole world. But traditionality is a bias.
Well, traditionality, excuse me. I've had a few beers, so excuse me.
Okay, me too.
Traditionality is based on the
Good thing I'm
traditionality. Seeing you smoke that cigarette makes me really want a cigarette, by the way.
What's that?
But that cigarette looks really good right now. But traditionality is usually based on the idea that I created this outcome.
Yeah.
And therefore anybody can create this outcome. And
Yeah,
anybody who doesn't create this outcome is somehow deficient. And the word they usually use to describe that person is degenerate.
That was the what was it? Aaron Clary does that. Aaron Clary does like the mistake of it's another fallacy. Like you can do the same thing as me fallacy.
Right. And it's like, well, wait a second. Are you telling me that what you do has nothing to do with your genetics?
Right.
It's solely based on some kind of idea you had in your head that you just chose to act upon? Is that really your argument?
It wasn't that easy. If I can just choose to flick a switch like you were talking about before in my life and make things better, I would choose to flick that switch.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the flaw of what they're saying. So somebody who's born with genetics that make them 6'6" tall. I mean, are you going to argue that they chose to become that tall? I mean, obviously not.
One of the biggest problems I see in distributive justice right now is what I go through now with getting loans for I move in and out of businesses and everything, and I need certain machines. When something ends, like the aluminum siding industry ended. I move in and out of these things. Some industries end, and I have to start a new industry, so I need a new loan. In my area, with my even, and I notice even with my name, Byrne, it comes up, I can't get that loan. But a guy like a rich people that had genetic, he automatically gets that loan. His credit is automatically great.
Yeah.
It's distributive justice. That's where we have to start looking at it. I'm held to, in this area, all the factories are closed. There's a certain, people don't give loans to people in this area because of certain things that will happen, not seeing that certain things can come from that. I see this with the American Indian too, the restriction to the machines and parts and tools. Distributive justice, we get it sort of wrong in America. And there's entitlement too. And people don't even know what entitlement is. When I hear the modern conception of entitlement, I mean, Novak talked about entitlement, and he talked about it in a proper way.
Well, the way that I portray this problem, and please critique me if I'm wrong, but the way that I portray this problem is that we in the modern West tend to portray individuals as these free will individuals that somehow actuate their outcomes based on ideas they have about themselves. And the most relevant idea in that whole equation is that they could have chosen otherwise.
Right.
And so, and that's an idea I'm sure you're very familiar with since your experience with philosophy. So, so they're choosing to do the right thing when they could have chosen otherwise.
Yeah.
Obviously, this denies things like genetic predispositions and environmental influences. But what the whole point is that as an economy, we should reward people based on decisions they otherwise didn't have to make.
Right.
But the problem with that theory is that
They do
these
have.
people were only doing what was genetically, environmentally informed by them.
Right. Yeah, there's certain well, we describe racism and as an inability to achieve through legal terms, like legal means. There's an inability around here to become more, simply by the economic circumstances of it. There's other things that play into these things, and so we go back to the basic income. We give people a basic income, and it puts them on a better level to win. What was a thought about? There was another thought in there, but I lost it. Sorry.
You've been streaming live for almost 6 hours, so
Yeah,
it's
the corporeal thought that
well, I think maybe the corporeal thought you were having is that we assume that everybody's playing on a level field.
Yeah, and there's not a level field.
And we pretend that economic outcomes are the result of an exchange that happened on a level field.
Right. That's when the people would call me liberal and that over that. But the basic truth is the basic truth. I mean, it's just there's no way around it. And like you said, there's this thing that if you self-actualize, that you're going to win. And if you self-actualize and you lose, then you just made a bad decision.
Yeah.
But that was a trap to begin with. What is self-actualization? What is this hierarchy that we get to? Is there any person on this planet that can describe what self-actualization is? It's so ambiguous that it leaves it. With objectivism, the objectivist would say, "Oh well, you just lost. Try again. You're not. You didn't do a good enough."
Their assumption is a perfectly competitive playing field.
Perfectly competitive,
which is obviously flawed.
Yeah, that's flawed. I mean, we have these things in society that I really hate objectivism. By the way, you probably do.
Me too.
That Ayn Randian argument that always ends up in you just don't understand because some fucking thing.
You just don't believe in free markets.
Places, yeah. Well, I don't see the free marketplace with the American Indians on the reservation.
Yeah. It's like, wait, so you're coming to the marketplace with gold and you're bargaining with people who only have lead, and somehow this is free?
Yeah. The banks control
delusional.
The loans and all the equipment that they would need, which they stole from them.
Exactly. That's the problem right there.
There. Oh, I don't see a problem with that because people were
a level playing field. You mean one team started with 21 points and one team started with 0 points, and then you want to pretend like that's a fair fight?
Yeah, analogy of the runner, and like you walk up and all of a sudden a gun goes off and you don't know the gun went off, and then there's 3 people running and then they tell you lost, and they're like, man, I didn't know I was supposed to run.
It's like, wait, the gun went off and it was only and it sounded in an English language. Like, wait, you didn't know? Oh, you only speak Navajo? Oh, well, that's your problem.
Yeah,
it was still fair somehow.
Yeah, there's so many inherent, just uh, there's racism in it, and I still think there's unfair these unfair situations in within law that we look for as racism. They affect us all, not just we try to describe them through different colors and gender and everything, but it affects us all. And I said, if we get to that point where one day where we can just say, no, it's not your color, it's not your race, it's not your creed, it's this fucking system that hold us all
Yep.
down. Because and it's not racist. The system doesn't care which 20 to 30% become slaves, as long as they get their 20 to 30%, and them are generally reworded as the working class.
Yeah, that's another thing you said that has been kind of revolutionary for me because you're pretty much the only one that says that. But it's true. You know, we want to pretend this is going to be kind of convoluted, but we want to pretend that we have some sort of a fair economic system when some people, because of the accident of their birth, wind up in professional positions and they're able to dictate the terms of economic exchange to the people who are forced to sell their labor, i.e., the working class people,
Working
and then
class.
they want to portray a sense of entitlement or a sense of superiority over the working class. And I can keep going, but I won't because it's just going to make it more and more complex, and I don't want to
Yeah, we can get into
keep
that
going.
complex I seen Robert Reich doing this the other day. He was calling the workers. Well, as soon as you say the workers, you're putting them in a class of 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 people that are assumed slaves. These are the people that have to do the physical labor in society.
Yeah.
It's like by saying workers, can't we? My argument was, can't you just come up with technicians? Now, if you say technicians for people that have to run machines, their skill level goes up, and they get a little agency there.
Yeah, I like that. I like the word technicians. One of the things that I think is really problematic about our society, and some people listening might be able to relate to this, is that we seem to conflate working class with middle class, with
Right.
working people. You know, the terms become so meaningless because they all mean the same thing, and and I agree with you. We need to have a little bit more respect for the people that keep the society running by doing the dirty job, so to speak.
Yeah. There was these situations I ran into in life as being an electrician. I'm standing in front of a panel board that's huge. It's huge. And there's a problem. The machine's no longer running. A sensor went off somewhere. We're looking at 30 panel boards. My job is to find it, to use the best process of elimination that I can find where I can narrow it down to fixing it. And the boss walks up and he says, "Aren't you done yet?" And
It's
at one
like,
point,
have you ever done this,
yeah,
motherfucker?
I'm a and I'm doing it because I'm really fucking smart. I can figure this problem out. At one point, I handed him my screwdriver and go, "I'm going to get a cup of coffee, and you figure it out." And then I came back and I says, "Haven't you figured it out yet?" It's like you're hiring me because of my skill, but you're treating me like shit by calling me a worker.
Yeah, exactly. That's
And
one funny thing I realize is a lot of these people that are so-called professionals, they couldn't do the
they,
working class job that they actually rely on in order to secure their income. They
yeah,
couldn't even do the job.
they'll yell at the welder, "Can you lay a bead like that?" That guy's got fucking skills. He knows
Straight
which
up.
metal
And then they will also simultaneously pretend that they are smarter than you.
are smarter than him. Yeah. Instead of having this equal society where okay, each person has these individual skills that some of them are really fucking good at. I'm really good at my job. And should I, what kind of distributive justice should be involved with that? When I became an EMT, an electromechanical technician, it was a higher level and it was supposed to pay over $100,000 a year, $120,000 a year is what the colleges were telling me. What Brown University told me. And when I got on the job, they only wanted to pay me $50,000 to $60,000, and I had to go through this with this guy that was running the company that wasn't as fucking educated as me.
Yeah.
And
But
that's
his father was rich, so he was entitled to be your boss. And
yeah, he was entitled. There's entitlement in that, and they can't see that. We hear the entitlement. Oh, these baby mamas are entitled. No, wait a second. There's a certain entitlement in this system that that's set up unfairly. I mean, your company, your company's not going to run without guys like me, but they'll run through guys like me. I mean, what if we ran through guys like them?
That's the key right there. That's the key right there, is that somehow they've convinced us that we're valueless, but without the working class people, they wouldn't even have any wealth to begin with.
But you rely on my skills.
So, and it's like you said, we have to have a society that is interdependent. We have to recognize that we are all dependent on each other. I
Depending
don't
on you,
understand where this mentality came from, that somehow the guy that inherits the money to start the business is somehow more valuable than the working class guy that gives them their wealth. I
right?
don't know where that idea even came from.
Activists got that, like somehow they always somehow in that argument, the next step, when I always do this argument with them, the next step is always this: you just have this pre thought was you just have to accept that they deserve that because they worked hard for it.
Or they took a risk or something like that.
I mean, when you look at the Steinbrenner, he owned the Yankees because he won a betting risk. He won a bet at a sports bar or something. I mean, it's like, and he screwed over the people of this area and moved the shipping
Well, it's like
business.
even if you grant their argument that, okay, you're taking a risk, you're putting up your capital, but you couldn't generate revenue if you didn't have these X, Y, and Z employee as your employee generating revenue for you. So how did we lose that? Is it just a lack of bargaining power because they have the capital to begin with?
The employees that all gathered in, we applied for those positions and we accepted those positions, everything. We had no interest in the company. And I think it goes back to the unions where greater companies generally do better when they have employee the employee owns part of the company. So this goes back to the resource.
When there's bargaining power.
Why is that hammer in the store of his? Because that resource is still mine. It should be equally mine. That's where this idea that somehow if you ended up with that resource, it's yours. But that goes back to Novak's argument, after Rawls presented that with distributive justice and entitlement. There's an entitlement to the rich, and then there was that somehow they control that's what the objectivism are. Somehow the rich control the resources of the country. Well, why is that?
I guess because, like Marx would have said, they get to create the terms on which labor has to bargain.
Now he does the original position on that with imagine everybody as not having a color or creed or religion, an idea or any language and everything. And you start from that position. instead of, you're putting presuppositions in here where these people are better. And now in government, we have this whole thing. We have this town is broke. This town is right here, which I live in. The steel mill shut down, 2 Ford plants shut down, the GM Ridge Tool moved out. We have 1 factory left. Everything moved out of this area, but they're still collecting the same taxes
As if
on the
that's
house.
logical.
Houses now because of taxes, and that's just company store policies. The government became the company store. Now we have 7 buildings that are great. You can go down there and look at them, that employ 200,000 people in this area, and they're just doing it. They're taking money. They're entitled to that money. Like these government agencies shouldn't be laid off, just like the employees at these shops got laid off.
Well, I'm not a big fan of government coming in and jacking over the rich, or excuse me, the working class person just to maintain the position of a few bureaucrats. I'm definitely not in favor of that at all. I wouldn't be a person that advocates like a straight Karl Marx position, like, well, we need to completely democratize the means of production, because generally what that has resulted in history is a few elites have taken the lion's share of that produce, and the working class actually ends up paying the cost of of their enrichment. Um, Now, specifically, one thing that you said that I think is extremely um, important is, you said, how do they come up with the idea that they are somehow more important? And I think that's really the main idea here, is that people who initiate the people who put up the initial capital,
Mm-hmm.
even if those people inherited the wealth that they're using to put up for capital, even if the person stole the wealth that they're using for capital, it doesn't matter how they got the capital. What the important idea is that they think they are better because they're putting up the capital. And even though them maintaining any kind of profit on that initial capital investment relies on getting workers to buy into their idea, even though that's integral to the whole exchange, they still believe they are somehow superior. And I believe that that is really the hinge on which this entire conversation depends on. Because what it really is that, yes, the person
Yeah,
that is initially investing their capital, yes, there's something important in that. Yes, there is a risk that they are taking. Yes, there is a value that they are providing to that company. But at the same time, just because the initial investor, the person who's putting up all the capital, regardless of how they got that capital, it doesn't matter. The, in order for them to generate a profit, they need workers to buy into whatever they're doing.
yeah.
So,
This
in
goes.
my opinion, let me just finish really briefly. In my opinion, there's an equal exchange. The
Right.
initial investor plus the person providing labor are both contributing to the equation.
Right.
So why does one get to pretend they're superior to the other?
Yeah, and if the banks would just, if they didn't have that inherent bias, there could be corporations started of many people, many workers that all inherit the same benefits. But the banks won't. They lay it on one person, and that's where he's the chosen one.
Hmm.
And we just hit 6 hours. I was waiting to see if they were going to turn us off. I don't think they did. Or maybe they did. Okay, are we live? No, we're still live. Okay. Okay, I
Well,
was
if
just
you got
waiting.
to go, I can.
No, I'm happy with this conversation. It's kind of quantifying some ideas I was going over lately with Novak. Novich is very new to me, being he was kind of on the opposite end of Rawls, and he after Rawls did what he did, Rawls social justice in 71. Novak came 4 years later, and I realized that it was just an expansion of what Rawls was saying. And then he did a little play on the original position, and he did a little play on how this relates. Now, intersectionally, Rawls wasn't talking about social justice in in a in a in an economic terms. And then, but that's the question of our
Okay.
day: distributive justice. So when Novak,
So did Ross try to frame it in a moral sense, like this person deserves this because
no,
of their character?
just gave us outlines he just, that's all he said. He says, I'm not going to argue the specifics of political or economical or these things. I'm going to give you outlines to how things work in this world, and I'm going to try to keep it there. And then they accused him of not taking it far enough for convenience sake. But then as these things start laying out in a modern society, we can see that, well, there was no way he was still right about it. He's going to let these things play out in the postmodernism that we're going through now, because we're not at the section where we can jump forward. We have to play these things out. We have to argue these things. And what's the important parts of those things? And he did this part with economics and stuff. Economics is all new to this argument. And then I can't remember what he did. He reframed entitlement. And he reframed how we think about some of the things that are so flippantly thrown out there right now. And I thought, well, I was resistant to it for a while, but then I'm a progressive, so I have to look at these things, and I can't be conservative, and I can't just say no, that's not true. So yeah, I was trying to get these things right in my head.
So did he try to define whether or not a person was entitled to the benefit based on some
Right?
notion
How do
of
we?
their
He said
character?
there are 3 ways we can get houses. We can pay for the house, we can build the house, or we can pay for the house, we can build the house, or we can inherit the house. Them are the 3 ways we can do that. And that was his idea about the proletariat and everything. You can build the house, you can be a workman to do that, and you inherit the house. Now, taxation, he always said, was theft. And taxation is theft, I believe. He had it right, because that's the way to take your house from you through social means that it doesn't fall under all social justice. So he gave a better, and Rawls said that, okay, yeah, that's right. But when we look at it, a lot of people go, he was just arguing with us. No, he was criticizing like he should as a scientist, but he wasn't arguing. He was just adding to it. So we're stuck there now, and we hear this argument all the time. This, either you're Randian, or you're a social justice warrior, which is Rawls, or you're this new libertarian, which is there's these 3 parties. And I got the 3 parties kind of in this triangle now, where they make sense with each other.
Well, what do you think? Like, what do you think is the MGTOW perspective? Like, let's say, for example, a nation had X number of houses. Do you think
Okay,
all citizens should be entitled to receive a house just because they're an adult citizen?
no, I think it comes on how you achieve that. You can build it through your own labor, or you can buy it or you can inherit it, but it could never lose it through any of those reasons that aren't those three reasons. You can never lose it through taxes. You can never lose it because through divorce. You can never lose it through you either own it for one of these three reasons. And it's kind of the proletariat plus, okay, I understand, like I can save to buy a house and then that's how I obtain it. But I can save through my work to buy a house and that's how I obtain it. But you should never lose it.
Okay,
And
what about universal basic income?
Now, you could use your universal basic income to inherit a loan too to achieve that home ownership. So we'd cure homelessness with that, and we cure a lot of things with that. Who pays for that? Well, that's where I kind of disagree. Like taxes is theft. So what is not taxes? Well, tariffs are not taxes. We're looking after the interests of our own people in that, but we have tariffs so screwed up now that we're charging the people of America for the tariffs instead of the countries that we're tariffing. Jesus Christ. How fucked up did we get here? I mean, it just raises the consumer value of a fork, or a glass. You're just going to,
Right. The consumer has to pay increased costs instead of the country that's exporting the product paying, they can absorb the cost in terms of increased consumer consumption costs.
Throw that back on the American people and say, oh, that's how we do it. No, that's fucking totally wrong. I mean, tariffs are supposed to, like, if China can flood our market with low cost glasses and we can only produce glasses for 20 cents more than that, we throw a 20-cent tariff on them. So all glasses are equal and they cost an equal amount. So that means if you want to send this thing over, it's got to be, we're going to make 20 cents on that. And that's where that comes from. But you're going to pay it, not us. It provides an equal market. Nowadays, I just think we're so reliant. Well, that was the problems with globalism. I mean, which screwed the American worker anyways. I don't think it cost anything more to make things here. As a matter of fact, after shipping, I did you know how much it costs to ship a cargo ship to go across the ocean and back?
How much?
It's a huge amount of money. I can't remember the actual amount. It was like it put so much money on the price of those whatever you could get made for low price and low labor over there. It makes it almost equalizes.
So why are they doing it? Is it because they can write off the cost of shipping or something?
Yeah, shipping provides, it's a wonderful thing to have big ships and rich people make a lot of money off of them and everything. But it's not something I can afford. But it would be easier to make a pair of jeans in say South Carolina where you have cotton and wool, and not have
because what I'm saying is once they opened up those trade agreements in the 90s, companies started to give priority to third world production. And so the cost of shipping must have been absorbed somehow,
Yeah,
and so did they get a tax write-off, or why
through
did
labor.
they prioritize third world labor over first world
They just
labor?
made them part of our country without them knowing, didn't they? I mean, they're using their labor, and I'm suppose in Singapore or wherever it's being in some, if I could get $1.30 a day, that's fine, or $3, and right now in China, the economics in China would be about $30 a day for a worker. and that's great for the American businessman that's getting that made there. But the economics in China, where breakfast over there is $1.35, you get your, $30 goes a long fucking way.
Yeah.
I mean, over
So
here,
it's overall cheaper for them.
right? I go out to, so there's an off balance in that, and now tariffs are supposed to represent those off balances, but
Which is why, some Trump would be saying that some companies are coming back to the United States.
I think Obama had it going better. We were supposed to get the woolen mills back, and then that ended, and then there was something better about that. It was bringing corporations back, and I think it was based on the shipping costs. But that all ended now because we have a bigger pie now. It's the same thing Reagan did. He just made the pie bigger.
Yeah.
But did that work the last time? I love that thing when
Well, it probably worked in the short run for like the stock market value, but it probably didn't work in the long run for like the labor.
I love that argument when Joe Biden was having it with Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders says, we could do this, and then we could, we'll just trust if they make more money than we, then they're just going to give the people raises. And then Joe Biden went like, do you really believe that's going to happen? They're going to give raises?
They ain't gonna give no raises. Hell no.
It was the first time I ever seen Bernie Sanders kind of be disconnected with his thoughts.
Well, I think globalism tends to be a subject which kind of messes a lot of people up. I think they don't really get it.
No.
I was actually talking with my family members about this over the Christmas season, and I basically told them, well, globalism is the reason why millennials are having such a hard time right now.
Right.
Millennials have to compete with workers in third world countries, and basically baby boomers and Gen Xers, they didn't have that problem. They just went to work.
When I got out of the army, 1980, I went through 20 jobs. I mean, can you imagine that nowadays? Like going, I can just run through jobs every other week because I didn't like.
I mean, I've probably had like maybe 20 or 30 jobs total in my lifetime.
Yeah, that's probably for different reasons. No, you're younger, it's like the job ended. They laid off. There's other reasons. I mean, when my choice was like, I ended those jobs. It was my choice. I fucking hate you. I'm leaving. I won't work for a dick like you. That's what I was telling these guys. Because there was so much opportunity.
Yeah. See. Yeah. Okay. So you agree with what I'm saying, basically.
Yeah.
You kind of started working in a labor market that was very pro labor.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't tilted towards the capitalists.
Yeah. Now we kids. I see kids going through jobs for other reasons because they're not sustainable. They're short-term jobs. They're running to people so they don't ever hit that 40 hours or that time period where they have to pay them health care or they're just firing kids now before they get to their
or they let you go like right before they're supposed to start paying you benefits or something.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can do, and I see a lot of these kids. Even my son, I see him, right before he got to the 120-day mark, where they got, and then the next day they brought a new guy in.
That's what they do.
Yeah, I said to that guy, I'm gonna come see you someday for that. I said, I mean, I'm an old
Well,
you.
from their perspective, they just say, well, your kid just came off of Craigslist. What do you mean? I got 100 of those lined up in the wings waiting to work.
I says,
That's
well,
the free market, motherfucker.
playing out. It's Randian objectivism playing out there. That's what it looks like.
That's why when you pull millennials, they're like, hey, fuck capitalism, dude. Because what their perspective of capitalism, my generation's perspective of capitalism is just some rich dude fucking you over.
Yeah, they're greedy now, and there's nobody watching the. There's no watchdogs anymore. There's no union guys.
Exactly.
I mean, there's no one telling them, no, you can't fire someone before they're 120 days. That's wrong.
Yeah, if you go back in like the 1950s or 1960s, you're looking at like almost 40% of workers are in a damn union.
Yeah,
Nowadays, it's like less than 10% or 5% or whatever the hell it is,
I find
you
it
know?
amazing when millennials would agree with like what with with that Randian sort of objectivism. It's like you really believe in that too, man. And on the same end, they're complaining because they can't find a job that'll keep them. And I'm like, God, you don't see how that
The
connects.
only millennials I've seen that agree with that whole Randy and stuff are millennials that have made a lot of money in like sales or something like
They're
that.
entitled. They came into this world born with a lawyer mom and a rich father. They never had to buy their own car, and everything's going to be through inheritance for them. Now you can acquire things through
Exactly.
inheritance, but it doesn't make you some kind of special person. As a matter of fact, it makes you stupider than
Right.
people that know the reality of having to work an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. That's what we're getting. That was Plato.
Absolutely. There's an ingenuity that's required. If you have a limited access to resources, there's an ingenuity where you
That's
got to figure shit out.
Yeah, that was Plato's original complaint with capitalism. He says the son of a rich man will become president or the ruler, and it happened. I think it happened with Ronald Reagan. He was, I don't know what he was. He was just capitalism played it's out now, and these people wonder why most 60% of millennials are socialists. Like, they wonder why.
Yeah. Well, I think it's funny when people pretend that we live in a meritocracy when the biggest determinant of where you end up economically is where your parents were economically. So clearly people are purchasing economic power.
They're purchasing.
So I don't understand like
Right, this is
so where do people get off on this idea that it's a meritocracy, you just get rewarded for your ingenuity?
I
It's
never.
like, oh, if that was true, Paris Hilton wouldn't even be a thing.
Yeah, I've worked hard about my whole life. I believe in Maoism. I believe you work. I worked in a farm plow. I made farm plows. I get to eat. I work in. I do 8 years on a farm. I get to eat. That's it. But the biggest when I heard Trump say, hey, you want to eat, you gotta work. And I said, did you ever work? Did you ever? I mean,
He
God,
never worked.
he never worked.
He
He's
never worked.
king. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
there's other sections.
It's all lip
I did
service with him.
5 years. I worked in electric. I deserve my electric. I worked building houses. I deserve my house. I mean, that's the way our society should work.
And I agree with that. I don't think there's a problem with the person working hard and getting a reward for that.
There should be
But
reward.
I think when our society pretends that every person that works hard gets rewarded, I think that's a problem because I think there's a lot of working class people that work their ass off and they don't get jack shit for it.
They don't get jack shit for that.
And I think there's a lot of rich people that don't do jack shit and they get everything handed to them.
Right. They get everything handed to them. We're talking about.
What does work have to do with it?
Yeah, work
It doesn't have shit to do with it.
Right. Right. Well, that's where the basic incomes of the wealth of the country comes in. We're in this community, whether we like it or not. I mean, communal. I hear the anti-communal people too. It drives me nuts. How'd your electric get there? You got plumbing coming in.
You know what? I think it's so awesome that you just said that right now because I literally just said that in my last video.
Mhm.
I'm saying, look, okay, you people that want to act like you're Ayn Rand and you're lone wolf,
Well,
you want to act like that's the reality. You live in a society where somebody else paved that fucking road that you drove on.
so
Somebody else plumbed that toilet that you took a crap in. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else, when you turn your computer on, somebody else is keeping that
I
electric on. And you want to act like you're a lone wolf?
yeah,
Like you're creating your
you're
own destiny?
creating your own.
You're in a society, dude.
So,
You rely on other people every single moment of your life.
but that's where people confuse. What is that thing that the in the '60s movement? I'm not going to be like everybody else. Uh, and it's like they confuse that with actual community. it's like it's like because the two words are similar. It's a more I can't remember the name of it. It's a rhetorical term for two things are similar, but they're not the same. Oh man, people buy into those things. They're easily influenced by rhetorics, and it's the need for better educated. And we get most of them alt writers. Oh, education, our education system is fucked. Well, no, we need more educated people. We need people to know, basic common sense and logic.
Yeah, and even granting that premise, even granting that premise and taking a traditional right-wing perspective,
Mhm.
they're always bitching about the cost, right? They're always saying, "Oh, it's too expensive. We can't afford to educate people.
Yeah,
Where's the money going to come from? Blah blah blah." And I'm sympathetic to what you said about taxation and stuff. I'm sympathetic to that.
I'm
But
sympathetic.
at the same time, doesn't it make more sense to invest in people up front and say, why don't we make people smarter right off the bat rather than paying the cost of their stupidity 5 years down the line?
Right,
Doesn't it make more sense to prevent the problem rather than cure the problem?
right.
So if that takes a little bit of taxes, if you have to tax me $5, doesn't it make sense to tax me $5 today rather than make me $30 in extra healthcare costs
I believe it.
down the line? Because
We got it right, sort of. I believe in a FISA tax. I believe if I involve myself in the commerce of the country, then I pay a tax to that country because it's a commerce. But my house tax is not a commerce to the country. My house is paid for, but I'm still paying taxes. There's no commerce. This house has no value to anybody except for me. It's like taxing my shirt. That's not a. There's two
well,
different.
yeah, property taxes are kind of bullshit.
Property taxes are bullshit because they're taxing you for something you already own. I already paid for this, and that's the problem with most people in this country. Will pay 4 times for a house in interest. By the time they own it, why does somebody else get to? You know, it's the proletariat. Just build the fucking house, and we can cure homelessness. We can cure everything. But why do these people over here, the real estate people, like the Trumps, and he made all his money on real estate? Why do they get to own three
And inheritance.
times for your house? That
Well,
makes no.
let me throw this idea out there at you. Let me throw this idea. This is introducing a totally new concept into the conversation. All of us are a product of our society.
Right.
Okay, that means that if we weren't benefactors of people going before us and doing shit for us, we wouldn't be in the positions that we're in. So don't we all owe a debt to society?
We go
And
in
if we
debt to.
all owe a debt to society, doesn't it make sense to reap that debt to society in the form of taxes and then distribute the benefit of those taxes to all the citizens.
Yeah.
What do you think about that idea?
Yeah, that's FISA taxes and state taxes, and I'm involving myself in the commerce of of the community. Okay, if I
The
involve myself in
Commonwealth.
commerce, the business activities of the country that the country provides for you, I involve myself in that. I should pay taxes for that to be a part of that. But
Because you also kind of benefit from it in a way.
from that, I'm happy to pay taxes. I'm happy to be altruistic in that way, so people that were disadvantaged can still exist and not die of starvation. That doesn't bother me at all. There's a different complex ideas behind that. House taxes
Yeah.
on that wise is just a real estate business taking advantage of people, because they need housing. There's no benefit to that, and they've taken it so far that they've laid the school bills on that, and that
Yeah.
should have always been taken care of. And it's back to your idea; it should have always been taken care of out of the FISA taxes. But we're having wars, so them are eating up the FISA taxes.
Well, yeah, our foreign policy is all fucked up. Like, we don't need to be in half the goddamn countries that we're in. It's
Yeah,
just crazy.
all that the 800, man, that's just we don't need half the government. We don't. All that protectionism is just fear mongering, like the mafia used to do it. They took it over the mafia job of making you fear that nobody's coming in America, because in every house in America somebody has a gun, and that war would be so long and so
Yeah.
painful for anybody. And that's why we have the right to own. It's our laws make total sense. The militias make total sense. Uh, you know, It's like nobody's going to do that. No, why do you fear monger? So, well, we got 911. Someone attacked us. Yeah. Well, that's going to happen. But that was one incident. That was the exception to the rule, not the rule. I have to use the John.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Makes a lot of sense. And
I'll be right back.
that's one reason I appreciate your perspective is because you simultaneously recognize the rights of individuals, uh, the breachment, I don't even know if that's a word, but how government is basically overstepping their boundaries. At the same time, you acknowledge that we as a society have an obligation to help out our disadvantaged population. So I think that's a pretty unique perspective because most people either fall on one side of the argument. They either say, well, the poor are just lazy and they have poor character, so they deserve their suffering, and taxation is theft, therefore, screw the poor people. So I think, or they fall on the other side where we got to give away the farm to the poor person, the whole SJW types. And we got to take it away from people that are actually somewhat competent. And so I think that's where you have I think that's where you have a unique perspective where you fall in the middle of that whole argument.
Sorry about that. I couldn't hold it no longer.
No problem.
Yeah, this is the
I
great
was
thing.
just saying how I was just saying how it's you have a unique perspective because you simultaneously recognize that government can sometimes overreach their taking of taxes from people, but at the same time recognize a society's obligation to its disadvantaged members.
Right. Yeah, that makes common sense to me. A lot of people, it's the and or not thing. Like this can be and or not with most people. You have to have both of them. And looking at the arguments on each thing individually is what a philosopher would do. Breaking them down into that formal logic that I talk about, not the subset. They look at the sub like a triangle equals two triangles. That's the analytical. They look at things very analytically and not formally. And formal logic would be like, okay, I can see that there's two subsets here. One subset has nothing to do with the other subset.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah,
A lot of people aren't able to make that distinction. They just conflate the two.
the logical positive, and that's what, when you first come into this thing, one of the basic things you should really do is a short course. It's a 30-minute course on logical positives and formal analytical logic and formal logic, and understand what they're saying there. It's a mathematical equation that you relate to philosophy. And it's like there are subsets and things that are off the field. Camus talked about things that are off the field a lot. And that's where he came up with his absurdities. People relate things that are off the field. Sometimes things are intersectional, but those ideas change when the fields change. Like sociology, if we're having an argument of sociology, it doesn't necessarily mean we can use the same language in economics and in political theory, but the ideas change. So it's a different idea, and you have to get used to those different ideas and how the language, the same word means the same thing different here. It'll mean something different over here. A lot of people can't see those subsets in language.
Yeah, for them it's just black and white. They can't see the gray.
They can't see the changing formations of our language and everything. I blame a lot on religion, but I mean, that's what we have. Philosophers have a language that they talk in, and it's very important that certainly, like MGTOW has a language too of all of its own. It was the most important part of the start of MGTOW, how we define these things that we talk about, gynocentrism, hypergamy. We needed to define those things, and we did. It was a beautiful era in MGTOW when we defined those ideas and we gave them solid language, a solid language where we can all agree this is a theory.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, the dogs are kind of freaking out with the fireworks. So, hey guys, come on. Here, I'm gonna go really quick. I'm sorry, Trav. I just want to kind of comfort the dogs a little bit. They're kind of freaking out right now.
Thinking about it.
I'm sorry.
In the morning, and I don't feel it going on any longer and everything. So I'm probably
All right. I'm sorry, Trav. They were just kind of freaking out right now.
Take care of your dogs. They rely on you.
All right, bro. Well, it was really nice talking to you.
Yeah, maybe we can someday get together and talk about certain individual subjects and stuff. I mean, you seem to be very attuned to progressivism.
Yeah, I've always been drawn to the idea of economic justice, so I think I kind of gravitate towards it naturally.
Yeah, and that'll be great. There's not a lot of us around.
That's true. It definitely seems to be a minority.
We have to deal with all these Randian idiots.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but that's like 70% of society has less than 130 IQ.
I've noticed the same thing. I'm like, what the heck?
Naturally,
why am I the only one that thinks this way?
They're going to gravitate to objectivism and some bitch that made up some Jesus that just resembles fucking religion. John Galt was just Jesus.
John Galt. He's the capitalist Jesus.
Capitalist. The other guy in the Fountainhead, he was just another capitalist Jesus.
Oh my God, Atlas shrugged. Oh, poor capitalist.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like idiots. You just did traditionalism and you refuse to let go of it. Or conservatism, they refuse to let go of it. It's like they want to stick with Jesus.
They just told the story again in the pro-capitalist terms.
Yeah, they gave him a different name. Their God is not called. Fucking idiots.
And they don't realize that John called his own family members parasites. That
Yeah,
doesn't occur to them as relevant.
he's just this unobtainable figure of a person that it's unobtainable for anybody. That's what at the end, 1970, when she lost her popularity, she went nuts. She realized that she couldn't aspire to be him. Nobody could.
And then she started collecting Social Security.
Yeah, and then she started collecting Social Security. It's like, fuck you, hypocrites. And then when her
And people
husband
still worship her no matter what. They don't care.
later at age, when she hit the wall, her husband was fucking around and she had a mental breakdown because her all of a sudden that she couldn't understand what she was saying there too. It's like, fuck. There's so much hypocrisy in that. It just makes me crazy. Well, yeah, you keep believing
People
in
don't
Jesus.
acknowledge it.
Yeah, keep believing in that
Yeah, exactly.
that thing that you can't aspire to be. Boy, yeah.
Exactly.
I can never
People
be.
have their own psychological biases.
Yeah, but Camus kind of like I'm just gonna, since there's no God in that seat, I'll just sit in that, and I'm God.
Well, you probably do a better job.
But do a better job. At least I'm here. That's my when I run for God, that'll be my motto. At least I'm here.
At least you don't abdicate responsibility, right?
Even slavery.
Or become sadistic in the whole process.
Yeah. I'm here, and I don't believe in slavery like God, like your God.
I don't take pleasure from suffering.
Yeah,
I'm just here to help you.
I know what tragedy is. Fucking idiots. But that's half the society we live.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Idiots. And well, so many people aspire to mediocrity.
Sad.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to let you go. And what is today? Today's Wednesday. I got to start doing more podcasts because it's my responsibility to get this MGTOW thing out there. And I feel bad about this last year that I kind of took some breaks. And then MGTOW seems to have lost its mind.
Well, I look forward to your videos, Trav. Thanks for talking to me. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for coming on. You're about the first progressive I ran into in MGTOW. You know that. And they don't understand that MGTOW is progressive as fuck.
Well, eventually maybe they will.
Yeah. I mean, we are progressive. We're progressive as hell. We're on the edge. We're on the cutting edge of philosophy.
I agree.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to say thanks a lot for you to come in, and thanks a lot for each and every guy that came in here because MGTOW. Without all the other MGTOW wouldn't be worth coming around because like-minded men and all this stuff, and you guys make it worth coming around. And although we disagree and agree on some things, we always got MGTOW because we got one thing in common. We were all men, and that's what we have to deal with in this society. And most of all, with my end, usually, thanks a lot for being MGTOW. MGTOW.